These Star-Crossed Lives of Ours. Written by Megan Linski. Narrated by Taylor Harvey and A.J. Carter. Prologue. Christine. "Do it, Christy," Annabelle said, a smile forming on her beautiful face. "If you want to be in our group, you have to prove yourself." My grip tightened on the knife in my hand. The girl below me was begging, tears pouring down her face. "Please," she whimpered, her hands folded together in a prayer. "Please don't do this. We went to school together, Christy. You know me, I promise I won't do it again." "We don't take traitors here," Annabelle snarled, and she smacked the girl across the face. The girl let out a yell and went flying to the floor, her shoulders shaking in terrible sobs. "You tried to run away. This is the price you have to pay." "Christy," the girl said again. I looked at the knife, my brown eyes dancing on the reflection of the blade. I couldn't do this. I wouldn't. I had to tell Annabelle no. My whole body shook, in fear or in revulsion, I wasn't sure. I had just turned 16. Was this my birthday present? An innocent woman's blood on my hands? "Christine," Annabelle said, and her melodic voice crawled over me, causing a shiver to run up my spine and my heart to do backflips. She put her manicured hands on my shoulders and kissed my cheek lightly, letting her lips linger for just a moment. "You know I love you. You'd do anything for someone you loved, wouldn't you?" "She's trying to trick you. Don't listen," the girl wept. Her dirty hair fell in front of her eyes, and the rags she was wearing barely draped over her famished frame. She'd been down in this basement for over a year, with no light and little food. It had taken this long for Annabelle to decide what to do with her. And when she'd finally decided, she'd chosen me to do her dirty work. "You're as good as dead already," Annabelle hissed. She turned her attention to me. "Don't forget that if you don't do the job, I'll make sure to kill you next." Annabelle pulled her own knife out of her pocket. She pointed its tip into my back, digging in ever so slightly. I began to bleed. I glanced back at the crying girl, who was shaking her head frantically at me. I'd be more merciful than Annabelle. I'd make it quick. "I'm so sorry, Faith," I said, and tears formed in my eyes. "I have no choice." I sprung forward. As I drove the knife into Faith's stomach, her screams rippled throughout the house. I winced as I felt her blood splatter across my face. I stabbed her again, the knife tearing across her middle. She fell to the floor, holding the place where I had cut open her insides. Annabelle watched the scene with a twisted smile. When the screaming finally stopped, I rose to my feet, suppressing the urge to vomit. I had killed someone, all because Annabelle had asked me to. What was wrong with me? "Well done, Christine," Annabelle said. From out of her pocket, she pulled a beautiful star necklace, looping it around my neck and fastening it lightly. "You're one of us now." Chapter 1. Christine. I had become Annabelle's slave a long time ago, a time after drugs had taken my sister, but before the smell of alcohol spilled on the kitchen floor replaced the memory of my mother. But ever since I'd slaughtered Faith 3 years ago, I was unable to stop seeing her around every corner, unable to block out the screams that constantly rang in my ears. I foolishly believed that Annabelle would take me back, that she hadn't dumped me for good. She'd been my first love. She said she needed me. I'd fallen for it because I loved her, but now it was apparent to me all she cared about was the colt, and I wanted out. I decided to chance it. I couldn't go far. I had no money to pay for a taxi, and there was less than $5 left in my pocket, but I had little choice. I could no longer stand the thought of Faith's blood dripping down my hands. I wanted to be free of it. I was careful to pack my clothes before dinner, stuffing them into my bag. If anybody noticed that I was getting out, they'd tell Annabelle, and then I'd be punished. I couldn't take any chances. Ash Alder's a refined city. Before, I would have never thought a cult would take up residence here. What people don't realize is that they're everywhere, in every town. Annabelle's intelligent, and she doesn't mess around. The people she targets are the people without family, the ones like me. We lived relatively close to the university, in an old house that might have been a sorority's long ago. The building contained all 10 of us, crammed up into 4 bedrooms with barely enough room to breathe. Annabelle, being the leader, was the only one that got her own. The rest of us all had to share. Gender wasn't an issue. Since I was one of Annabelle's favorites, I got to share with one other person, my friend Landon. "You'd better hurry up, dinner's ready," Landon said from the door. I got up from my mattress where I had been staring at the moldy ceiling. Was I sure I wanted to do this? Being in the cult was safety in a perverted sort of way. I was fed, sheltered. Annabelle had taken me in 3 years ago as a skinny kid of 16 when nobody else had, when there was no choice but to leave my childhood home. Was it wrong to betray her now? But I'd already made up my mind. Annabelle had betrayed me by promising to love me. Then she'd tossed me to the side like a used doll after playtime. It was time to get even, and the best way to do that was to stop playing her game. I was 19 now, and had chanced death one too many times. If I was going to make it to 20, I had to get away from her. "Just a minute," I said. "I need to ask you something." Landon turned to look at me. "What is it?" I always thought Landon beautiful, with his dark black hair and blue eyes. But there was always something in him that was a little, well, dangerous. He was the only person in our cult who had joined by choice, not for survival, and that part of him always scared me. But he was the only one I trusted in the group, and his help could make the difference between whether I made it a few days or a few weeks out there. "I need the $300 that I loaned you," I said in a whisper. "Tonight, after dinner." "What for?" he asked, glancing toward the door. We weren't allowed to have our own money, although most of us had a hoard that we kept hidden. "None of your business," I answered, a little too quickly. "Christy," Landon rolled his eyes. "What do you expect me to do, live here forever?" I replied, more harshly than I'd intended to. "If she catches you, you're done for," he said, grabbing my shoulders. "You can't run until she lets you go." "That's the problem," I said. "You know she never will." "She did it with—" "Barbara was different. She was a liability. The cops were bound to catch us with her hanging around. But not me. You know I'm Annabelle's pet. I'll die before she sets me free. Which means I have to get out of here. I can't take another second watching her." I didn't take my brown eyes off of his, and I knew he saw the pain in my eyes. Landon was certain I couldn't survive another moment watching my ex-girlfriend toy with another woman in front of me. I had to go. I was leaving tonight, with my $300 or without, and I would beg, borrow, and steal if Landon couldn't pay me back immediately, just to be rid of Annabelle. He hesitated before reaching under his mattress. Several bugs crawled out from under it as he did so. "I won't be able to help you after this. You're on your own." "Thank you." I held out my hand, and he put a mass of 20s into it. I counted quickly. "This is only $200, I said. "Is this all you have?" He closed the door before answering. "I loaned it to a guy at the club. I owed him a favor and he promised to pay me back tonight. If you want the money, you're going to have to wait." "I can't linger. She'll figure out something's up," I said. "Take me with you tonight and I'll help you get the money back. Then I can leave." He swallowed before answering. "Deal." We walked down the broken stairs and went to the table, where Annabelle was sitting at its head. Being her right hand, I sat at her side. She gave a smile that made my inside shudder. At first glance, you'd think Annabelle was a cheerleader, which made everything easier for her to get away with. She had it all: big boobs, bouncy platinum blonde hair, and a killer smile behind cherry red lips. People gave her whatever she wanted because she was beautiful. She was a viper. The people around the table were nothing like their leader. Whereas Annabelle glowed, these children had no hope in them. It was as if she took all of their light. Teenagers with clothes as baggy and worn as their eyes. I wondered if I looked the same way. Dinner was tasteless. I didn't even realize what I was eating, for the weight of what I was about to do practically suffocated me. I had to keep up appearances, so I made sure to keep putting food in my mouth, eyes flashing down to the tablecloth so I wouldn't have to meet anyone's gaze. When Annabelle put her fork down, everyone snapped to attention. "I thought that we should all go out to the club tonight," she said in a soothing voice, and my stomach flipped. "We haven't been out in a while, and I thought that we should go looking for some more recruits. We could use some new family members." We weren't a family. No matter what Annabelle called it, we were a cult, and a cult we would always be. My heartbreak had caused me to see things for what they were, not for what everyone around me wanted to see. The operation was simple. We took homeless teens in, promised them the world, then began reeling them into our operations. If you were lucky, you peddled drugs. If you weren't, you sold your body. Annabelle had never prostituted me. She wanted my body for herself. And so most of the work I'd done for her was selling cocaine or heroin. Landon wasn't like that. He was very attractive, and as such, Annabelle made him sleep with whoever was willing to pay. At first, he'd been nervous, shaking and crying nearly every night. But the look in his eyes was dead now. I couldn't imagine why he'd chosen this life and been too scared to ask. All the money went to Annabelle, and the enforcers she kept under her payroll to keep us all in line. In exchange, she gave you food, a place to lay your head, and protection. If someone was looking for you, she'd take you under her wing and get rid of whoever was bothering you. There were loads of abusive parents that Annabelle had exterminated in exchange for a lifetime agreement of service. Those kids were usually dead within 4 weeks. A shootout with a rival gang would often take them out. Not a lot of people lasted. Landon and I were the only cult members who'd been here longer than a year. Most kids died 6 months in, or were thrown under the bus by Annabelle when the cops came looking. The lucky ones were in jail doing time for Annabelle's crimes. She never got caught. A few people laughed warily, but most kept silent. Annabelle took another bite and said, "Christy, are you excited to meet some new people tonight?" She knows, I thought, and a bead of sweat appeared at my hairline. She knows I'm abandoning her. I couldn't take my time responding. "We could always use the young ones," I said in a joking manner. "Easier to boss around." She smiled at me, but her smile didn't meet her cold eyes. "That's true. Though it seems the younger they are, the shorter they last. Whatever. After dinner, we'll go. It'll be wonderful." Her choice of words sounded more like a teacher's than a leader's, but that was one thing that was comforting about Annabelle. She used soft, kind words that lured you into her trap. I was wise enough not to fall for it anymore, but there were a lot of people around this table that weren't. Ghost smiles appeared on faces of children at the thought of a little fun for a change. I took a chance of glancing at Landon, and he looked about as scared as I was. We didn't walk together down the street. The 10 of us together looked suspicious. If we were spaced out in groups of 2s or 3s, we became more approachable. We were supposed to look friendly, kind and happy to lonely people. But that night I couldn't bring a smile to my face. Not that I didn't know the rules. If there was one person who knew how to drag people into this situation better than me, it was Annabelle. The line outside the door to get into the club was a mile long, but Annabelle owned the town. All she had to do was smile at the bouncer standing at the back door, and he let all of us in without ID. Hazy purple fog shrouded the room as light bounced off a disco ball. Hundreds of people were crammed so tightly together, I was surprised half of them didn't get pregnant on the dance floor. There was a loft where people were drinking, and the DJ had the music up full blast. This was the hottest nightclub in the city. Normally, Annabelle wouldn't look here for new members. She preferred homeless shelters, back alleys, places where lonely and miserable people are normally found. But she wanted to show off. Annabelle always needed to be the center of attention, and there was no better place for her to be than out on the dance floor, in a dress that nearly showed her ass. I caught a couple of girls nearby eyeing her long legs, and winced. "Have fun," Annabelle said to the group at large, winking. "I'll be back at 3. Make sure you make some new friends." Without a moment's hesitation, she headed off toward the bar. Annabelle knew she could get anyone to buy her drinks. Glad to be free of her for once, everyone scattered. Landon and I gravitated toward each other, and he said, "Let's go. He's tonight's DJ." "I don't want her to see," I said. "She won't. There's too many people." "Let's wait until she's drunk," I protested. "No, the longer you wait, the better chance he'll slip away. He has a habit of doing that when I'm around," Landon grumbled. We pushed our way through the crowd to get to the DJ, who was bouncing enthusiastically behind his stereo. As soon as the DJ recognized Landon, his eyes contracted. "Landon," he said, his voice full of fake surprise. What brings you here?" "We had a deal. I need my money." Landon held out his hand. The DJ spun a disc casually. "What if I told you I don't have it?" "I'd say you were lying. You make more of what I loaned you in tips in one night. Pay up." The DJ ignored him. "You're not getting anything out of me tonight, Landon. Wait until next week." "I'll make you pay." Landon put his hand on the DJ's arm, and my heart began pounding. "Landon, don't make a scene," I whispered. "I'll call security," the DJ threatened. Landon's lips were so tight, I'm surprised he got the words out. "I'll call her," he said, and his eyes shifted toward the bar. "And you don't want to deal with that." The DJ's face went pale. "You didn't bring her along, did you?" "Yeah, I did. You give me the money and we'll act like strangers from now on. You don't? Well, security or not, I'll make sure to let Annabelle know exactly where her ex-boyfriend has gotten off to." I was taken back in surprise. This man had been Annabelle's boyfriend? But when? It was surely before I had arrived. She must have found me after he left. Annabelle was only 4 years older than I, which meant she must have had nothing when this guy left her. She must be furious with him. I almost felt sorry for the guy. "Why do you need it so badly?" he snarled. "Are you going to give it to that bitch? I'd almost rather die than see her get that money." "It's for her," Landon said, glancing at me. "She needs it to get out." The DJ turned to look at me. I tried to put the most innocent, precious look on my face. I wasn't exactly a drop-dead beauty like Annabelle, but I was decent. I had only 2 pairs of jeans to my name and a couple of cheap tops, but they fit me well and made me look more well-endowed than I was. I was supposed to be curvy like my mother, but lack of eating from stress had made me thin. Because of this, my porcelain skin caused me to look sickly. My eyes were a dark, deep brown, and my thick brunette hair rolled in waves past my shoulders. I hoped I was as pretty as I'd been in my younger years. It worked. The man reached in his pocket and pulled out a $100 bill, handing it to me. "Take it and run. Don't ever go back. If I had more, I'd give it to you, but I'm barely making my rent as it is." "Thank you," I breathed out in relief. Landon and I ran back into the camouflage of the crowd before we snuck our way out the front door. "I wish I could do more," Landon said. "You've done everything you can." I embraced him tightly, rocking back and forth. "Good luck out there. It can get nasty," he reminds me. I feel incredibly lonely. I don't want to do this alone. "Come with me, Landon," I said, almost begging him. "We can escape together." He nearly laughs. "Two of us gone in one night? Annabelle would never rest until she found us. And what makes you think I want to leave?" "Why wouldn't you want to leave?" I ask, hardly able to believe his response. Annabelle treated him so harshly, made him do so many cruel things. Why did he continue to put up with it? "When you grew up the way I did, living like this is almost paradise," he joked, embracing me again. "Anyway, take care of yourself." "I will." I don't waste any more time. I began jogging down the sidewalk, and Landon walked back into the club. I had been living in Ashalder for nearly 20 years, and I knew the streets better than anyone. It was a safe city, though I still knew that predators stalked the area. Hopefully none of them would attack me because they would remember who I belonged to, or who I once belonged to. Not anymore. The realization that I was leaving Annabelle struck me like a train. Here I was, walking away from her like the past 3 years had never happened. I was leaving behind every chance I had of her ever loving me again, of ever having a life with her like she promised. This thought almost caused me to turn around and go back. If I returned now, I might get lucky and she wouldn't punish me for trying to run. No, I wasn't going to be a chained monster in a cage anymore. The way out was clear. I just had to take it. I had walked about a mile downtown before I got to a dimly lit part of the city. I wouldn't see a hit coming until it was head-on. Maybe I should have waited until day to make my escape. But the darkness was my friend, not my enemy. I needed it to cover my footsteps and make it so I wouldn't be followed. My heart was so loud I'm surprised it didn't wake the dead. My hand shook nervously, but I tried to put my sights on the street light in front of me. Only a few more yards to go, and I was mostly home free. I could make it back to the house, grab my bag, and then get as far away from here as possible. I never saw the blow that caused me to go flying. Before I knew it, I was down on the ground. Millions of fists and kicks were delivered to my sides as I was physically hammered over and over. It was over. She had found me. I curled up in a ball, trying to avoid the physical pain, leaving my shell of a soul unguarded. I didn't care. I had become empty long ago. There was nothing they could do to injure me further. I almost didn't feel the punches and kicks as they came one by one, never ending. It felt like I had always been like this, been beat since I had come out of the womb. "Stop," a voice ordered. "She's had enough." Everyone stepped back, save for a money-hungry boy whom I had known to join the cult only as an excuse to steal. "Look," he said, and he reached in my pocket to pull out the cash. "She's got a couple hundred with her." Oh, Ryan, I thought. If only Annabelle knew how much money you were keeping from her. You'd be just as dead as I'll be. "Give it to me," Annabelle ordered. She knelt by my side, stroking my hair. "Poor little Christy," Annabelle soothed. "You should know better." What I would give to have her touch me again. They could beat me all they liked, just so long as she touched me before I died. "We have to teach her a lesson. A permanent one." Annabelle stepped back, and her affectionate face was gone, to be replaced with one of rage and anger. "Kill her. No one betrays us and gets away with it." "No, Annabelle," I thought before the last hit came. "You betrayed me." When I awoke, I thought that I might be in hell for all the pain that was quaking through my body. It had been a couple of hours since the ambush, judging by the stars in the sky. Morning was hours away, and I could neither crawl to the nearest doorstep, nor did I have the capability to cry for help. As far as I could tell, I didn't have any broken bones, which astounded me. I could barely move my fingers without the agonizing pain, but my structure was intact. That part of me was all right. But I was bleeding, and bleeding badly. If I didn't stop the bleeding soon, I would eventually die, and the police would have a murder case on their hands that they would never solve. Annabelle, being Annabelle, never got caught. I wonder why I had awoken moments before my death. Was it some divine prank? Ha, Christine, you've got to stew in excruciating pain knowing that any minute could be your last. Was it funny that I had to be hurt yet again by the person I had loved with all my heart? The only person whom I had ever loved or trusted completely. I hurt so much that I wished to whoever was listening that my death would come faster, so I wouldn't have to hurt anymore. The world was becoming groggy. I passed in and out of focus, the world whirling and spinning like a great kaleidoscope. I was going to die here. I had always sworn that before I died, I would see another part of the world besides this town. I didn't recognize the face that bent down to examine me as the world started to black out once again. Miss, can you hear me? A man asked, close to my ear. I whimpered in response. I tried to focus my attention on his features, but I couldn't make them out. I felt so blind. I've got to get you to a hospital. Who did this to you? No, I said, my voice barely understandable. No, hospital. If she found out I was alive, she'd come after me again. I had to remain dead to her. You're injured, you don't know what you're saying. No, leave me here if you're taking me to a hospital. Please, I moaned, the pain rippling through my torso. The stranger made an exasperated noise. I have to get you off the streets. Hold on. I cried out as he scooped me into his arms, but the voice I heard soothed me and created a wave in my soul, a part of me that hadn't stirred for a long, long time. Maybe there's hope, I thought, before passing out.
Chapter 2. Ian. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen, but this angel looked near death. She was sprawled on the sidewalk, her legs at all angles and face marred with black eyes that were nearly swollen shut. Bruises mashed up the side of her face, swelling it out of proportion, and a large cut laced across her forehead. The cut was bleeding drastically, and blood had trickled into her hair. Her clothes were torn, hanging on by threads as she oozed from cuts that were spread all over her body. Whoever had hurt this girl wanted her dead, and they wanted her to suffer. And she had insisted before passing out that I didn't take her to a hospital. She was afraid that whoever had hurt her would find her again. Though it seemed unlikely, some part of me was afraid that if she saw a doctor, whoever had done this would come back and finish the job. I picked her up in my arms, ignoring the blood seeping onto my coat. I carried her to my truck and tucked her safely into the passenger seat, jumping in the driver's side and speeding toward home, pulling out my cell phone. Dad, I need your help, I said. There's a girl I found. She's badly hurt. Meet me at the apartment in a half hour. Son, what's going on? Dad asked, deeply concerned. I glanced over at the girl again. Her head was rolling against the window, smacking into it every time we hit a bump. Bring Mom too, I said as an afterthought. She's going to need to be cleaned up. Please hurry. I hung up the phone before he could ask any more questions and pulled the girl over to me so she was leaning against me instead of smacking her head against the window. Hold on, Angel, I said, stepping on the gas. I put an arm around her so she'd stay close, tucked safely against my shoulder. You're going to be all right.
Chapter 3. Christine. As I awoke, the first thing I noticed was that I was bandaged up from head to toe. It still hurt to move, but not as much. I was lying on a couch with a blanket over me, Head pounding, I dared to open my eyes. A man was sitting across from me in a concerned sort of way, looking intently at me as if I was the most important thing in the room. Now that I was fully conscious, I could see his features plainly. Bright blonde hair, sea blue eyes, and rosy red cheeks. He had to be a few years older than me. I tried to ignore the beaming smile he wore on his face. He looked like the sort of guy who went around hugging people for fun, if there was a poster child for that sort of thing. From what I could tell, we were in some sort of an apartment, a tiny one-bedroom with half a kitchen. There wasn't much in it, odds and ends of various furniture, a messy pile of clothes, a bachelor pad. "Hello?" The stranger broke the silence, and I shifted my head to look at him. "My name's Ian Rosenthal." I tried to sit up but winced. The tiniest movement sent lightning bolts lashing through my muscles. "Easy," he stated, getting up off his chair. "You're hurt pretty badly. I didn't take you to a hospital, but my dad used to be a doctor, so I called him over. He bandaged you up and said that it didn't look like you had any broken bones, but that there might be internal bleeding. Are you sure you don't want to be taken to the hospital?" I shook my head violently. He sighed and said, "I can't force you." The only sound that could be heard in the room was the ticking of the clock. Ian came closer and said, "Can you tell me what happened? Who attacked you?" I didn't answer. I kept my lips glued together and let not a word slip out from them. He tried a new angle. "Are you sure you don't know who it was? Did you see their face? I can assure you that you're safe." There was no force on this earth that could handle Annabelle, and if this man thought he could protect me from her wrath, he had another thing coming. He didn't show any aggravation at my silence, only patience. Ian got up and said, "You can stay with me until you heal, and for as long as you like afterwards. You don't have to worry about paying me back or anything. You just focus on getting better, all right?" His kindness shocked me. Nobody had ever been so generous, save for Annabelle, who had always wanted something in return. But if I had learned anything in life, it was that there were no free rides. This man would want something for his kindness sooner or later. Hopefully, I would heal quickly so I wouldn't rack up too high of a debt. He seemed uncertain, by the eyes that kept dancing to the floor and the hands that were clasped too tightly together. I gave him a smile. Least I could do for saving my life, right? He gave me a shaky grimace in return. He reverted to closing the window shades after noticing the light was hitting my face. A nice guy. Wow. He didn't know me at all. "Do you need anything? An extra blanket, water, food?" he asked. I didn't respond. "I need to know what to call you," Ian said, and he leaned closer. "Can you at least give me your name?" I kept him waiting a while longer before I responded. "Christine Fjord, but I go by Christy." He smiled. "Well, Christy, you can stay as long as you like." I left it at that, and he vanished from the room. I shifted on the couch and turned my attention toward the small TV, which was broadcasting the news. How boring, I thought, and I looked around for the remote, only to see that the stranger had it in his hands. He switched the channel quickly. "Sorry, I had it on just to see if anyone declared you missing or something. I figured you didn't want me calling the cops." "Nobody's missing me," I said with a small laugh. "Watch what you want. It's your house." His eyes narrowed at my comment, but he turned back to the television. "Okay." He switched it to a movie. I expected him to leave me alone, but he began badgering me with more questions. "Who are you? Who hurt you like this?" he insisted. "I don't want to be rude, but I just want to make sure you're okay." I got tired of his insistent questions. After living with the cult, I could fabricate stories like none other. "I'm homeless," I told him. "I was kicked out of my house. And I didn't want you taking me to the hospital or calling the police because my family is abusive. And if they found me, they'd force me to come back. I'd been mugged when you found me. All true, but with a lot of facts left out. That's terrible, he said, eyes wide. I'm sorry, I didn't know. How were you going to know? Can you read minds? I laughed lightly. He turned pink. Well, no. I'm just glad I didn't change my mind and get the authorities involved. I suppose you were right about getting away from them. He stood up, heading toward the door. You don't have to worry about anyone ever hurting you like that again, Christy. You're safe now. And like I said, you can stay here as long as you like. Now, I'm going to go get some pizza for the both of us. What size would you like? I wasn't very hungry, but I told him to get whatever he wanted, just so he would leave. The minute he was gone, I tried getting off the couch so I could hit the road. But it was useless. There was no way I was getting out of here anytime soon, no matter how badly I wanted to. I had to heal, and so I was at the mercy of a complete and utter stranger. I sighed, my eyes drooping. In whatever case, being here was better than being with Annabelle. It would be good to lay low for a while. Perhaps, if I was lucky, I would heal quickly.
Chapter 4. Ian. I couldn't sleep that night. No matter how badly I wanted to believe her, Christine's story didn't make any sense. If she'd been mugged, the thief would have took whatever money she had and ran. He wouldn't have stayed around to torture her, to slice into her skin and bruise every part of her body. What kind of a thief would do that to someone they didn't know? Had it been her abusive family, perhaps? Or was that a lie, too? I punched my pillow and turned on my side. I already knew there was no point trying to get the truth out of her. She'd never tell me anything, not until I gained her trust. And even then, I wasn't sure exactly if she'd tell me the whole truth. It seemed like some things Christy wanted to keep hidden forever. Whoever had done this to Christy could be looking for her, and they could find her here. The thought didn't frighten me. It only made me angry. I would find the person who did this to her, and when I did, there'd be hell to pay. I'd make sure of it. I tossed and turned, unable to figure it out. If it was dangerous to be harboring this girl, why did I feel the need to fiercely protect her instead of run?
Chapter 5. Christine. My wish to heal quickly wasn't granted. I healed slowly, slower than the leaves that fell outside Ian's apartment window. I didn't remember much of the first month because I slept a lot. I stayed on the couch, getting up only to go to the bathroom or, if I felt well enough, to eat and bathe. I changed my own bandages because I didn't want Ian helping me, but it was hard to do alone. I looked out Ian's windows often to survey my surroundings. As far as I could tell, he lived in a quiet little town. Ian's apartment was located above a tiny shop on what I supposed to be Main Street. Buildings that looked like they had been built in the 1800s crowded together up and down two sides of a road. The structures were so ancient I'm surprised they still stood. There was an old sawmill next to an ice cream shop, and a wooden bridge stood over a rushing river. Orange and red trees framed the town like some sickly little picture. I'd woken up in a Hallmark movie. Just perfect. I had no intentions of leaving the apartment, and I was still too injured to do so anyway. So I watched out the window as cars rolled by below in boredom. Nothing of interest happened here, that was certain. But this place had a plus. At least Annabelle wouldn't find me here. This place was so isolated I was sure it wasn't on any map. No way she knew about it. I spent my days watching TV and taking naps, wondering what kind of rabbit hole I'd fallen down. After nearly a month, I was able to walk again. Ian did his best to make sure I had everything I needed. He bought me clothes, shoes, new bandages, and toiletries without ever suggesting I pay him back. In all honesty, I wished he would just leave me alone. I sighed with relief every time he left at 7 in the morning, coming back at about 5 or 6 each night, save for the weekends, which he had free. He went to church on Sundays. Other than that, Ian was around constantly. He was some sort of social worker up at the elementary school, which kept him relatively busy, I was happy to say. But I couldn't avoid him at all times. "How are you feeling today, Christy?" he asked for about the millionth time one Saturday morning, as I got up off the couch to sit at the kitchen table. "Does anything hurt? Looks like your bruises are pretty much gone. That's great." He placed a full platter in front of me, which I could never shove down but tried anyway. When I started attacking the eggs with disinterest, his grin got wider and he said, "Come on, where's that big bright smile of yours?" Had I ever smiled in front of him? I didn't say anything. When he wasn't working, Ian was always trying to talk to me. Unsuccessfully, of course. I had yet to break my silence. Didn't matter. The guy loved to have conversations with himself. "Today's a late start day up at the school," Ian informed me, and my stomach dropped in dread. "I have an extra hour before I need to show up. You want to play checkers?" Ian played board games with me constantly. I didn't mind them because they made him think, so he didn't talk as much. I nodded yes to his question. He got up and said, "Cool, I'll get the game. You stay right here." As if I had somewhere else to go. As he left the room, I got up to put the dirty dishes in the washer. Cleaning off the table gave my shaky hands something to do. No matter what, I could never seem to get Annabelle off my mind. Every shadow in this apartment made me think she was just outside the door. "Ouch!" Ian snapped, holding his foot off the floor as he walked into the kitchen again, game box in hand. "I told my mother I didn't want that stupid sewing machine. Goes to show you she's stubborn. I should have never given her an extra key." When he saw me standing up, he dropped the game on the table and rushed over, arms extended as if to catch me. "Christy, what are you doing? You should sit down and let me handle it." I was getting sick and tired of this guy treating me like I was made of glass. I had been through hell and back, probably more than what he could ever imagine, and he expected me to crumble just because I had put a few dishes away? He spotted the monstrous stare I was giving him and backed off. "I'm sorry. I don't think you're incapable of it, I really don't. I just don't want you exerting yourself, okay? Not until you're better." If I glared at him any harder, he probably would have incinerated. I let it drop and went back to my seat. "Sorry, again," he said meekly, as he sat down. "I'll let you go first." He always let me go first. I set up the game and we faced each other, red checkers against black, as I made my first move carelessly. "Good one," he said, and I rolled my eyes. He didn't notice. "But can you handle this?" He made a really stupid move. Within the next 2 plays, I had taken about 4 of his pieces already. "Ouch," he said. "Okay, that one was rough, but I think I can redeem myself." My mouth remained thin. Annabelle and I never played games like this, but when we did, she always won. It brought back painful memories that I didn't want to remember, and I slammed my next piece down a little harder than I should, shaking the whole board. "Whoa there, Muscles," Ian teased. "Don't break the table." Sometimes I thought this guy talked just to hear himself. I moved a piece over 3 of Ian's checkers, the last ones he had, and he sat there dumbfounded. "I didn't see that coming. You want to play again?" He took my silence for a yes. "Okay, I'll go first now. You better watch it. I might beat you this time." I repressed a sarcastic laugh. I won every single game of checkers we ever played. Ian wasn't as logical as I. It hadn't taken me long to figure out that he thought more with his heart than he did with his head. Poor guy wouldn't last long where I'd come from. And yet it was a bit endearing. I won the next game even quicker than the first. I made a complicated play that left Ian scratching his head when we were done. "I'm not even gonna ask what that was," he said. "But I have to go to work. You want to continue when I get home?" I shook my head. His smile fell just a bit, and he said, "Well, okay, That's fine. We'll do something else. Don't let anybody in while I'm gone." He winked at me and walked out the door, keeping me in his eyesight. When the door was shut, I heard Ian stumble into something in the hallway. I listened as it crashed, Ian moaning at the mess he had just made. I made a laugh die in my throat. It was really hard not to like Ian. I was consistently reminding myself that he saved my life and that I only had a few more days to deal with him. The minute I stopped being so sore, I would thank him for what he had done and would be on my way to devil knew where. Even so, it didn't stop the guilt. After all, who else would take in a complete stranger and leave them alone in their house for hours, expecting them to steal nothing while they were gone? I felt bad that I couldn't repay him. I looked around. The apartment was a bit messy. Ian was far from a tidy person. Maybe if I tidied it up a bit. I bent down to pick up a blanket on the floor, one that had been sitting there for weeks. As I started folding, I saw that it had several holes all over it, some the size of my hand at least. I shook my head. It wasn't exactly the first thing that was ripped around here. Even the shoddy curtains covering the window needed minor repairs. Ian couldn't afford to buy new things, not while caring for me. That sewing machine Ian had stubbed his toe on was in the corner, and I was sure it had some thread. Ian wasn't exactly Mr. Housekeeper. He could fix things as stuff broke around the old apartment all the time, and as long as it was meat, he could cook it. But anything else involving housekeeping meant he was pretty much hopeless. Sigh. I might as well make him some dinner and patch up a few of his blankets while I was at it. Heck, I had time. I had seen a couple of his shirts needed buttons. After living in the cult under Annabelle's orders for so long, I'd pretty much become the mother of the household and had learned how to do a lot of things. I'd basically been the only person who cooked, cleaned, and sewed. More or less, I kept the place running. In fact, the cult was probably suffering right now, without anyone around to take care of them. I refused to feel sorry for the cult now, after what they had done to me. I set up the sewing machine on the kitchen table and rummaged through the big bag that had come with it. It was filled with tons of fabric, large and small scraps that Ian's mom had given to him. Perfect. It was just what I needed. Grabbing the blanket and a pair of scissors, I got to work. The phone rang a couple times, but I ignored it as I sewed. People called the house phone frequently, but I never answered. I really had to wonder why Ian kept it up, as he used his cell phone most of the time. As far as I could tell, nobody knew I was here. I never went outside because I couldn't yet go down the stairs. Believe me, I had tried. In time, I had come to live with it. The longer I kept out of sight of the cult, the better. Ian didn't object to me never leaving the apartment. Sometimes I wondered if the man was one of those crazy serial killers who only saved young girls to kill or take advantage of them later. But Ian never made a move or showed any telltale signs. He was as friendly as possible, and it astounded me. I still didn't trust him, but that really came down to the fact that I didn't trust anyone, thanks to Annabelle. As I thought about her, I couldn't believe that kindly creatures like Ian could still walk the earth with her about. How could anyone be so nice? It felt great to be useful, out from under the stern watch of Ian. I worked until a little past 11 a.m., in which I had patched up everything in the kitchen, living room, and closet. Even the curtains almost looked brand new. Proud of my handiwork, I got a sandwich and then started on my newest escapade, his room. I had never been inside of the small bedroom, and I figured I wasn't supposed to be in there. Ian deserves some privacy after all. But rules had never stopped me, so I journeyed inside. At least it was clean. There wasn't much inside, save for a double bed and a white dresser. A lot of the things in here needed worse patching up than the living room. I started with the curtains and comforter, and once I was done with that, moved on to his clothes. I felt terrible going through his dresser drawers, but forced myself to buck up. I wasn't supposed to care about what I did. I was a murderer, and I was going to hell no matter what happened. I needed to grow a pair. Grabbing everything that needed fixing, I carried it back into the kitchen and got to work. It was nearing 4 in the afternoon when I had folded everything up and returned it to its proper place. I was exhausted, but I wouldn't break my non-existent promise. I had told myself I would make dinner for him too. It didn't have to be a 4-course meal. I looked in the fridge for ingredients and winced. The man was practically inept at buying groceries. He had beer, noodles, a couple of vegetables, some ground beef, and more beer. I quickly whipped up a casserole and then placed it in the oven to bake, looking around the room. Dinner was made, almost everything was fixed, and I was really tired. The only thing left to be patched up was a pillow with a bit of stuffing coming out of it. I could nip that up in a jiffy. I went back into his room to get it, and my legs ached with the effort. Was I still so weak a bit of housework had my body like jelly? I looked at his bed and swayed on the spot. He wouldn't mind if I laid down for a bit, just rested. As long as I was out of his bedroom by the time he got home, he wouldn't even notice. I crawled onto Ian's bed and rested my head on the flat pillows. He had given me the nicer, fluffier ones, and the better blanket for the couch as well. He was such a sweetheart. I smiled. The smell that was coming off the pillows was very comforting. It was a musky scent of spice and woodland that flooded my nostrils, and somehow filled me right up. Was that what Ian smelled like? I'd never gotten close enough to him to tell. I didn't realize that I'd fallen asleep until I heard the bedroom door open. I jerked awake to see Ian standing outside the door. "Ian," I said. I sat up, shaking sleep from my eyes. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to fall asleep." He was beaming. "The house looks great, and dinner smells fantastic. Did you do all this for me?" I shut my gaping mouth and nodded, pushing the bangs out of my eyes. He looked around the bedroom. "You patched up things in here too. And my clothes," he said, looking at a shirt I had forgotten to fold on the bed. "I didn't know you could sew. How did you get it done so quickly?" I shrugged. He chuckled and said, "I appreciate it. You did a really good job. I'm sorry if I woke you." He held out his hand to help me up. I grabbed it out of instinct, still half asleep. Annabelle's hand had always been soft and out of proportion to my own. Ian's hand was rough, and it fit over my own a little too well. When I found my feet, I instantly recoiled my hand back, rubbing my palm where we had touched. If he had noticed my reaction, he didn't show it. We went to the kitchen and he began serving me dinner. At the sight of the casserole, I became nauseous, even though I knew it was delicious, and Ian was already planning on seconds. I had forgotten that this was the first meal Annabelle and I had ever shared, and had made it subconsciously. Now that I remembered, it made me sick to look at. When she had left me, I stopped eating altogether and lost 15 pounds. Would I ever be rid of her? I shook my head, trying to snap out of it. I began shoveling the food in my mouth, forcing myself to overcome my nausea. The days of me being sick over Annabelle were done. I would no longer do that to myself. "Wow, you're really hungry," Ian said in approval. He grabbed another huge cut of the casserole and said, "Here, have some more." That night while watching TV, I felt ill and sorer than ever, but it was worth it. I was proud of myself for once in my life, for being useful and having a productive day. I tried to keep my churning stomach quiet as Ian rattled on and on next to me. "There was this little girl who came to me today, and she told me her family didn't have enough to eat," Ian said. His eyes sparkled with tears as some movie played across the screen. "I helped her sign up for a special program the school runs for free lunches, and gave her a couple pamphlets for food banks her family could go to. It's really sad that these kids have to go through this. I wish I could do more." The story touched me, but it didn't melt my icy exterior. I had heard similar things in the neighborhood I'd grown up in, and had experienced an identical nightmare myself. This might be America, but not everybody had food to eat or a roof to sleep under. And even still, there were people I knew who made my life look like one of a pampered princess. They had nowhere to go, no one to love, and no way to survive. You know, a lot of my relatives hate that I'm a social worker. Annoyed I'm the bleeding heart sort of deal, Ian said. But I'm glad that I became a social worker. I mean, I'm doing something that makes a difference. I don't get paid a lot of money or anything, but I'm working with kids to help give them better lives, and it rocks. I love helping people. That was no big surprise. I changed the channel and found a chick flick, settling on it for the night. Ian made no move to change it. If anything, he looked happy I'd made a choice. I sighed. This poor kid was gonna run himself down. He didn't realize that if you took care of people too much, they used you in the end. I'm glad I found something I like doing for a job. He beamed. Did you have a job you liked, Christy? I paused. I had never really thought about having a career. Once Annabelle had brought me into her circle, I figured I wouldn't make it past 20. Now that I was away from the cult, my chances of survival were much greater than before. I was 19 and I had absolutely no direction, no idea where I was going or what I was doing. I had no money and no home, no college picked out. I didn't even have a high school degree. The only reason I was still alive was because of the stranger next to me. I didn't know if I wanted a job, a husband, kids, a family, to travel the world, or any of that. I didn't know if I wanted anything. Who was I? I didn't know. I started to shake. Ian noticed. He went to put a hand on my shoulder, but thought better of it and let it drop back down to the couch. That's okay, he said. You have a lot of time to figure it out. I mean, I'm 24 and I just got my life together. It'll be all right. I took him at his word and tried to relax. The rest of the night was pretty quiet. When the movie was almost over, Ian got up and yawned. I'm going to bed. What about you? I gestured to the TV to indicate I was going to finish watching the film. Ian smiled sleepily at me and said, All right, don't stay up too late. He went to his bedroom door, and I turned back to my movie. But I felt like Ian was watching me. I glanced behind to look at him. He rubbed his arm a little subconsciously before opening his mouth. I could tell this wasn't going to be good. You know, you're welcome to stay as long as you want, Ian said awkwardly. I'm not going to push you to move out or anything. I know you're not certain about a job or anything yet, and it's fine. I love that you sewed that stuff up for me, but you don't have to pay me back or anything. He fidgeted. Just think of this place as your home, all right? We're friends, and what's mine is yours. We're not friends, I said softly. For the first time since I had known him, Ian was silent. Had I hurt him? I didn't mean to. I only wanted to protect myself. But now that the words were spoken, they seemed to be the worst thing I could say. The air was so frigid that if a blade touched it, it would shatter. Ian stared back at me before sliding submissively back into his room. Good night. That was all I heard from him as he shut the door. Though I regretted I had hurt his feelings, I blocked the emotion out and did what I did best. Turned to ice on the inside. I watched the rest of the movie and then got the couch ready for bed. As I crawled under my blanket, Ian's comments were kept out by the wall I had constructed long ago. No matter what he did, this apartment would never be a home to me. I had never known what a home was before, and I wouldn't now. The fact of the matter was Ian was a red checker and I was a black. His soul was clean and mine was stained so badly you'd never be able to get the darkness out. My kind and his kind didn't mix. Ian needed to understand. I would only hurt him. Why couldn't he see that? And why, for the life of me, Was I having trouble convincing myself of that too? Chapter 6. Christine. The next morning, Ian acted as if nothing had happened. We were eating dinner when he asked me a question. "Tomorrow's Halloween," he said. "The town likes to come and celebrate with all the trick-or-treaters. I'm usually around to help with the celebration. Would you like to come with me? Give you a chance to get out of this place." I put down my spoon and thought, was I well enough, and more importantly, was it safe enough to go outside? I had to admit I was tired of never seeing the sun. Something happened when a person was separated from nature for too long, and I didn't like it. I needed fresh air. I smiled back at him in response. Ian smiled back, and when he did, I noticed something. When Ian smiled, it was like the whole room sprung to attention and warmed up into a very welcoming and happy smile. "All right then," Ian said. "I'll be home early tomorrow, so be ready to leave." I finished off my soup. I intended to be. I couldn't help it. I had to laugh as Ian came out of his room with a wizard's cap and a red cape on that night, complete with sparkling silver stars and a purple velvet robe. "It's for the kids," he said. "I don't usually dress up for Halloween." I snickered again and shook my head. As he moved to my side and bells started jingling from his shoes, I couldn't contain myself. I barreled over laughing. Ian's face turned a bit sour. "What, you think I'm some sort of nerd? I, borrowed this. It isn't mine." He was totally lying, but I would let him keep his pride. He opened the door and said, "Are you ready for this?" What a stupid question. I pushed past him and we started down the stairs, although slowly. I was excited to figure out just exactly where I was. Hopefully it was far away from the city. I grinned at the thought. "You're excited already," he said. We got to the front door and he put a hand on it dramatically. "Drum roll, please." When I refused to give him one, he sighed and said, "All right, fine. Miss Christine Fjord, welcome to Merryton." Ian opened the door, and I squinted as the sunlight hit my face for the first time in a month and a half. As we walked up and down the street, trick-or-treaters swarmed around us. They were handing out candy apples at the old mill. Ian began pointing out things. "There's the bar, the salon, and the ice cream shop. It's only open a couple months out of the year, so we can't go. Ian continued listing off all the other venues. There was a small coffee shop, a post office, a few antique shops, a pharmacy, a bakery, a laundromat, and about 5 million pizza places. Why a town this tiny would need 5 million pizza places all within walking distance of each other, I would never know. "And if you really want to get fancy, the grocery store is just down the road," he informed me. "But the most beautiful view in town is the bridge over the river. In fact, we hold a canoe race every year." This place felt like my worst nightmare. It literally looked like hell on earth. At first, that the town was so small seemed comforting and safe, until I realized there weren't many places to conceal myself. If Annabelle so much as walked into this tiny town, she'd find out exactly where I was hiding. "You're speechless. I knew you'd love it," Ian said. "It's only 20 minutes from Ash Alder, which is great. It's easy to see a movie or go to the mall if there's not a game playing here in town. We love our football, maybe a little too much." I barely heard his last words. This hick town was only 20 minutes away from the Colt? 20 minutes wasn't near far enough away, not even close. I tried telling myself to breathe, but every time I tried to take a breath, it felt like there was water in my lungs. "Come on, I'll give you the grand tour." Ian grabbed my hand and pulled me through all the children in costumes and berated parents chasing after them. As he dragged me through the crowd, Ian began explaining things very rapidly. "This is a pretty big farming community. My family's been here my entire life. We've lived on our farm for 20 years, but they still call it the old Kiesler place. That's how it is here. You've got the same families living here since the town began, and they all breed like rabbits. I can't count how many relatives that my students have. Half of the kids are related to one another. One thing you've got to be careful about here is gossip. Word gets around in no time flat. Ian, I said, but he cut me off. Oh, and one thing you have to worry about is relationship issues. Everybody around here dates everyone else, and before you know it, somebody's telling you that they heard you've slept with half the town and they want to know if it's true, Ian blabbered. If we're not careful, people will think we're together, so let's watch it, okay? If people here talk so much, why are you holding my hand in front of everyone? I hissed. Ian stopped, looked at our joined hands, and then dropped his grip hastily. Oh, I guess I forgot to think. You don't think anyone saw, did you? I hit my head with my hand. Well, best you can do is ignore whatever you hear, Ian informed me happily. You want to get a caramel apple? Or walk downtown? I usually pass out candy, but I'll skip this year for you. It's fine. I shook my head rapidly. The kids are depending on you. I'll just, take a look around. Well, I don't want you getting lost. You don't know anyone here, Ian said, a frown on his face. Like you could get lost in this town. Just keep walking, and in about an hour, you'd probably end up in the same spot you started at. I won't go past Main Street, and I can see the apartment from here, I said. I promise I won't wander off. Ian hesitated before letting me go. Fine, but meet me back here when you're done, okay? Yeah, I will, I said, dismissing his words. I began walking in the opposite direction, up the road to the gas station. I wanted something to drink. Ian had given me a 20 the first day he brought me here, and I still hadn't spent it. I planned to conserve it, but I knew I needed change. I didn't want to spend Ian's money, but I needed it for a bus ticket out of here. $15 would do. I would just get a small soda and leave it at that. As I walked into the gas station, I was floored. What the hell? There were liquor stores that had less booze than this gas station did. It filled up the whole back wall and a quarter of the store. Did all people have to do around here was drink? Merryton and Ash Alder couldn't be any different. I crept through all the trick-or-treaters and grabbed an orange pop from a cooler, heading to the cash register to pay. The pop dropped out of my hand as I saw Landon, standing in the corner of the store, looking at the energy drinks with a tired face. I rushed to his side. I grabbed his arm and pulled him to a quieter part of the store. His eyes grew wide as he stared at me. Landon, I hissed. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? He asked, glancing over his shoulder. Holy shit, Christy, we all thought you were dead. Does she know I'm here? I squeaked in a panic, looking around. No, she's not with me, but a few of the others are. You'd better get out of here before one of them spots you. Although there were bags under his eyes, his face showed nothing but fear. Why are you here, Landon? Tell me the truth, I need to know, I said quickly. Annabelle sent me, he said. Shit, I haven't gotten sleep in days. She's on some sort of new tirade. Asked us to come here and take a look around. This small town? She's bound to get caught here. How stupid is she? I questioned. Don't say she's stupid, Landon snapped. You and I both know she's the smartest person we've ever met. I couldn't fight that. If it wasn't true, she'd be in prison by now. Are you absolutely sure she didn't send you to find me? For crying out loud, Christy, what did I just tell you? He said, a little too loudly. She's not after you, she's just looking to claim some new territory. It's too dangerous to stay in Ash Alder. The police are starting to get suspicious. We're gonna have to move locations. After all these years, the police were finally starting to catch up with Annabelle? Their timing couldn't have been worse. I looked around. Come with me. There has to be a place we can talk privately. I can't. I have to get this job done. You're exhausted. Why'd she pick you? I volunteered. Why? What does she have you doing? You should know by now that there's nothing I wouldn't do for her, Christy. His tone was deathly serious. I backed away. You're going to get yourself hurt, Landon. He chuckled. I don't think so. Now that you're gone, there's an opening for her new right hand, and I'm the best candidate. You were her favorite. Yeah, and look what happened to me, I pointed out. She used me, then left me for dead. You were the one who chose to leave. Are you saying that me getting attacked was my fault? I asked, outraged. I don't know what I'm saying, okay? I'm tired. I want to finish scouting around and give a good report so I can get some sleep, Landon said. Listen, it's been nice seeing you again, Christy. Hopefully we'll meet up again later. If Annabelle moves in here, I'm gone, I threatened. You won't see me. Landon began walking toward the door. You know, Annabelle wants you back. You hurt her when you left. I bet if you came back to the cult, she'd take you in again. You might still have a chance with her. My heart pounded as he walked out. The last sentence he had given me caused my heart to both fall apart and be resurrected at the same time. I did the only thing that made sense at the time, and ran. I ran to get away from that small town, from Ian, from Landon, from everything. I was no longer safe here, but no matter how fast I ran, I could never get away from Annabelle. Her ghost followed me around every turn, haunting me as it had for the past 3 years, and she was making me lose my mind. I never should have met Ian. I was grateful for everything he had done, but no matter what he did to help me, I was still dangerous. I was better off on my own. There was only room for one person in my life, and Annabelle had taken it. Everyone else played second fiddle. Going north wasn't an option. I opted to go south, as far as I could get. After all, I wouldn't freeze to death sleeping on the streets there. If I could get to Florida, Georgia even, there was a chance she'd never find me. I began heading out of town, down the long highway after I got away from Main Street. I ran the whole length, as far as I could until I nearly collapsed. Driven by fear, I harshly put one foot in front of the other, until my heart felt like it would burst. I had nothing on me but the clothes I was wearing. Ian had planned on making me dinner, but I wouldn't be there to eat it. It had been about 2 hours before I realized I had gone in a circle and was back in Merryton. By this time it was night. I had stumbled into a cornfield and somehow wandered my way back to Main Street, my eyes never seeing anything but Annabelle's willing face, my feet unable to stop. By this time of night, the town was deserted and everyone had gone home. I walked down the center of the road, stumbling as if drunk, hoping a car would come and end my nightmare. My aimless wandering led me near the bridge that towered over the river. By this river was a tank, a World War II machine that was meant to kill and destroy. It was a relic for the veterans building in town that sat by the river. I gaped at the tank, transfixed, unable to tear my eyes away. Why was mankind bent on ending one another, ending itself? This giant tank was nothing more than an elaborate suicide machine, a weapon meant to murder others before turning on itself. As I was backing away from the tank, I didn't pay attention to where I was going. My foot caught on a broken slab of concrete, and I tumbled backwards. I went head over heels down the hill, skidding down the side of a sharp slope that led under the bridge. My head smacked on the side of the bridge, and I became dazed. When I finally stopped tumbling, my feet were in the water and my head was pounding. The bridge was above me, shielding me from view. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the long extended pipe of the tank. The temperature was falling fast. I closed my eyes and curled up in a ball, wanting the world above me to stop spinning. In my dreams, the nose of the tank turned to point at me.
Chapter 7. Ian. Christy had been gone for far too long. It was midnight, and I hadn't seen any sign of her since we'd separated in town. All the festivities in town were done, and I definitely knew that there was nothing worth seeing in Merryton this time of night. Did her attacker find her? I thought, before banishing the thought from my head. Merryton was safe. It was virtually invisible to anyone who didn't live here. The chances of her being found here were slim to none. When it was 3 a.m. and she still hadn't shown up, I had a thought. Maybe she left for good. I shook myself out of it. No, for some stupid reason, I didn't think she would leave. Not without saying goodbye. I hopped in my truck, driving all around town to try and find her. When I didn't see her, I circled the surrounding area, starting to panic. I searched all through the night, checking in the exact same places I already had. I drifted along at a slow pace while scanning the road, pissing off everyone behind me. Right now, I couldn't really care less. Damn it, Christy, I thought. Where are you?
Chapter 8. Christine. I had been lying underneath the bridge all night. I hadn't eaten, and I had barely slept. I was waiting to die, waiting for my body to slowly waste away or freeze to death. It was almost cold enough, but not quite. "Christy!" Ian's panicked voice called above me at the edge of the bridge in the early morning, and I winced at the sound. "Christy!" I knew he spotted me. I heard the sound of his frantic footsteps as he slipped down the side of the embankment toward me. "Christy," Ian said for a third time. He slid the coat off his shoulders and wound it around me, gathering me into his arms. "What happened? Did someone hurt you?" I looked blankly ahead. No. I tripped and hit my head. "Didn't you try to walk back up?" he asked. "No," I said in a dull tone. "I wanted to be here." Now he really looked worried. "Come on, we're getting you home." Ian cradled me as he made his way up the hill. His truck was idling on the bridge. Why he had taken a car when his apartment was such a short walk away, I didn't know. Maybe he had driven all over looking for me? He put me in the passenger seat and snapped me in, rushing to the driver's side and firing up the heater as high as it would go. He took my hands in his and began rubbing them frantically to try and warm them up. "Your hands are freezing. Do you feel ill?" "No." I let Ian take my hands in his without protest. For some strange reason, I felt nothing but famished. "Can I get something to eat?" I asked him, my stomach rumbling. Ian looked surprised. "Yeah, I'll buy you lunch. But first I want you to warm up. Make sure you're okay. The hospital—" "No," I said sharply, turning my icy eyes on him. He made an angry noise, the first since I had met him. "You're so stubborn. We're going whether you like it or not." "You don't own me. They can't help me if I refuse treatment," I said back. He rolled his eyes. "You really like going at concrete walls with battering rams, don't you?" "What?" "It's a saying. Sometimes I think you don't want to go to the doctor because you like me taking care of you." I blushed, but Ian mistook it for warmth blossoming in my cheeks. I shrugged the coat off my shoulders and said, "Okay, I'm really hot now." "Keep that coat on," Ian said. He fired up the truck and blazed up the road to Main Street. When Ian pulled into the parking lot of the coffee shop, I realized that since he had shown up, Annabelle hadn't crossed my mind once. It was a cute little coffee shop, a charming, warm atmosphere that was stocked with wooden furniture and knickknacks all along the walls. Nobody else was inside. "Order something substantial," Ian said as we sat down. "And don't make it cheap." A waitress came up to our table almost immediately. We sat waiting for our food in silence. He was fuming. I waited for the explosion. Even though I acted like I didn't care, my insides wiggled. I had never seen Ian angry, so I didn't know what to expect. When our food arrived, the quiet almost ate me up. Ian picked at his food, barely putting anything in his mouth. He looked so irritated. I finished off everything on my plate, thinking it would cure his bad mood, but it did nothing. Taking another gulp of my drink, I said, "I'm sorry that you went looking for me. I didn't want to waste your time." "That's not the point," Ian said, and he banged his hand on the table. I jumped, and the waitress glanced our way. "You don't get it. I was really worried about you. I had no idea what to think when I couldn't find you. Why'd you go wandering off?" "Something happened, okay?" I said. "I bumped into an old friend and he and I got into a fight. I lost it for a minute, all right?" "This old friend sounds like a great guy already," Ian mumbled. "And a whole night is a lot more than a minute. Is he an ex or something?" "I'm fine now. I don't even see why you care," I said, crossing my arms. "Because you're my friend, I've told you," Ian said, through clenched teeth, picking up his iced tea. "We're not. I don't care if you don't think I'm your friend. I care about you and you can't change that." Ian put his drink down with a clank. I sighed in defeat. "Okay," I moaned. "You've saved my life twice now, so I guess you're my friend. But I can't keep mooching off you like this. I've got to move out and get a job and—" "No, Christine, you've got to stay at my apartment and get better." "Are you telling me what to do?" I said, my voice rising. "No, but—" Ian put his head in his hand and rubbed his eyes. "Christy, I don't want to have to carry you back to my apartment again. You scared the shit out of me when you disappeared. I'm scared to let you out of my sight now." "You aren't my keeper," I said. "I can do whatever I want when I want." "I know you can," he said. "But I don't think you're ready to be on your own yet. If you don't want to live with me, you should move back in with a friend or something." "I don't have many friends." "Well, that leaves me," Ian said. "I can't stop you from leaving, but I can ask you not to." He sighed. "Christy, just think about it, okay?" I pushed around a piece of parsley on my plate. I couldn't stay if Annabelle was moving in. But would she really pick here to move the cult? This tiny town with little prospects? Probably not. There was no one to recruit here, little to steal and few people to manipulate. If I knew Annabelle, she'd pick somewhere that would be easy to hide. My night spent under the bridge had been an overreaction. "I guess you're right. I don't really have anywhere to go right now. I should stay with you," I said. "But you have to compromise. I want a job. I don't want you to be paying for all my expenses. I can be your roommate instead of your charity case." "You're hardly a charity case after fixing up my entire house," Ian argued. "But, okay, I'm with you. There's an opening for a lunch lady position up at the school. This town is all about connections, and because I know you, you're pretty much a shoo-in for the job. That is, as long as you don't mind doing a little bit of hard work." Being a lunch lady was cake compared to being a murderer/drug dealer for Annabelle. "No, I don't mind." "Do you want me to get that job because you can keep an eye on me?" I asked. "That, and it's the only one available. This is Merryton. The only other opening anywhere else is, well, nowhere. Unless you'd like to work in Ash Alder or something." "No, thank you," I said quickly. I didn't like this little town, but it was better than exposing myself to the surrounding area. I hesitated before asking the next question. "Since we're going to be living together for a bit longer than I intended, I'd like to know something." "What is it?" Ian smiled, leaning forward. "How did you even find me that night in Ash Alder?" I asked. "That part of town was deserted and it was dark. The chances of you stumbling into me were near to none." "You're actually talking. Funny, I couldn't get a word out of you before," he said. "That was different. I was going to leave as soon as I could. Now I'm stuck with you." "You were going to leave? So quickly?" His face fell. It was just business, don't take it personally. He still looked hurt. I coughed and said, You still haven't answered my question. What were you doing out so late at night? Ian scratched his head. A couple of my friends had dragged me along to some crazy nightclub. Wasn't even midnight and all of them were stone drunk. They ditched me and I couldn't find them. I was walking back to my truck to go home. I found you on the sidewalk and noticed that you were moving. I was going to call 911, but you were mumbling something and I bent down to listen. And then came the famous no hospital line. He frowned. What was I saying? I asked, confused. Annabelle, he said. I don't know what that means. My throat constricted. It was somebody I knew as a kid, I lied. I don't know why I was saying her name. You were out of it. You could have been yapping about flying monkeys and it would have made just as much sense, he said. I pushed my plate away. Ready to go? I asked, standing up. Yeah. Ian paid the bill and then held the door open for me. Chivalry does live, I said, shaking my head. I'm old-fashioned, so sue me, he said. My dad beat it into me, and not literally, he said, as he saw the look on my face. He backed up the car, went a couple yards down the street, and parked in back of the apartment. As we got out, I stretched and said, Wow, what a long car ride. Oh, I know, he teased. I need some mental stimulation. What do you say we go upstairs and play some checkers? I snorted. Yeah, sure, why not? Gives me a chance to kick your butt again. I don't think so, Ian said skeptically. I'm beating you this time. Sure you are. Ian held open the door for me once again. Before I could go inside, something black flashed out of the corner of my eye. I whipped around to scan the area, but saw nothing. I tried to tell myself that I was being paranoid. There was nowhere to hide here. She was fast, but surely not that fast. Something wrong? Ian said. I scanned the perimeter once more before stepping inside. Just my mind playing tricks on me. It's nothing. Come on. I think a game of checkers is just what I need. Sure enough, I got the lunch lady job. It wasn't easy, but I was usually so busy that I didn't have time to think of Annabelle. Between making lunch, serving all the kids, and cleaning up afterwards, I was dead on my feet by 3 p.m. Ian noticed how tired I was when he came down from his office to pick me up, and immediately was concerned. Maybe you shouldn't take on so many hours, he said. Full time with your health isn't good. My health is fine, I snapped back, and I need the money. More than that, I needed something to do. I had nothing left to patch up in the apartment, and if I stayed inside constantly, I would lose my mind. I could only watch so much TV. You know, there's a woman who needs help making a quilt, Ian said offhandedly. I know you sew, so I told her about your skills. You like bragging about me, huh? I smiled. Actually, I talk about you all the time, he said. The staff is starting to think I've got a little crush on you. Yeah, right, like that's ever going to happen, I said, laughing. We're just roommates. Friends, Ian demanded, looking at me. But anyway, she asked if you would make a quilt for her. She'd pay you $100. So I made a little bit of extra income on the side, taking small sewing jobs for people Ian knew. The first few weeks of November passed by in a whirlwind, and by the time I had finally begun to settle into the sway of things, Merryton had come up with yet another celebration. What is that? I asked, as we passed a Christmas tree-shaped sign on the way home. The leaves weren't even off the trees yet. Christmas carnival, Ian said offhandedly. It's this weekend. Who holds, what is it, Christmas carnival in November? I asked, confused. The same people who hold Oktoberfest in September, Ian informed me. I don't ask questions anymore. I just go with it. You don't sound thrilled, I noted. It's all right, but it's the same thing every year. I almost get tired of it. Do you want to go? I didn't, really, but by the hopeful gleam in Ian's eye, I could tell he wanted me to say yes. One thing was for sure. I had to try to fit into this town more. I was quiet while working at the school, and had already been deemed as a bit of an outcast. I really needed to immerse myself in the Merryton culture, as I called it. I'll go, I said. It's right in town, so I might as well. You'll be disappointed, Ian said. But he couldn't hide the light coming from his face. Without warning, he made an unexpected turn and began driving in the opposite direction. Where are you going? I asked, looking around. I feel like going to see a movie, he said. Spontaneous, I said, amused. Was seeing a movie safe? Annabelle and the gang rarely visited the theaters, too costly for all of us, and we couldn't all fit in one vehicle, not to mention the fact that Annabelle thought movies were a waste of time. I decided that since the cult thought I was dead and that I knew Landon wouldn't give me away, it was worth taking a chance to enjoy myself for once in my life. I hadn't seen a film in years. What movie do you want to see? I asked, turning to Ian. Whatever one you want, he said, winking at me. I rolled my eyes with a small laugh. You're ridiculous, I said. I don't even know what's playing. Fine, we'll pick when we get there. Ian amped up the truck, and soon we were cruising down the road at a speed that I didn't know Ian was possible of driving. Sure you don't want to slow down there, Tex? I teased. You mean speed up? Ian stomped on the accelerator, and the car started flying. For the first time, there seemed to be a fire in Ian's eyes, and it looked like he was close to losing it, but in a good way. I had never seen him like this. He always seemed controlled, but now, it was like the devil had been let out of his cage. We just passed the road, I said, as I watched it whiz by. We'll take another, Ian shrugged. It doesn't matter. Tonight, we're gonna have some fun. Wow, a movie night with the dull roommate. Don't you have any friends? I asked sarcastically. Totally. I have tons of friends. Big man on campus? That was me in college, Ian said. I haven't seen any of them, I said, crossing my arms. Taking care of you is more important, he said. Besides, the boys, well, I probably shouldn't be hanging around with them anyway. I promised Dad I'd stop drinking so much. You drink? I said, blown away by this statement. Ian was such a good boy. It was annoying at times. It's Merryton. Everybody drinks. And I used to. I try to party relatively clean now. No more than a beer or two. My respect for Ian both grew and decreased at the same time. This man had more secrets than I realized. As he put the car sideways as he turned, I held onto the sides of the door and said, Hey, crazy, don't kill us, all right? You think this is bad? He asked with a laugh. You should have been with me in my college days. You obviously have a death wish, I said. Nah, I just love taking risks. Ian whirled down the road until he came to a swampy area. It was one where I had seldom been to, but remembered passing every now and then. Look, I said. I pointed out two beautiful white swans sitting by the side of the road. Next to them were 3 gray cygnets, all puffed up around their parents. Somebody's going to hit them. Honk your horn, I said as we passed. Tried. It doesn't work. They just ignore you. I once saw some old guy get really close to them and take pictures. I wouldn't do that. Swans are vicious. Yeah, but they're gorgeous. They migrated here after somebody hit and killed the other 2. What? I said, my smile turning into a frown. Yeah, somebody ran them and a baby over early in the morning a few years back. Ian shook his head. It was quiet for about a year, and then these newcomers moved in. Somebody will come along and hit them too, I said, worried. Maybe, but I hope not. I choose to think people are better than we believe. He was a fool then, but a lovable fool. Once we were past the Swans, Ian began driving like a maniac once again. I did my best to hold on for dear life. "Would you slow down?" I said, "before you get us both killed?" "What, you mean like this?" Ian swerved the truck to the right and I went flying. When he wrenched it back over, I found myself falling against him, my body pressed into his side. "Oops," he smiled. "Didn't mean to do that." I pushed away from him, fixing my hair. "Uh-huh. I bet you've done that with all the girls you've ever tried to date." "Not all," he said with a laugh. "Just most of them." "Did it ever work?" I said smugly. The smile fell from his face. "Well, no. Not when Macy broke her nose against my window." I broke out laughing. "You broke a girl's nose?" "I didn't mean to. I was just trying to show off. I was 16, he said, scratching the back of his head. "And what did she do then?" "She, demanded I take her to see a doctor, then told everyone about it at school. I didn't get a girlfriend for about a year after that." "I'm surprised you got a girlfriend at all after that got around Merryton," I said. He let out a long sigh. "Sometimes I wish I hadn't." "What is that supposed to mean?" I said playfully, punching him in the shoulder. He smiled, although as more of a grimace. "Let's just say we all have one really bad ex." My smile slipped away. "Hell yeah, I know how that feels." As we came up to a well-known road, my heart skipped a beat. "Wait," I said, and Ian slowed. "Turn here." I pointed and Ian followed my word. "This isn't the way to the movies," he said, confused. "We're going to be a little late," I said. "I just need to check something." Ian meandered down a tiny road until I recognized an old rusty mailbox with the same old bent-over realtor sign in front of it. "Left," I said. We drove up a curvy path, and Ian slowed to a stop in front of an old, green farmhouse. As I got out of the car, I couldn't take my eyes off of it. The paint was chipping off, several shingles were missing, and the windows were broken. But memory made the place look just as neat and tidy as Grandpa had kept it. The porch had holes in it, and the house was probably crawling with rats, but that didn't make the place any less special to me. I turned to look at the old white barn and felt even sadder. It looked like the littlest gust of wind would blow it over. The fencing, red with oxidation, still stood. The grass was up to my stomach in some places, and what used to be the garden was overgrown with weeds. The place had been the subject of many high school pranks over the years, and anything Grandpa had left behind was subject to humiliation. The realtors had obviously stopped trying to sell the place. It was probably abandoned by now, forgotten by the city, my mother, everyone but me. "What is this place?" Ian asked, stepping over a rotting plank of wood. "It's my grandpa's farm," I said, putting my hands in my pockets. "Or at least it used to be." "I thought you were a city girl," Ian said, perplexed. I kept walking in the direction of the barn. "I am. But every summer my mother would let me come stay with my grandfather, 1 week out of the year." "Only once a year? But you lived right in Ash Alder. Why'd she keep you away like that?" I let my hand run over the wood of the barn. My mother was a complicated person. She and Grandpa had a patchy relationship. Ian kicked the ground. "I see." I walked around the barn to a place that I hoped was still there. "Where are you going?" Ian asked. "Don't ask questions. Just follow me." I broke into a run, not caring if I lost Ian or if he couldn't keep up. I wanted to be alone and stay here for days, just by myself. When I stopped, I was standing by the edge of a deep, wide pond. It was circled by pine trees that reached up so high, I swore they were friends with the clouds. The sun was going down, but in this part of November, twilight made everything look rather silver. The pool was a rich, dark blue, fish swimming slowly beneath the surface. "Geez, you're fast," Ian said, gasping for breath. He bent over and leaned on his knees for support. I didn't answer. It was hard to speak here. "Whoa," he said as he looked around. "It's really pretty here." "Grandpa took me fishing all the time when I was a kid," I said, sitting down along the shore. "We'd sit out here for hours and just talk. We never caught anything except for one tiny baby fish. We let it go." "You miss him?" Ian sat down next to me. "The fish?" "Your grandpa." I looked up at the pine trees. Coming to the farm was the only time I ever got to feel like a kid. Grandpa would show me the animals, tell me stories, teach me how to sew and cook things. He'd try to teach me how to fix things too, but I wasn't very good at it. I laughed. We never went into town for anything. I got to stay here and be away from everyone. It was great. "What about your house in the city?" Ian asked. His eyebrows furrowed. Mom was never home, and neither was my sister. I never knew my dad. Most of the time I was by myself, save for when somebody needed something. Sometimes I was gone for days and nobody would notice. I hugged my legs with my arms. I begged to stay with Grandpa, but my mother wouldn't let me. I was crushed the day he died. It was my one chance of getting out of there. "How old were you?" Ian asked. 16. My sister had overdosed a month afterward, and then a few weeks later came Annabelle. I looked at Ian, and I was completely blown away. Tears were filling up his blue eyes. He was blinking slow and steady as if trying to keep them in. "Ian, forget the swans." Ian's tear-filled blues were prettier than anything I had ever witnessed. "It's fine. No, forget about it. I'm such a softie," he said, shaking his head and sniffling. "No, nobody has ever actually cared before," I said. "It really means a lot. Most people just tell me to suck it up and walk away." "Is that why you're so quiet?" I picked at a loose thread on my jacket. "I've learned to keep my mouth shut over the years. Saves you a lot of trouble." "From who? Your mother? Other people?" "Everybody," I said. "But I'm glad I can talk to you." He beamed. I sighed and said, "I barely feel like I'm a part of life. I'm just floating." "Why do you wear that necklace?" Ian asked, pointing to the star. "It must mean something. Did someone you love give it to you?" I touched the necklace delicately. "It's all I have left of my old life." "If you miss it, then why did you leave it?" I looked up at the silver sky. I was living my life for all the wrong reasons, doing whatever other people asked, no matter how terrible it was. "Why would anybody want you to do something terrible?" He was so innocent. He didn't understand how the world worked. "There were some people that I knew," I said slowly. "They weren't normal. It was a cult. The leader did tons of sacrifices and used fear and punishment to control everyone who followed her. If you didn't do what she said, she'd make you do something even more terrible. If you refused, she'd take your life." "She sounds awful," Ian said. "I'm glad you didn't get mixed up with people like that." I hesitated. "Yeah, I didn't know her very well, I just heard about her." It was getting cold. I began shivering. People can't think very highly of you, living with a poor girl like me. People think that you're going to change me because you're an outsider, and because we're living together, he said. And I guess it's entirely possible, but I don't think that'll happen. You're different, Christy. I'm nothing special. He smiled, like that wasn't true. Okay. He slipped his jacket off and put it around my shoulders. Ian, take it back, I said, trying to shrug it off. Either it goes on you or it goes on the ground, he teased. I gave a heavy sigh and wrapped it around my shoulders. Night was falling fast. What is it, 5:30? Ian asked, looking at his watch. I forgot how quickly it gets dark now. We should probably get going, I added. We still have that movie to see. We got back in the car. As Ian revved the engine, hundreds of blackbirds fluttered out of the trees. Ian and I sat there in awe, watching them swarm around the treetops with our mouths open. There's so many, Ian said, awed. Yeah, I said, just as breathtaking. Do you think they're all family?
Chapter 9. Ian. I'll pay for my own ticket, Christy said, trying to give the vendor at the theater her money. No, I've got it, I insisted, laying a 20 on the counter and smiling at the vendor. A gentleman always pays. I can pay for myself, Christy argued. She put her hands on her hips, her mouth forming into a cute scowl. I forced myself to look away. Of course you can, but you won't, I said, putting my arm around her to escort her forward. She huffed, a strand of hair flying out of her face as she said, Ian Rosenthal, you are the most generous man I've ever met. I hope you never run into a con artist, because they'll take you for all you're worth. That's what I have you for, I teased. You're always willing to catch on to anyone who's trying to do you wrong. That's not a bad thing, she protested. We took our seats just as the movie began. Although Christy was enthralled with the movie, I found myself unable to tear my eyes off her. She played with a strand of her long brown hair as her chocolate eyes watched the film in wonder. Her rosy lips were slightly open as she gasped when monsters jumped out from their hiding places. She told me horror movies were her favorite, so that's what we decided to see. She acted like she hadn't seen a movie in years. But then again, maybe she hadn't. I couldn't deny it. I was falling for her, and I was falling fast. I looked down at her small porcelain hand, fragile enough to break. All I wanted to do was bend down and kiss it with my lips. What would happen if I reached out and took her little hand in mine? Would she pull away? I slowly started inching my hand toward hers, frustrated with myself. What was this, high school? Why was I so afraid to touch her, to hold her hand? I just had to reach out and grab it. The crowd screamed and Christy jumped in her seat, wrenching her hand away. I moved my hand back and put it in my lap. She hadn't noticed a thing. Who was I kidding? Christine would never go for a guy like me. I didn't know much about her past, but what I could guess was she'd been through too much in her life to risk hurting herself again. Not that I would ever hurt her, but I would understand why she wouldn't take the chance. I turned my head toward the screen. Regardless if I loved her, I had to protect her and help her back on her feet. I'd do anything for her, even if she didn't love me back.
Chapter 10. Christine. Christmas Carnival arrived, and with it did the upcoming winter chill. It was so cold out that I put on multiple layers before we left the apartment and entered Main Street. So, what's there to do today? I asked. Well, you've got about 4 choices, Ian said. You can watch the elementary school parade, go to lunch with Santa, take a carriage ride, or go shopping around in the Veterans Hall. I personally vote the shopping. Guys and shopping? I said, amused. All the tables there have homemade stuff made by people in town. It's really cool, Ian said. We'd better get there before all the good stuff vanishes. The Veterans Hall smelled of scented pine cones and was as toasty as a gingerbread oven. People flooded the hallways in front of tables full of quilts and woodworking. All kinds of different crafts shone under the lights as the villagers haggled over prices and wrapped up wares. "Neat, isn't it?" Ian said. "These quilts are nearly 200 apiece," I said in disbelief as I looked at them. "I could make one for way less." "Too bad I can't afford one right now," Ian said sadly. "I could use a new quilt." That got me thinking. We walked along the tables until something caught my eye. It was a picture frame made out of cedar, carved and wood-burned with Celtic designs in the shape of crosses. The intricacy and detail of the piece was amazing. Ian would love it. I could buy it with him standing there. I knew I could. I was that sneaky. But what would I put inside of it? I'd figure that out later. I had the money in my pocket. As Ian's back was turned, I quickly paid the vendor and slipped the frame into my bag. He never saw a thing. About an hour later, we walked out, Ian with his arms full of bags. "Christmas shopping's done," he said happily. "And I only had to shop one day." "Now you just have to wrap it all," I said, and his face fell. "Have fun with that." He sighed. "Getting it home will be the real issue." He stood on the spot and said, "If we wait just a little longer—" "Ah, here it comes now." 2 horses pulling a long wagon trotted up to the Veterans Hall. The wagon was empty save for the driver. "Does the couple need a lift? It's free." He smiled at us. It felt strange, but not wrong that the driver had called us a couple. "We could use a ride." "Hop in. I haven't had many takers all day." We climbed inside, Ian more or less tripping because of all the bags, and took a seat on the straw bales. The man shook the reins and off we went, clip-clopping the long way back to the apartment. Out of nowhere, large, puffy snowflakes began falling down from the sky in large and dramatic clumps. The twilight shimmered as the sun hid behind the clouds, the silver world encompassed by a beautiful clash of brick and concrete. Main Street looked like something out of a Victorian novel, decorated in red ribbons and green wreaths. I watched as people rushed indoors, screaming in ecstasy to try and avoid the blizzard. It was like something out of a movie. "First snowfall of the season," I said, glancing upward. "How pretty." "Not half as pretty as you," Ian said, that stupid twinkle in his eyes again. I looked away, trying to avoid his eyes. "I'm not that pretty." "No, you're beautiful," Ian added softly. "Okay, shut up," I said, cuffing him over the head. He laughed, but continued to look at me in that same silly way. I pretended not to notice. "Smile," Ian said, and he took out his phone to snap a picture of us. I humored him, but only for that one instance. I couldn't deny that the picture looked really, really cute. I had to tell myself to stop getting butterflies. I couldn't fall for Ian. I wouldn't let myself get hurt again. "The ride stops here," the carriage driver told us as he slowed to a stop. "Everybody out." Ian stepped out first and unloaded his things. Ian held out his hand to help me down, and I took it gratefully. Of course, the steps had to be icy. Before I knew it, my feet were out from under me and I was falling off of the cart. Ian reached out to catch me just before I hit the pavement. When I caught my bearings, I realized I was tangled up in Ian's arms, inches from his face. "Oh, look, I've swept you off your feet," he said. Heart pounding, I squirmed away. "Your puns are terrible, Ian," I said, picking up a few of his bags. "Nothing of the sort, miss," he said joyfully, starting to whistle a tune. I felt sick. I practically ran up the steps to our apartment, placed his bags on the floor, then locked myself in the bathroom. I took deep breaths, trying to calm myself down. "Christy? Christy, are you okay?" Ian asked in worry through the door. "Did I say something wrong? I'm sorry." I didn't answer him. The rest of the night passed rather awkwardly. We hadn't said a word to each other for about 2 hours before Ian broke the silence. "I'm sorry for the way I acted today, Christy," he said, as we were watching TV on the couch. "It's just, I haven't had a girlfriend in a long time and I got carried away." Uh-huh. I wasn't interested in Ian's relationship issues. I had enough of my own. "No, you need to listen." He moved closer. "I want to treat you with respect. People have treated me much worse. What you did was nothing more than a bat of an eyelash to my dignity," I replied. For crying out loud, this guy made a big deal out of everything. "You don't understand. You deserve the best treatment. You're really special, and I have to treat you like it. Ian, I really am sorry, Christy. I could tell you didn't like me flirting with you, but I tried anyway." "It's fine, Ian, I already told you." "No, it's not. It doesn't excuse my behavior. I don't want to pressure you into something you're not ready for. You were just flirting. It's not like you were being serious, so let it drop." I was starting to get pissed. It felt so raw, him pressing the issue like this. Ian got up, slowly walking to his bedroom. He reminded me of a lost puppy. "Okay." Things went back to normal the next day, although I almost wished they hadn't. I wanted things to change between us, not stay the same, even though change was scary, and I was still worried about the outcome it would bring. The following week was Thanksgiving, and Ian intended to drag me along to his parents' place for dinner. "I'm not part of the family," I said. "I'll just stay at the apartment and wait for you to get back." "I'd be a terrible host. Nobody should spend the holidays alone," Ian demanded. "Why not? Annabelle left me alone on Thanksgiving last year," I thought sourly. She had left me to wait on a park bench and never came back. I had sat there until the next morning before finally giving up and heading back to the house. "I don't want to be a burden," I said. "Nonsense! My mother loves guests, and the rest of the family lives down in Florida. She'd appreciate you coming. They did help save your life, you know." He didn't need to remind me. I felt slightly guilty that I hadn't yet met the people who had helped bring me back from the dead. At the same time, I didn't want them to be horribly disappointed when they saw how unsuccessful I was. I was doubtful, but I let him talk me into it. My fears over impressing Ian's parents were made to be obsolete, however, when I unexpectedly woke up with the flu Thanksgiving Day. "You have to go and see them," I said, feeling like I was going to hurl. I wasn't well enough to go anywhere. "No," Ian said, coming to my side. "I called and my parents understand. They want me to stay here and take care of you. Thanksgiving can wait another year. I'll go visit once you're better. You can come for Christmas instead." That gave me at least another month to prepare and worry. Great. "Will you at least stop by? Just for a minute," I begged. I didn't want to be the girl who kept someone's son away from them on the holidays. I already had the odds stacked against me. He chuckled. "Only if you agree to go see a doctor." I shook my head. "No doctors." I then let myself fall asleep. Ian never went to see his parents. He stayed by my side. The flu turned out to be a one-day thing, and I was back to work on Monday like usual. Winter break was nearing at what seemed like a crazy speed. I was washing pans in the cafeteria the next day when the worst happened. When one of my superiors came flying into the kitchen at a speed no woman her age should go, I turned to ask what was wrong. "Lock all the doors and windows," she told me sharply, securing one herself. "And keep them shut. Don't let anybody in." This woman I worked under was unshakable. I had seen whole catastrophes run amok in the school kitchen, and she never so much as flinched. Something had to be up. I went to the farthest end of the cafeteria in order to lock the hallway door, before Ian rushed in. "Ian," I said, "what's going on?" "The school's in lockdown," he told me in a rush. One of the kids has disappeared. What? I looked at him blankly. A little boy. He didn't come in from recess this afternoon, and now we can't find him, Ian said. Weren't the teachers supervising? I asked, confused. They went to help a girl who had fallen on the playground. When they called the kids in, they realized he was missing. He probably just wandered off. He'll turn up, I said, a pit of anxiety forming in my stomach. Ian put a hand on my shoulder. I hope so. We've got the entire staff looking for him. Stay here until I get back, okay? After we had secured all the doors, there was nothing left to do but wait. For hours, my coworkers and I sat in the lunchroom trying to figure out what happened. I believed none of what I heard. Word in Merryton got so convoluted that by the time the news reached you, the person telling it might as well be making up an entirely new story. Daylight fell, and our bellies rumbled. My inwards clenched as I saw the lights of police cars outside. But I reminded myself that they weren't here for me, not this time. I just hoped that wherever the boy was, he was all right. 8 o'clock rolled around, and the cops came into the lunchroom. They took us all out one by one and questioned us about the whereabouts of the boy. One lady burst into tears, but I stayed still as stone. I knew that if I looked nervous or showed any amount of fear, that they'd pin it on me, the new girl. So I forced myself to keep as cool as possible. It was obvious by the time they had finished interviewing me that they ruled me as a stupid kid who knew nothing. It was about 9 in the evening before we were finally set free. Parents, anxious to see their children, crowded all around the bus circle. I looked for Ian frantically in the mess. I could walk home, but I really didn't want to by myself, not with Annabelle on the loose. What if they suspected Ian and had taken him in for more questioning? I finally spotted Ian and sighed with relief. He hurried over to me, looking just as relieved that I hadn't been taken in. The kids are exhausted, Ian told me. They're all traumatized. They think that once they walk outside, someone's going to snatch them. Did they find the boy? I asked, concerned. Ian shook his head. No. He disappeared without a trace, no hint of a clue. They tried to make me admit that I did it. That's awful, you can never, I said, shaking my head. Tell that to them. Ian's face was sour. Everyone knows that the justice system gets abused, but I don't blame them. I'd suspect the same thing if I was in their position. Do they have any leads? None. His parents are here. They're devastated. A wave of pity washed over me for the couple. I walked particularly close to Ian as we made our way to the car. Nothing like this has ever happened before in Merryton, has it? I said. No. It's always been the safest place in the world to live. The town will go nuts once this gets out, though it probably has already. It had. Over the next few days, the entire community was in a panic. Search parties were sent out and kids were kept indoors, but no luck. A week passed, and the child was still missing. There's an emergency prayer meeting at my church for the boy, Ian said, grabbing his coat. Do you want to come or stay here? What's praying going to do? God can't hear you, I said, glancing up from my sewing. I spoke far too soon. Ian gave me the most horrible glare, and inside I quivered. Something in me broke when he looked at me like that. It felt like my very soul was crumbling. Christy, he began, you might not realize it, or if you do, appreciate it, but my faith is very important to me. I feel like it will make a difference, and you have to let me believe that whether it's true or not. Besides, I've done all I can, and it's still not enough. I can't just sit here and do nothing. With that statement, he left. I felt horrible. When was I going to stop hurting him?
Chapter 11. Ian. This was the first time Christy had managed to make me angry, and damn, was she good at it. She'd hit me at a place that was so vulnerable at such a terrible time. It was unbelievable. My faith meant everything to me. I knew Christy couldn't understand that because of where she was and all she'd went through, but at the very least I wanted her to appreciate what I believed. I smacked the steering wheel hard. How could I have been so stupid? How could I have let a kid disappear right under my nose? I knew that I was only a social worker, but I felt responsible for every one of those kids. They were all special to me, and the child that was missing, Harlem, was no exception. He reminded me a little bit of myself, running wild around on the playground with an energy that exhausted everyone but his classmates. He was often found in my office because he had ADHD, and the teachers had trouble handling him, but he never gave me any problems. He had a lot of talent on the sports field when he played soccer. He was so bright and cheerful. The thought of that child being extinguished by the darkness of the world was enough to... I hit the steering wheel again. Damn it, Ian! I had to keep it together. I pulled into church, ramming my car door open. I needed to calm down. The last thing I needed was the community seeing me like this, and then talking behind my back, making my boss think I was unfit for the job. My best friend Kara was outside the church door, leaning on the wall. "Hey," she said. "You're late. Is everything okay?" "I'm fine," I said. "I'm just a little upset." "I can imagine," she said, opening the door. "It's complete chaos in there. Are you sure you want to go in there?" "I've done everything I can for this boy, Kara," I said, and I dropped my head. My head's on the chopping block at work. The parents are calling for all of us to be fired, and since I'm new, I'm the first target. "You have to be strong, Ian," Kara said, and she placed a hand on my arm. "Nobody is going to fire you if you show that you really care. And I don't know anybody who cares more about people than Ian Rosenthal." I tried to believe her, but I couldn't. This town always needed a scapegoat. Growing up here, I'd realized that, and if I wasn't careful, that scapegoat would be me. "This is just bringing back everything," I said, and I felt angry tears welling up in my eyes. I can't stop thinking about Leah. "This is different. Leah ran away," Kara told me gently, and she grabbed my shoulders, squeezing them tightly. "We'll find the little boy, I promise." I wasn't sure if I could believe her. The mention of my missing sister was still enough to crush me to this day. I wouldn't let Harlem become a cold case like Leah had been. I refused to let that happen. My spirits weren't much better after I left the church. When I got home, I found Christy sitting on the couch in silence. She jumped right up when I walked in the door, wringing her hands. She hadn't been crying, but she looked upset. "Hey," she said. "I'm really sorry about what I said earlier. You were right. It was disrespectful and didn't help. Sometimes I think it would be good for me to start having a little faith." She gave me a weak smile, her eyes anxious. My anger from earlier slipped away. "It's okay, Christy. I forgive you." I opened my arms and she sprung into them as we hugged tightly. I felt a warmth spreading throughout my chest. We'd never been this close before. She pulled away far too quickly. "I'll help you try and find the boy. Whatever you need, I'm here for." "Thanks," I said, before letting out a deep sigh. "But to be honest with you, I don't know what else to do."
Chapter 12. Christine. Christmas was just around the corner and still no signs of the absent child. No ransom notes had been given, no body found. Nothing but silence remained in the hole the child had left, and it frightened Merryton into silence as well. We became a community of fear, barricaded against our neighbors in the winter chill. Everyone thought that the boy would be home for Christmas, but now that he wasn't, people were really starting to get paranoid. We couldn't keep living like this. Almost anything was better than not knowing. The entire town rested on a thin line of tension, and sooner or later it was going to snap. Ian seemed to die a little bit more every day. The longer the boy was gone, the worse off he became. And soon it seemed like I was taking care of him more than he was taking care of me. I was having to force him to get out of bed, to eat, to go to church even. The only thing Ian did relatively well was his job, where he did everything he could to help the other kids cope with the loss of their classmate. Meanwhile, I was doing everything I could to help Ian cope with the loss of his confidence. Why didn't I spot something? Maybe the kid ran away. Maybe there was something going on and I didn't do anything to help him. Ian hung his head low while sitting on the couch, his head in his hands as a TV blared uselessly in the background. There are 400 kids in that elementary school. You can't watch them all, I said sadly, placing a hand on his back. He turned away, and I was at a loss for what to do. And so Christmas morning rolled around. For the first time since the disappearance of the child, I woke up to see Ian staring out the window with a smile on his face. He looked like a kid this winterly morning, looking out at the snowy tree branches in wonder, the lights from the small Christmas tree we put up dancing upon his face. His soft eyes seemed to hum with magic, and somewhere in me, it struck a tender spot. He reminded me of mornings I'd spent as a child with my grandpa, happy and full of light. "You're finally awake," he said, practically levitating over to the couch. "I waited forever for you to wake up." "What time is it?" I said groggily, looking around. 10. My parents are expecting us any time now. Hurry, get dressed," he told me in excitement. I laughed and shook my head, rushing through my shower. "Happy?" I asked as I stepped out fully clothed, my hair up in a bun. "Not yet," he said. Taking a holly sprig from one of the decorations around the apartment, he put it in my hair delicately, before pinning his own holly sprig to his hideously tacky Christmas sweater. "Why don't you just make a wreath and wrap it all around your head?" I asked, chuckling. "I did that one year, but I think it'd be overkill if I did it again," he said. "You've got to be kidding me." I laughed, shaking my head. He gave me my coat and threw on his own. We walked out the door into the light snow, just enough for Christmas morning. Ian was near to bursting and wouldn't shut up the entire way there. But I got more and more quiet as we drew closer to the place where Ian's parents lived. "You're awfully shy this morning," Ian said. "Is something wrong?" "No, it's just," I bit my lip. "I haven't celebrated Christmas in a while. I don't want to mess it up for your family." He laughed and shook his head. "Christy, even if you set the tree on fire, you can never mess up Christmas. The season is about love, joy, giving. It's not about us. It's about others and about God." "I'm not the best with the God thing," I said, tension filling up my belly as we headed down the road. It felt like God had abandoned me long ago. "Just relax and enjoy the holiday," he said. "You've only got 2 people to get along with. How hard can that be?" 2 people meant there was nobody to distract them if I screwed up. But I guess it was better than a whole entourage. I felt like I was going to throw up when we pulled in the long driveway. I peered out the window to see a large yellow house on top of a hill, complete with green shutters, a long white front porch, and a large yard encompassed by snow. On the other side of the driveway was a big red barn with lots and lots of pasture, where horses munched on hay. I wanted to say it was like my grandpa's farm, except my grandpa's farm had been much smaller than this. "Breathe," Ian reminded me, and I realized I had been holding my breath. I exhaled and tried steadying my hands in my pockets as we went up the steps. Ian rang the doorbell, and we waited. The door opened. I was instantly swept into a hug as a woman with happy wrinkles around her eyes leaned over to embrace me. "Darling, welcome to our home," she said, kissing me on the cheek. "Ian's told me so much about you. I'm Marjorie, his mother." She let me go, and I swayed on the spot as she embraced her son. Behind her, an old man with white hair and a short beard happily chuckled, extending a hand for me to shake. "My name's Aaron. It's a pleasure to have you." "Christy," I said, still stunned. Marjorie's smile nearly ripped her face in half as she said, Come in, come in. Supper's nearly ready, and then it's time for presents." I stepped inside and looked around, my mouth dropping open in shock. The entire place was decorated like something out of a Good Housekeeping magazine, holiday edition. I didn't know people actually lived like this. It was clear Ian's parents would give New York a run for its money when it came to Christmas decorating. "I hope I didn't make too much," Marjorie said, blushing. "I just wanted to make sure everybody had enough to eat." As we walked into the immaculate kitchen, I realized what she said was an understatement. There was enough food for 12 people on the dining table. But I did nothing but smile, hoping I wasn't being too awkward. Ian said, "It looks great, Mom. I can't wait to dig in." "Well, pull out a chair for the lady and we'll start," Aaron said jollily. He almost reminded me of a skinny Santa Claus, with rosy cheeks and eyes that sparkled just like Ian's. Ian did so. I sat in it, trying to look as perfect as I could, and failing miserably. I never had much training in manners, and didn't want to offend. As I knew they would, they prayed before the meal. I pretended to bow my head, but really just sat there as they blessed the meal, glad their eyes were closed. When they were done, we started passing the food around. Ian dug into each and every entree as if he had a shovel instead of a spoon. I hesitated, taking as much as I could without being insulting, but making sure it wasn't so much that I wouldn't be able to finish my plate. "Christy," Marjorie said, and I snapped to attention. "What a pretty name." "It's short for Christine," I said, trying to control my voice. "It was my grandmother's name." "You never told me that," Ian said, his mouth full of mashed potatoes. "Ian, don't talk with your mouth full," Marjorie reprimanded. "Oh, it's okay. He does it at home all the time," I laughed, trying to break the ice. "Ian, we taught you better," Aaron scolded. "At least not in front of the lady, please." Ian looked from one face to the next before raising his fork in a very Boy Scout way and mumbling, "I promise." Food fell out of his mouth. All at once, the three of us burst out laughing. I relaxed. This wasn't going so bad after all. Dinner went pretty well from that point on, and I was able to let my guard down just a bit. When we moved into the living room to open gifts, however, I tensed up. I had brought Ian's gift with me, hidden in the truck, and had snuck it inside. The gift that I had made for Ian's parents was on top of it, but would it be enough? My fears were unfounded. "Oh, Christy," Marjorie said as I handed her the gift. "You didn't have to get us anything, dear." "Your son has been taking care of me for months, and Mr. Rosenthal helped heal me when I was hurt," I said. "It's not much, but it's the least I could do." Out from the wrappings came a long Christmas table runner, reversible so that you could swap it over after the holidays to a winter scene. I had spent a long time picking over each and every detail, hoping I hadn't got the table length wrong by Ian's estimates. It looked sort of hokey compared to all the elaborate finishings in this house. "Oh, darling," Marjorie breathed. "It's very lovely. Where did you get it?" "I made it," I admitted bashfully. "I'm sorry I couldn't buy you something, but I don't have very much money." "Nonsense. This is more wonderful than anything you could have ever bought us," Aaron said, looking the table runner over with approval. "We've needed one for ages, by the way. Our dishes keep scratching the oak." "What a tragedy," Ian proclaimed with a laugh. I elbowed him in the side. "And this is from us as well," Aaron said, handing me a package. Air whooshed out of me. I protested. "No, I don't deserve, Nonsense, go ahead, open it," Aaron insisted. I did so, to find a pair of hand-knitted mittens, along with a scarf and a cozy hat. I looked at Ian accusingly, and he said, "Hey, I knew you needed them, and you wouldn't let me buy them. I let it slip to my mom, all right?" Yeah. I put all of them on and instantly felt cozy. Even my insides were warming up, although that could have been the fact that I hadn't opened a Christmas present in over 3 years. "Well, it looks like it's payback time," Aaron said as Marjorie came out with a big box to Ian, from me, plopping it in his lap. Shaking his head, Ian said, "Christy, I told you not to get me anything." That's just something people say when they want to get something but don't ask because they want to seem nice. "Now open it," I chuckled. He did. When he saw what was laying in the box, he went silent. It was a heavily padded quilt that had taken me many tedious hours, as well as many panicked seconds trying to find a place to hide it while Ian was coming home from church. I had put in overtime when Ian was sleeping to hand-sew the edges and applique the cross that was stitched into the middle. His 2 favorite colors, navy blue and hunter green, made the blocks. Lying on top of the quilt was the picture frame I had bought, with a photo of the 2 of us that he had taken on the carriage ride. Ian didn't do anything but stare. I began inwardly panicking. He hated it. I knew he did. Even his parents were speechless. I would have been fine with disappointment, but not this. Red with embarrassment, I looked at the present and asked, "Too much?" "No," Ian said. "It's perfect." The fear turned to relief. I had finally done something right in my life. This Christmas was turning out much better than I had hoped for. "You've got so much talent," Marjorie said as she took the quilt out of the box, unfolding it to reveal its length. "I've never seen anything quite like this. It's astonishing." "Wow," Ian said, shaking his head and looking at the carpet. "I feel stupid." "Why?" I asked quickly, my head spinning. What could it be? "My present for you isn't nearly as good," he said, and he handed me a gift. "What?" "Ian, no," I said, staring at it. "You gave me a gift. Now you have to take it," he teased. I opened up the box. My eyes almost fell out of my head. It was a long silver chain made for holding charms around the neck. It was so shiny it nearly blinded me. The thought hit me that this wasn't something you'd see every day. This was expensive. It was certainly worth 10 times more than I could afford. I couldn't refuse the gift, not in front of his parents, so I unhooked my old chain, slid the star off of it, and put it onto the new one, stashing the old chain in my pocket. The glimmer of the new chain made the old star seem dull and uninteresting. "Ian," I said, "I'm flattered. It's beautiful." He beamed. I excused myself for a minute, heading out into the hallway. I tried to pull myself together, but it wasn't happening. The tears were still welling up in my eyes, and I hadn't cried in nearly 2 years. "It's okay to be who you are, you know," a voice said behind me. I spun around to see Aaron standing beside me. "You don't have to pretend to be perfect for us," he said. I wiped my face and sniffed. "Yes, I do. Just look at you. Look at him. He's a great person, and I—" "Ever since you came along, there's been a real positive change in him," Aaron said softly. "He's not concerned with going to parties anymore. He just wants to stay home with you and make sure you have whatever you need." "And that's the problem," I said, frustrated. "He gives me so much, but I don't have anything to give him." "You didn't know him before. He's different now. I'd even go so far as to say you've given him more than anybody ever has before." He sat down in one of the hallway chairs. I followed his lead, my head in my hands. Aaron sighed when he looked at me. "He really liked the present you gave him. You could see it in his eyes. You couldn't have made a more perfect gift, or picked a more perfect picture to go with it." "It's because I know him," I said, my voice muffled. "I knew that he would love it, but does he really know me?" "I'm sure he does. We never really know everything about a person, but I can see he's trying to understand everything about you. Why? There's a dark side to me. I know it doesn't look it, but you wouldn't want to see it, I said, turning away. We all have evil inside of us, but should we embrace it? Do you? I looked away. I did what I had to in order to survive. Is that evil or is that necessity? I did things that I never should have, I said. I've done terrible things, hideous things. But you admit them and know them for what they are, he said gently. Don't bring the past into the present. The girl who did those things long ago is not the same woman who made that quilt for my son. He didn't understand, but for some reason, his words struck me. Maybe you're right, I admitted. But I don't know why you think it's okay for me and Ian to be living together. Everyone in town disapproves. You've already proven to be nicer than other girls he's brought home in the past. I would rather have him be rooming with you than dating his ex. That bad, huh? I smiled. My children have a way of picking what's worst for them. I hope you'll be able to break that habit for Ian, Aaron said as he got up. My children? Ian had siblings? Before I could ponder this, Ian burst down the hallway, 2 sets of ice skates in hand. Come on! The pond is finally frozen over enough for ice skating. We can all go. Excellent idea, Ian, Aaron said, smiling. You two go ahead. I'm going to see if your mother needs any help putting the dishes away. Pleasure talking to you, Christy. Aaron nodded to me and left the room. Ian moved forward and asked, What was that about? Nothing, I said, waving off the question. Why exactly do you want to go ice skating? It's a Christmas tradition here at the Rosenthal house, he said, handing me a pair of white skates. Try these on. They look like they'll fit. A few minutes later, I was outside, skates all laced up and waiting to step onto the icy surface. Ian glided onto the ice with ease and stroked around as if he was made for it, going backwards, forwards, and in all directions. My jaw dropped. How did you get to be so good? I asked. I used to play hockey, he said, skidding to a stop and spraying me with snow playfully. Being on the ice comes naturally to me. You'll learn in time. If I could be half as good as Ian, it would be a miracle. He held out his hands and said, Come on, I won't let you fall. I took his hands tenderly and stepped onto the ice with care. My feet instantly slid out from under me. He grabbed my arms, pulling me to my feet. Easy. It's not like walking. Try shuffling. That's what gliding is like. I did, and still slid all over the place. How did Ian do it? I tried shifting my weight from one foot to the other, struggling to retain my posture. This is all about balance and practice, Ian said. You have to keep your weight over your feet. I tried shifting instead of stomping, and I found that my balance grew more steady. I skimmed across the ice, relying mostly on Ian to guide me. Your body should be doing most of the work. Use your momentum to move around, Ian explained. I don't know how this is possible. These blades are a few centimeters thick. How can you stay straight on these? Lots of practice, he said. I love the ice, and maybe it loves me just as much. I want to be able to go fast, like you did, I said. He smiled mischievously. You do you? I knew that gleam in his eye. No, Ian. Don't worry, he said, skating around me and putting 2 hands upon my shoulders. Just stay still and trust me. He began to push. He started out slowly. I began gliding with a speed I had never accomplished, not even while running, fear and exhilaration pounding through me. I let out a giddy cry as Ian pushed me faster and faster. He pulled me around a corner, and it was like being in a whirlwind. I felt like I was flying. Faster, Ian! I cried out, letting out another laugh. You want to go fast? You asked for it. Ian scooped me up in his arms, and now he was carrying me across the ice, zigzagging and swirling. I could swear that I was on a roller coaster as Ian turned circles and spun me around, rocking me from one direction to another. I couldn't help it. I began laughing harder than I ever had, throwing my arms up in the air as Ian whirled me from place to place. Annabelle couldn't touch me here. I'd never felt so alive. Ian was out of breath by the time he let me go. I clung to him, still unbalanced but giggling. That was insane, I said, my adrenaline pumping. How did you get to be so strong? You're lighter than a feather, he beamed. I've carried sticks heavier than you. Oh, shut up, I said, punching him in the shoulder. We spent a few more minutes skating around. Before we got off the ice, I made Ian promise that we would come back often so he could teach me how to fly on my own. You really like skating, don't you? He said, his cheeks getting even rosier as we sat on the wooden bench outside the pond. I do, I said, slipping my boots back on and rising to my feet. It's wonderful. Ian took me by the hand, and we began walking through the snow. His touch surprised me, but I didn't pull away. He stopped at the tiny barn I'd seen earlier and dragged the huge door open. We stepped inside to inhale the scent of hay and horses. It was a nicely kept barn, with all the hay stacked neatly on the sides of the wooden stalls, and the aisleway swept clean. Only 2 horses resided inside. There was a giant red gelding in the corner stall closest to us, and a small, raggedy-looking mare that had its nose in the corner furthest away from the door. Ian led me up to the red horse's stall. This here is my horse, Rebel, he said in a corny southern voice, and I snickered. We call him Reb for short. I used to contest him. Contest? Run him in games, cowboy-like things such as racing barrels, pole bending, that type of thing, he said slowly. The words made no sense to me. I imagined in my head Ian racing around on Rebel wearing a cowboy hat and boots, racing around a dirt arena risking his neck. Sounds dangerous. I lived for it. I've been paying my parents for his upkeep. I never could sell him after I graduated. Ian looked wistfully at Rebel, and the horse snickered, as if expecting a treat. Ian put his hand through the stall and stroked the horse's head, saying, I don't get to ride him much anymore, save for Sunday afternoons. But lately, I've been neglecting him. I'd show you what it was like to ride him, but it's starting to get dark. Could you run him? I asked. Not in this weather. He might slip and fall. Maybe this spring I'll take you out and show you what he can do. You'll be impressed, I guarantee it. His confidence was immense as always. Nothing ever shook Ian. He was never knocked down by whatever happened to him. I had gotten used to his insane positivity by now. I moved to the far stall in the corner, looking at the poor mare within. Her ribs were showing, and her black coat had clumps of hair missing. Who's this? I asked, tilting my head. Ian's smile fell. Her name's Miracle. My mom named her that because it's a miracle she's even alive. She's a rescue case. We adopted her a few weeks ago after a shelter rescued her from the slaughterhouse. She's only 5 and she's a mess. She was born to an abusive owner. She never saw grass until she was sent to the slaughterhouse. He never let her out of the stall, and he hardly ever fed her. All the other horses she was with died. She was the only survivor. If I ever meet that guy, I swear I'll... His fists clenched with rage, and I tried to envision a violent Ian. I couldn't do it, but I had no doubt that if the situation presented itself, Ian would have no trouble hurting the monster who had done this. Why is she in here instead of being outside? Nobody should be locked up on Christmas, I said sadly. Her eyes looked dead. They had no emotion in them, as if all the hope and love had been beaten out of her. She won't leave her stall unless we force her out, And personally, I don't want to get injured today." "Injured?" "She's dangerous. Vicious. She cornered my dad in the stall and tried pawing at him. We'd have gotten rid of any other horse that did that, but we decided to give her a second chance. If she doesn't get better soon, we'll have to put her down." My heart ached for the poor thing. Miracle was the way she was because of people, and ultimately she would have to pay the price. I moved a little closer, and Ian jumped, saying, "Christy, don't!" The black mare whirled around in her stall and lashed out with her teeth. Even though there were bars separating us, I still leapt back. Miracle threw her weight up against the stall door, creating a loud bang, the hinges creaking. Miracle reared up in her stall, lashing out with her hooves. My breath caught as we waited for her to come down. But the halter she wore got caught on a rusty piece of metal that was hanging from the ceiling. We watched in horror as the mare tried to escape, but she was caught, up in the air and standing on two legs. Her eyes rolled back, and her panting got heavy as the halter cut into her neck, choking her. "Christy, don't do anything, we can't help," Ian said, grabbing my shoulders. "She'll kill you." "She's going to strangle herself," I cried. I wrenched away from Ian and ran into the stall without thinking, ducking to avoid the thrashing of the mare's legs. I always carried a knife with me after the colt had ambushed me in the streets. Unleashing it from my pocket, I ran to Miracle's side, hoping that she wouldn't kill me in the midst of what I was about to do. I was barely tall enough, and stretching out to reach the halter took everything I had. But I managed it. Using the jagged edge of my knife, I hacked through the nylon halter, not caring if my hands went numb or ached. After a ridiculously long time, it gave way. Miracle came crashing down to all four legs, gasping for air but free. It wasn't long before the mare turned on me. Miracle cornered me in the back of the stall, with no way to reach the door. The mare looked at me head on. "Christy!" Ian shouted. He made way to come in, but I quickly barked out, "Don't move." He froze. Miracle didn't sway, only looked at me with those black eyes full of rage and confusion. Face to face, I saw there was a tiny white marking on her forehead, a white spot that was in the shape of a miniature cross. Trembling, I lifted my right hand slowly to cover the cross upon her head, rubbing the area up and down gently. "It's all right, Miracle. It's all right. You're safe now. Settle down." She froze in place. I kept petting her, glancing to Ian's panicked eyes. Finally, she relaxed, dropping her head and putting her ears up as I continued to talk to her. Ian was speechless. He looked at me dumbstruck while I continued to tame the beast. Slowly, I inched to the door of the stall. The mare followed me, turning on her hindquarters until we were both facing the door. I slipped out of the stall and she continued to watch me, her ears attentive, eyes now with a little bit of light in them. Once I was outside the stall, Ian quickly locked it and sucked me into his arms, squeezing all the life out of me. "Are you crazy?" he hissed, his head buried in my hair. "No," I wheezed out. "I'm insane. That's a lot worse." Ian continued squeezing me until I lost my balance. We both fell over backwards into a pile of hay. He let me go, shaking his head at my actions. "That was stupid, Christy," he said, looking up at the ceiling. "That was really, really dumb." "She didn't deserve to die," I said in protest, lying next to him. "She's never gotten a chance. I had to give her that." I knew how Miracle felt. I knew what it was like to be broken and thrown away by the world. "No horse is worth your life," Ian said. "You have no idea how scared I was." "I've been in a lot worse situations," I said. "Not with me there." He turned to look at me. "Christy, if that horse had hurt you, do you have any idea how horrible I would feel?" Guilt would have crept in if I'd let it, but I pushed it away. I had to save her. All my life, I've had this feeling of helplessness, and in there, I actually did something that made me feel like I had control. I could determine if that mare lived or died. You don't know what that means to me. Can't you find a safer way of being in control? He growled. Honestly, Christy, you're always putting yourself in the most compromising situations. Every time you're in danger, I feel like I want to save you. And this time, I could do nothing but watch. That made me feel helpless. I snapped a piece of hay in half. Well, I guess I'm going to have to do dangerous stuff when you're not around then. Ian started laughing. It was a nervous type of laughter, but at least it eased the tension. Come here, you, he said. He started tickling me so hard that I squealed. Okay, stop, I said, pushing him away from me. You're going to make me bust a gut. Just be lucky that Miracle didn't break your ribs, he said. You still on that? I will remind you of it as much as I can so you can avoid endangering yourself in future endeavors. Reverse psychology. That just makes me want to be more reckless, I said. He sighed. I turned on my side and asked, why did you leave this house? It's obvious you loved it here. Why not stay? I would still be living here, but it was time to move out, Ian said. I'm 24, and I have a good job. I can't live with my parents forever. I've got to make my own way in the world. I haven't lived with my mother since I was 16, I said. Been living on my own since then. Well, I hope this place can become a home for you, he said. My mother would like you to know you're welcome here anytime you wish, day or night. Tell her thank you, though hopefully I won't need to take her up on that offer. Keep doing stuff like what you did with the horse and you will. Okay, I get it. He chuckled again, before an unhappy frown settled on his face, and it lingered there. Even if I wasn't expected to move out, I don't think I could stay here anyway. Not after she left. She? I sat up. There was a girl in the picture? My sister, Ian said with a sad smile. Leah. I didn't know you had a sister, I said, surprised. You wore her skates this afternoon, he said, sitting down. She was just your size. Where is she? She ran away. Ian looked away from me, toward Rebel. It was about 6 years ago. She was dating this one creep. He spat out the word. And the next thing we knew, she wasn't the same. She stopped going to church, and we never saw her because she was gone all the time. We came home one day to find a note on the table. We looked everywhere, but it was useless. She had run off with him. We haven't heard from her since. Do you know where she is? I asked. He shook his head. Nobody does. And even if we did find her, we can't force her to come home. She's of age now and can legally make her own decisions. Do you think she'll ever come back? I asked. I couldn't imagine why anyone would leave this place. Couldn't understand why anyone would want to. Ian shrugged. I'm not sure. She's probably changed in the years that have passed. She probably doesn't even remember me. How could she forget you? I said. I was unable to imagine anyone ever forgetting Ian. I don't know. I never forgot her. After I got out of high school, things were okay for a couple months. Boring, but okay. Then when Leah went missing, everything just stopped. Life ceased to exist for me, even though the world kept moving. He looked like he was about to cry. I clenched his hand and said, I'm so sorry, Ian. I miss her every day, he said wistfully. Part of me just wants to know what happened to her, even just to know if she's dead or not. I know it sounds terrible, but I need to know. When she left, I couldn't stand it. That's when the drinking and the partying started. It was bad, Christy. I was basically an alcoholic. I drank just to forget her. But you're over that now, right? I said. You're better? He turned to look at me and smiled. Yes, because of you. I wasn't sure how to feel about that, because it was hard admitting I wanted to feel anything at all. I thought my heart had been broken, but with Ian around, it was like I'd never been hurt. He made my world brand new. We got to our feet, and he said, "The moon's out. We'd better get in and gather round for another Rosenthal tradition." "Oh, what's that?" I asked in amusement. "Drinking hot chocolate by the fire while telling stories. They get better every year. I can't wait to tell my parents the new one about you and Miracle," he said. "And we'd better brush off the hay. They're liable to think we were doing something we shouldn't." He winked. I blushed, and he laughed, turning toward the barn door. As he opened it, the moonlight sparkled down on Miracle's stall. She hadn't stopped watching me since I had slipped away from her.
Chapter 13. Ian. The drive home was really quiet that Christmas night. Not an uncomfortable quiet, but a quiet between Christy and I that hinted we enjoyed each other's company. Her eyes were starting to droop in the passenger seat, and I turned the radio down. This had been the best Christmas yet, ever since Leah had. I sighed. I couldn't believe I'd opened up to her about my sister. And what had happened with Miracle was nothing short of crazy. I wasn't sure if Christine was brave or dumb. Or maybe she just had a kind heart, a compassionate heart, one bigger than I'd realized. My love for her only grew, but I tried to ignore the tender feelings. Christy had made her intentions clear weeks ago. She liked me only as a friend, and it was going to stay that way. That didn't stop anything. The long stares, the dire need to protect her, and the stupid dreams I had of her every night were enough to drive me mad. I wish I could cut my heart out and throw it away. It was pure torture, living with her and spending every free moment of my life with her, knowing she'd never love me back. But it was the sweetest torture I'd ever known. A small snore sounded from Christy, and I suppressed a laugh. Why did I love a girl who was so insistent on breaking my heart?
Chapter 14. Christine. When the new year began, all hope to find the missing boy was lost. There was a memorial service for him, and after that, his name was then lost on the lips of the townspeople. It was like they wanted to forget him. "They have nothing to go on, Christy," Ian told me. "Unless the cops find something, and it's doubtful they will. They want to forget and move on." "Will you?" I asked, knowing the answer. "Would you if that was your child?" "I would never give up. If my word's not good enough, take Leah. I never stopped searching for her. Not until my dad took me aside and told me that it wasn't healthy, that I was going to lose my mind if I kept looking for her. But he was right. I can't stop living. Unless there's a new development for either of them, we have to go on as if..." Ian turned away from me then. Life continued on as normal, as humanely possible, crossing into the path of boredom. I did my best to save up money, until I finally had enough cash in March to buy my own car. It was a junker, and it sucked up gas like no tomorrow, but having my own vehicle was well worth the pain at the repair shop and at the pump. I avoided driving it unless I absolutely had to, focusing my next goal on one thing: moving out. The apartments down the street had rent for $600 a month, and I wasn't there yet, but sooner or later, I was going to be. I avoided breaking the news to Ian. He was enjoying my company more every day, and although it was getting harder to think about leaving, I knew that was the exact reason why I had to. I kept telling myself there was nothing between us. Ian was like a brother to me. An annoying, talkative, too adoring, and way too protective older brother. and I was getting too close to him. I didn't do close relationships. The people I had loved in the past had either gotten hurt because of me or by me. Ian would, too. I knew that for a fact. The weather was getting warmer. I chose to take a brisk walk just to get some air. Ian would have come with me, but his allergies were killing him. I suggested he stay home until he got some medication. I was passing by the bar when I glimpsed a familiar face. I skidded to a stop, even though my feet should have kept on moving. I knew that there was nothing waiting for me in the bar but agony. But I was stupid enough to go in there anyway. The air was so thick with cigarette smoke that I was surprised anyone could see. It was a cramped place, with a pool table and chairs packed so tightly together that you had to maneuver around each one like a maze. It was packed with big, burly men and biker chicks. And then there, slumped over the wooden bar with drool coming out of his mouth, legs flailing to support him, was Landon. I wasn't sure how long he'd been there, but his face was so sallow and sunken. It appeared he was drowning. He had to have drunk half the bar. An empty shot glass sat in front of him, and a beer was tipped over, spilling on his shoe. Even from here, I could smell the urine and booze. "Another, please," he begged the bartender, who ignored him. As the man turned his back on Landon, he slammed his fist down and exclaimed, "I'm paying, give me more." "It's not even 5, son. You've had too much to drink. Go home." The bartender moved to talk to a waiter, and Landon seemed to shrink, his head falling onto the counter in defeat. He started to crumple. "Landon," I said, rushing forward and grabbing him. He was heavy. I could barely support his weight. "Landon, wake up." I placed him gently on the ground. He came around slowly, his tongue slurring around my name. "Christy?" he asked, looking at the ceiling. "Landon," I said, tears coming to my eyes. "What happened to you?" Landon started sobbing as he coughed out words. "What hasn't happened to me? Everything's ruined. I've lost my mind." "Landon, you need help," I said. Surely this bar had a phone. I needed Ian. I needed him right now. "Let me take you back to my apartment. You can rest there and—" "The hell for all the good it'll do," he shouted, and several people looked our way. "I'm done for no matter where you take me. Just get me back to the city." "What's going on? Just tell me, Landon." I fell to my knees and cradled his head in my arms. "Maybe we can work something out." "You couldn't work anything out with her when you were there. I can't either." He sniffed, and it didn't take me a minute to guess whom he was talking about. "But you had it easy compared to what she's having me do. If I mess up once, just once—" "Landon, leave her," I said loudly. "It's not worth it. She's using you." "I don't care," he said, and he started shaking his head over and over again. "I don't care. I don't care. I don't care." "Well, I do," I said sharply. "Now get on your feet, you drunk." With no small effort, I wrenched Landon to an upright position. "Start walking," I said. "We're getting you out of here." He did so, tripping over his own feet. I decided to drag him, my muscles straining against his weight. No one bothered to ask if I needed help. Few even bothered to watch. As we neared the door, Landon suddenly broke into maniacal, uncontrollable laughter. "What's so funny?" I hissed, struggling to breathe. He continued laughing. His eyes got even more mad than I was used to. "Everyone's too scared to do it. I'm the only one brave enough," he said. "They're muttering that I'm crazy, but when they're all dead and Annabelle's with me, they'll be the crazy ones for not doing what she said." "What does she have you doing?" I asked. "Tell me, Landon." "Something dangerous," he said, eyes popping out of his head. "And once it's done and over with, Annabelle will be in love with me forever. She'll take me back. I know it. He was spouting nonsense. Take you back? I grunted, finally getting him out the door and into the fresh air. Being outside seemed to do him some good. He gained more coordination and the weight on me lessened. When you left, she started dating me, he said nostalgically. But then she broke up with me after I messed up the job. Now I know better. I'll do better this time. He smiled crookedly. Typical Annabelle, to run out and find a replacement when her toy went missing. His words hurt me more than he could possibly realize. But as far as Landon knew, I was over her long ago. By this point in my life, it had become easy to act like she meant nothing to me. Now Landon had fallen under her spell, which meant he was fragile and too easily shattered. I opened the door of my car and shoved him in, buckling him in haphazardly and cruising down the road at a speed that was prohibited by all those who drove in Merryton. I'll take you to the mall, but no further, I said. You're going to have to walk back to her if you're really that dumb. You're a true friend, Christy, he hummed. Any minute now, he would pass out. Stay awake, I barked, punching him in the shoulder. My efforts were useless. He was sleeping. Driving to the city cost me more gas money than I would have liked, but I owed Landon for getting me out of the Colt in the first place. He finally woke up about 20 minutes later. People in Ash Alder didn't know how to drive, and it was nearing rush hour, which meant pandemonium for all who chanced driving in the city. My fingers tapped the steering wheel with impatience at every stop. The lights here would have you sitting forever for no reason, and the longer it took, the more worried Ian would get. I didn't want him calling the cops to look for me, so I made sure to floor it and cut a few people off on my way to the mall in true city driving style. End of the line, I said, as I stopped at the mall. Get out. Landon opened the door and tumbled out of it. I sighed as he got to his feet. You got enough money left for a bus ticket? He hiccuped and nodded his head. Just enough. Thanks again, Christy. I owe you one. If you really owe me one, then you'll do me a favor and get away from Annabelle, I said. Look what she's doing to you. Landon backed away from the car, that crazy smile on his face again as he spread his arms out wide. That's where you're wrong, Christy. With her, I'm everything. Without her, well, I'm nothing. Chapter 15. Christine. I didn't see Landon again after that. I didn't know why he had come to Merryton that day, but figured that he was looking for me. He had obviously started drinking when I wasn't to be found. Overall, I saw it as a large cry for help. But if Landon wasn't willing to slip away from Annabelle's clutches, there was nothing I could do for him besides watch him walk into the same trap that I had fallen into. I wouldn't help him so easily next time. Anybody who cared about Annabelle that much was a ticking time bomb and was prone to go off any minute. I just hoped that when he blew up, I wouldn't be in his path of destruction. Although the next day, when Ian asked me a question that completely threw me off, I was wondering if he wasn't trying to kill me too. Will you come to church with me? He asked out of the blue, looking up from the checkerboard. I instantly kinged my own checker and sat back, crossing my arms. Ian, I thought we went over this months ago. No. We didn't know each other very well back then, he said quickly. We've been living together for nearly 6 months now. I want to show you more of my world and the people that mean something to me. And I would like to show you more of my world if mine contained anything of decency to show you, I said back. My mother has been talking. She thinks it'd be nice for you to come over and start spending some time with Miracle, Ian said slowly. She's been trained to ride, and they need help working her. You're the only one she trusts. I promise I'll give you lessons on how to ride her. I scowled. Blackmail, I growled. Better than nothing, he said happily. Sunday is the only day both of us have nothing to do. You don't even have to act like you're interested. Just come with me. It's important for my friends to meet you. I was silent. I'll pay for skating up at the ice rink once every 2 weeks, too, he threw out to sweeten the deal. I ground my teeth. He posed a hard bargain. What was an hour of my free time, right? It wasn't like after what I'd done, church was going to change me. Deal, I said. He had been victorious in the battle, but the war was still on. Like he understood the difference. Done, he grinned. We continued playing the game, him in eager silence, me brooding. For the first time ever, Ian won the game. I refused to get dressed up that Sunday morning. I knew wherever he was taking me was a place full of judgmental, better-than-me Christians who would take every chance they could to pick me apart the instant I turned away. I didn't care. It wasn't like I had to impress these people, like Ian's parents. I only had to show up and sleep through a boring sermon once a week, and I was home free to help train Miracle. At least, I hoped I was home free. Every time I thought of church, the star around my neck burned. Going to church would be like being a sheep in a pack full of hungry wolves waiting to tear me down. I could hide in wolf's clothing for a little while, but it would only be a matter of time before one of them would smell me out. Murderers didn't go to church. Ready to go? Ian said, looking at me from under his newly bought fedora as I got into the car. Where did you get that? I asked, shaking my head. The mall. I don't know, I thought it looked cool. You don't like it? He hung on my opinion eagerly. You look very cute, I confirmed. Totally douchey. I'm taking it off if that's what it looks like, he said, reaching for it. No, don't. It looks very nice. I stroked his ego. All the guys will be jealous. He scowled and threw off his fedora. Enough with the hat, let's get going. We whirled down back county roads leisurely, an easy Sunday morning. Nobody got up this early, save for church people, of course. And as I looked out the window, I felt that those sleeping in were missing something. The morning was so beautiful today, the sun sparkling through each and every flower. It was almost like the world was being reborn. The drive didn't last as long as I would have liked. Ian had to struggle to find a parking spot. The building we pulled up to was made of stone brick, with people young and old milling about, the spires of the building rising high above us. Children ran up to the doors, chasing each other and screaming while parents chattered on the sidewalks. Once we got inside, I stuck to Ian like glue, fearing I'd get lost in the groups that were amassing in the hallway. It wasn't a cathedral or an elaborately decorated church. It was more or less an abandoned office building with posters of Jesus everywhere. Wherever I went, people were smiling at me and nodding, welcoming me into their church. I wasn't fooled. The cult had done the same thing, to trap me in its net. I had to stay aware of their tricks, else I'd be sucked right in. When we rounded a corner, I saw a small, pale-looking redhead skimming a Bible, her back propped up against the wall. Ian jolted to a halt and said, Christy, I'd like you to meet a good friend of mine, Cara. She's a med student up at the university. The redhead looked up from her book and smiled. Wow, Ian, is this the famous Christine that we've all heard so much about? He's been talking about me, I said, looking at Ian. He threw his hands up and said, Only because people have been asking. Don't lie on Sunday, Ian. Cara snapped the Bible shut, took one of her hands in mine and said, I'd say welcome home, but you're new to all this. It might take a while for it to become home to you, but it will. We're pretty close-knit here. If you need anything at any time, when you're inside or outside these doors, just ask. Thanks, I said. clutching her hand in response. I'll keep that in mind. Or would never. There was a crash nearby in what I presumed to be the kitchen. A male voice shouted from within, and Kara rolled her eyes, saying, I'm sorry. I have to go unbury my boyfriend. Again. Enjoy yourself, Christy. And you, she said, pointing a strict finger at Ian. You behave. I ain't doing nothing, Ian protested, eyes wide. You're not doing anything, not ain't. It's in the dictionary. I don't care. Keep him in line, Christy. And then Kara was off to dig her unnamed mate out from whatever had fallen on him. My mouth rose up at the corners. I think I like her. Knew you would, Ian said. She's something else. Oh, look, there are my parents. In a corner over by the drinking fountain, I saw Marjorie and Aaron. Since Christmas, Ian and I had visited a few times, and I had gotten to know them better than I knew my own mom. I felt a bit of relief. At least I knew Ian's parents were truly happy to see me and not faking. It's wonderful to see you, Christy, Marjorie said, instantly embracing me. I hugged them both in return and said, Thank you. Ian finally talked me into coming. I don't know how, but he did. A good thing he did, too, Aaron said happily. Now we get to see our daughter once a week instead of just on the holidays. I was surprised. Your daughter? Of course, dear. Why would we call you anything less? Marjorie smiled. We have to go find our seats now, but we'll see you after the sermon. They waved goodbye. I was nearly overcome with emotion before reminding myself that I couldn't lose it here. Not now. They truly like me? I said to Ian softly. He smiled. Very much. Hurry up, slowpoke. We'll be stuck in the back. He led me into the worship hall thingy swamped with pews, with nothing more than a projector and a giant cross next to it up front. Instruments from the band were lying around in a corner, and a booth was behind us. But that was about it. This place didn't have very much money, as was obvious. Did it make up in love and hope for what it didn't have in finances? At least Ian hadn't led me into one of those mega churches with a gym, 2 floors, and practically a house full of rooms to suit upwards of 400 people. For that I was grateful. Some people liked the big church thing, but I wasn't one of them. This place was small. It couldn't have had more than 150 people in its congregation. That was good. I didn't like crowds. One fear down. But could I handle the rest? I glanced into Ian's eyes and saw he was excited. Ian wouldn't lead me into something he knew would hurt me, right? Never. I could trust him. Taking a deep breath, I clung to Ian's arm and he steered me into a pew, where my first church service began. I tried to pay attention, but throughout the songs and the sermon, I found my mind wandering. This was nice, you know? Being with Ian here on Sunday morning, I wondered if I could do this every Sunday. My mind waltzed into a dream. I'd wake up early, make a nice breakfast, and finish some sewing by the window before my blonde-haired husband walked into the kitchen. I'd look into his blue eyes, and he'd wrap me in a warm hug. After church, we'd play checkers and curl up on the couch to watch our favorite movie. There would be an afternoon rain, and we'd kiss, and it would be lovely and cozy and perfect. It wasn't something I'd ever permitted myself to dream of. A perfect life. Ian's arm around me in the pew felt safe and comfortable. It was more than I deserved, but couldn't I be permitted to dream just once? Near the end of the sermon, I needed to use the bathroom. I whispered to Ian, I'll be right back, and went out the door to find the restroom. As I was washing my hands, I actually found a smile on my face. Nothing bad had happened as of yet. I could totally do this. Maybe the dream wasn't such a dream after all, and I could have a future, one with Ian. I turned off the water, dried my hands, and went to go out the door. But before I could, a girl around my age blocked my way. At first glance, it was hard not to stare. Her hair was bleached about 5 million different shades of blonde. Her face was painted to perfection, and around her neck a silver cross glittered, her nails manicured and flawless. Every stitch of her long-sleeved V-neck sweater, pencil skirt, and pantyhose were in place, her long legs drawing my attention. But the most shocking thing about her was the color of her skin. It was a bright, beaming orange, spray-tanned beyond belief, as if some child had taken a marker and colored her skin while asleep. Despite the bad tan, she looked like a prim, perfect church lady, a virtual orange angel. I gave a soft smile. But before I could leave, the girl wrinkled up her nose and asked in a high-pitched voice, "Who are you?" I gaped. I didn't know a human being had the capability to make such an annoying sound. But I righted myself and said, "Christine Fjord. I'm new. I'm with Ian Rosenthal."
"Oh, so you're the one."
Her eyes narrowed, and she looked at me with a disgusted expression. "What's that supposed to mean?" I said. "And, not to seem rude, but who are you?" I put my hand on my hip. She towered over me as she stood fully upright, tossing her hair over her shoulder.
"I'm Tessica Will Grace, but my friends call me Tess. You, however, may call me Miss Will Grace."
My ears were steaming, but I reminded myself to be nice. "I suppose you can call me Miss Fjord, then."
"My daddy's an elder of this church. I'd ask you what yours does, but you probably don't know who he is."
She shrugged. The sheer nerve of this woman was ridiculous. "What do you want?" I asked, clenching my fists. Tessica held her head up high as she addressed me, virtually looking down on me.
"I'd like to let you know that newcomers aren't welcome here."
"Oh, really? That seems sort of weird. Everybody else I've met has been pretty nice." "What, are you the bad apple of the group?" I said.
"The only thing bad in this church is you," she shot back. "I know what you are, and I'm not going to let you just walk in here and tear down the order that we've built. Things run a certain way, and I don't know why Ian is trying to mess that up."
She took a deep breath. "But obviously, he still wants revenge on me."
Pathetic.
Insulting me was one thing, but insulting Ian was another. "He's 100 times the person you are," I growled.
"Oh yes, his heart's in the right place," she responded. "But he's really stupid. I thought he'd realize his mistake when he broke up with me, but I guess not."
My jaw dropped. Ian could love the most horrendous, unworthy, and unattractive things on this planet without fail. But this was a new achievement. "You dated him?"
"I was his girlfriend all throughout high school, before he decided to dump me out of nowhere due to a silly misunderstanding." Her lips puckered. "Hopefully he'll do the same to you, and then I won't have to talk to you again."
"Is that a threat?" I hissed, taking a step closer. She didn't back down. If anything, she took my response as an opportunity to get right in my face.
"Let me make something very clear to you," she said. "Ian's mine. He always has been, always will be, and it's only a matter of time before he realizes it."
"Ian would never take you back," I said. "I don't see how he could date you in the first place."
"No, he decides to downgrade by going for a filthy city rat."
The words came flying out of my mouth before I could stop them. "Better a city rat than some bronzed-up bitch." Tessica lifted one finger and pointed it at me, the tip of her nail digging into my face.
"Now you listen here," Tessica said. "Our faith says we're not supposed to marry people who aren't like us, and you're the enemy. You're going to end up breaking his heart."
"You've got to be kidding. Is this what this is about?" "Ian and I are just friends," I said, heart skipping. There's no way in hell on earth that there is anything between us, let alone marriage.
Please,
She rolled her eyes.
Ian talks about you all the time. Don't tell me you're not leading him into a life full of evil. You're living in sin.
Excuse me? I said, outraged.
How many times has he slept with you? Once? Twice? He was a virgin before he met you. I guess that's all gone now.
She threw her hands up in the air. If that's what you think we're doing in that apartment, you're crazy, I said.
I don't think I know.
Even if you think you know me, what we do is none of your business, I said. Now leave me and Ian alone.
Why? I'm only trying to protect him. I mean, look at you,
Tessica said, scanning me up and down with those cat-like piercing eyes.
You don't deserve him. The only nice clothes you have are the ones he buys you. You're broke and ugly. You're not even a Christian. The only reason Ian likes you is because you're his little charity project. If he didn't have to take care of you, he wouldn't even give you a second glance. He likes helping people. He's only attracted to you because you're pathetic and worthless. And for some asinine reason, Ian feels compelled to stoop low enough to serve your kind's level.
I wish I'd had a response, but at her words, my brain stopped working. Fumbling for some sort of comeback, I stuttered, "You know nothing."
Oh, really? You wait and see, she said. Eventually, Ian's going to get tired of you, realize his mistake, and come crawling back to me. And then we'll get married and live happily ever after, just like everyone expects us to. And you, she looked me up and down, you'll slither back into the sewers where you came from.
I hated this girl. I really, truly did. And we hadn't even known each other for more than 5 minutes. All I wanted to do was to rip the heel off of her foot and smack her in the side of the head with it. But Ian would be disappointed in me. I would give anything if I could make sure Ian was never disappointed in me. So I just shook my hair carelessly over my shoulder, brushed past her, and said, "We'll see about that." I could feel her eyes burning into my back as I left, and knew that I had made a new enemy. Tessica was obviously disappointed that she couldn't scare me into submission, but I refused to let her. I rolled my eyes. Christians. They were all the same. Every last one of them was rotten to the core on the inside. They talked of love and only spread hate. Hypocrites. My eyes filled with tears as I thought, they're all liars, and ran as fast as I could to an empty room, any room. I found it in what I supposed was the youth room. It was a place deserted of everything save for couches, a bookshelf, and a bunch of posters. I walked to a corner and slunk down in it, burying myself in tears. Miracle or no miracle, I never wanted to come back to this place ever again. My sobbing was broken by the sound of a door creaking open. I glanced up to see Kara, her face full of concern. "Hey," she said, sinking down next to me. "You've been gone for a while. Ian sent me to look for you. You weren't in the bathroom like you said. Have you been in here all this time?" "No," I sniffled. "I just came in." "Something must have upset you," she said, inching closer. "Yes, her name is Tessica Will Grace." "Ah," Kara's face went hard as stone. "That explain it." I wiped my nose on my sleeve, not caring if it was gross. "She thinks Ian and I are dating. She wants to get rid of me and win Ian back." "Like that'll ever happen?" Kara snorted. "Tessica could have a gun aimed at Ian's head and he'd still say no." "That's not the point. I thought coming here would be different, but it's not." I was angry for setting myself up for disappointment, but the thoughts whirling in my head were so strong I couldn't help but to voice them. I thought that maybe it wouldn't be so bad here, but I was wrong. There are just as many horrible people in here as there are out there. I wouldn't disagree, but please don't base the rest of us on Tessica's actions, Kara said, shuddering. She's the worst this place has to offer, not the best. We'd kick her out if it wasn't a church, and if her daddy wasn't an elder. If she's your worst, I'd hate to see what your best is, I said, and my tears began to slow. You're living with him, she said. If we had a contest for who is out there spreading God's love like we're supposed to, Ian would definitely win the whole thing. I nodded. Ian is good. Not perfect, but he strives to be good. Nobody's truly good or bad, per se. We have both in us. We just pick what to follow, and most of the time, Ian picks good. She smiled. I don't know how, I said. He gives up everything he has to help other people. I don't even want to know what it has cost him to help me. But he still does it. And with joy, too. I couldn't do that. Ian is like that because he decided to follow the path God chose for him, Kara said. It's in his nature to be kind. You and me, however, we have to work at it. We have skills in different areas that he's not so good at. Brains being one of them, I chipped in, and we both laughed. As our chuckle subsided, I said, I feel like I'm back in high school again. I can't seem to get Tessica's words out of my head. It's like I'm the nerd and she's some mean girl bent on making my life hell. Don't listen to her. She's a devil in disguise, Kara said, putting a hand on my shoulder. Some people here are like that, but most of us are kind, caring people. The only ones you have to watch out for are the Will Graces, and whoever follows their lead. She got up from the ground and helped me to my feet. I'm sorry this didn't go so well for you. Hopefully it'll be better next week. That is, if you want to come back. I nodded. Might as well try. Can't give Miss Will Grace the satisfaction that she's run me out, can I? Good girl, she said approvingly. Now let's go find Ian. He's probably freaking out because he can't find either of us. He was. Ian instantly rushed over to me, out of breath. I was glad that I had been born with the ability to look like I was fine when really, I had just been sobbing my eyes out. I didn't want him to know I had been crying. Where were you? He said, looking at me in concern. I've been looking everywhere. Really, Ian? You can't live a half an hour without me there to babysit you? You might have a problem. I smiled and crossed my arms. You've got some explaining to do, Kara said instantly to Ian. She looked angry. Why didn't you tell Christy about her before you got here? Who? Oh. Ian's face had a variety of emotions tangled up in it. Surprise, anger, hurt. You've got to be kidding me. Tess talked to her? What'd you expect? She wasn't going to throw her a welcoming party, that was for sure. Kara put her hands on her hips and stared at Ian. What did she say to you? Ian asked. Oh, nothing. She just threatened me because she thinks we're dating and she wants you back, I said. She's crazy. Ian's eyes bugged out of his head. I need to talk to her. The only thing you need to do is get in your truck and drive to your parents, Kara said, putting two hands on Ian's back and pushing him forward. And you need to explain to Christy what's going on. Kara, you owe it to her. Go. I'll deal with the witch. Everybody here knows she's afraid of me. Kara was gone in a flash, and then it was just Ian and I. Ian wore a sullen expression on his face as we walked to the car. You don't owe me anything, I said to Ian as he started up the truck. You've saved my life twice. You don't have to tell me why Tessica hates me so much. Ian banged a hand on the steering wheel as he backed up. No, I do. She's going to attack you like that, and I have no doubt she will again. You're going to need to know the whole story. I stared at my hands for a minute. What happened between you two? She cheated on me. With who? One of my buddies, a couple of weeks before we headed off to college. I should have known better. She liked Carmichael since we were in first grade, but she refused to be seen with him because he was broke. I was her arm candy. She wouldn't have cheated if I hadn't been so stone drunk that night, but I couldn't get Leah off my mind. Tessica was jealous that I was paying more attention to trying to find my missing sister instead of trying to please her. So she hooked up with my wingman while I was passed out on somebody's couch. I don't even remember whose. She should have supported you in a time like that, I said. She should have, but she's Tessica and she thinks only of herself, Ian said flatly. I was nothing more than a tool to her. She wouldn't even want me back if you weren't living with me. She thinks it's all a game, like if I go back to her, she wins and you lose. Some people graduate high school, but they never grow out of it. She told me she was going to marry you someday, I said randomly, scanning his face for any emotion that he might still hold toward her. He laughed, and my heart fluttered in relief. That's a joke. If I had to pick between marrying her and a man-eating tiger, I'd pick the tiger. The demise would be quicker and less painful. What exactly did she say to you? As I told him, his fingers got white on the steering wheel. I can't believe it. Well, I can. But being that mean the first time you've ever met somebody is low, even for Tess. She's definitely a piece of work, I said. One thing she said is eating at me. Tessica told me you were still a virgin. Is that true? Do you really want to know? He asked. When I nodded, he said, Okay. Yeah, I'm still a virgin. You've got to be kidding me, I said. You were popular in high school and college and are really good looking. How could you still be a virgin? Good looking, huh? He beamed. All right, I'm liking this so far. Keep the compliments coming. Shut up, I said, my cheeks turning pink. Whatever I said, you've got to be lying. I haven't slept with anybody, Christy, Ian said, shaking his head. Have I ever lied to you? I dropped my head. No. But why? Surely you've had opportunities. Plenty. Chicks threw themselves at me because I was the big man on campus. But I said no every time. I mean, once or twice a girl got naked in front of me and it was tempting, but I don't know. It just didn't feel right. But you're a guy. I mean, come on. We're not all animals, Christy. We can control ourselves, Ian scowled. Okay, fine. You can. I'm expecting your mind is perfectly in control, too. I'm not that much in control. Men are people, and people lust. I can control my thoughts, but that kind of desire is just human nature. I can't fight it constantly, and it's unhealthy to anyways. But I try not to think of sex 24/7. I'm guessing this is part of some Bible thing, I said, trying to think of a reason that would prevent Ian from doing anything erotic. Yes, and no, he sighed. We're not supposed to have sex outside of marriage, although plenty of us do it anyways. And I've gotten to the point where I just don't care what other people do. That's their business. But for me, well, I've always thought sex was sort of private. Meaning sacred, beautiful, a gift. You know what I mean? I paused, and then I instantly burst out laughing. Of all the words used to describe sex, I choked out, laughing even harder. Well, that's the way I look at it. He seemed hurt, so I stopped laughing and said, Hey, I'm not saying it's wrong, it's just different. I've never heard anybody put it that way before. He seemed a little relieved. Thanks, I guess. I don't know. I just decided when I was young that I didn't want to give it up to anybody I didn't love. And even when I was dating Tessica, I didn't feel like I loved her enough to do it. He paused. When I finally have sex, I want it to be with somebody I truly, desperately love. Someone I can't bear to live without. I guess I never met the right girl. That's beautiful, Ian, I said. It's actually sort of honorable that you've stuck to your guns and decided that. He shrugged. Besides, the minute I did have sex with somebody, you know it would get around this place in an instant. For sure, I nodded. Well, what about you? Are you still a virgin? The hopeful light in his eyes prompted me to lie, but I couldn't. Not to him. I lost my virginity when I was 16, I informed him. I was in a relationship for a year, and after we broke up, I was devastated. I had so many partners trying to get over my first love that it hurts to count them. So I don't. I'm sorry. I didn't know why I was apologizing. It wasn't a big deal. Don't be. All my friends, married or not, aren't virgins anymore, so I'm used to it. I've been the odd man out for the past 6 years now. I'm always getting crap for it. He smiled grimly. Did you ever love any of them? I looked out the window. Only one. Was he your first? She. The quiet was enough to nearly break me. Yes. Ian made his next turn softly. I understand. I'm sorry. It's okay. It was a stupid mistake. One I didn't intend on making again. We pulled into the farm and got out of the car. He led me over to a round pen near the house. Ian, I started, unsure of what to say. He shook his head. Don't mind me, Christy. I was just hoping that I would find somebody else like me. The older I get, the harder and harder it is to find somebody who isn't in a relationship or married. I feel like I have to go through life alone. I put a hand on his shoulder. You're not alone. I'm with you, and I care about you. I've made a lot of horrible decisions. I swallowed. But I'm not that person anymore. It's all in the past. He seemed a little less sullen. I believe you. Now, close your eyes. I want to surprise you with something. I did so, groaning. Ian, I told you not to get me anything. I had mentioned that my 20th birthday was today, and for the life of me, Ian wouldn't forget it. I wanted to treat it like it was just any other day, but Ian, being Ian, had to do something special. The guy was so damn nice it would kill him someday. I was sure of it. He sure was taking a long time. Any longer, and I was sure I'd turn to stone. I was bristling with both anticipation and a little fright. Whatever Ian gave me, I would like it, no matter what. He guided me forward, and I heard the barn door slide open. Ta-da! Ian exclaimed, and I opened my eyes. Happy birthday, he said, stepping away to reveal Miracle, inside her stall with a large pink bow tied around her neck. Tears popped into my eyes. I moved forward, my lips trembling. Ian, no, I whispered, my hands shaking. I reached over the fence to stroke the mare's mane. This is too much. You're going to be the one doing most of the training on her, so it only made sense to give her to you, Ian said. Besides, she hates the rest of us. She only came to me because she heard your voice. Ian, I can't accept this, I hushed. Nonsense. You're worth every penny, he said. Words would only cheapen the moment. I continued to stroke Miracle, and she nickered softly in content.
Chapter 16. Ian. When I watched Christy stroke Miracle, I couldn't believe how vulnerable I was willing to be with her. Sex had been pleasant to think about, until Tessica. On our high school graduation night, we had gotten our clothes off, before I had projectile vomited all over her. Most humiliating moment of my life, and she was bound to never let me forget it, nor anyone else. Every woman in the surrounding area had heard how I'd thrown up on Tessica Will Grace just before we were about to have sex, and nobody wanted to line up to be next on the barf machine. Not that they needed to. Even in college, with all the women that had tried to get with me, I had never been able to get Tessica out of my head. I wasn't sure if I'd been nervous or if I drank too much. Probably both. But for some reason, it had been repulsive for me to sleep with her. It was funny now, but not at the time. I wanted to go back and punch myself in the face for even thinking of sleeping with Tess. She was a virtual monster in a spray tan and a manicure. Sure, she was hot, but from what I'd heard the guys say that had been with her, the sex wasn't worth dealing with the drama after. I could only imagine. I'd never even touched her, and she acted like she still had me on a leash. How she treated Christy today was completely uncalled for. I should have listened to Kara and warned her, but I'd underestimated the lengths Tessica would go to try and get me back. I watched Christy and idly wondered what sex with her would be like. For the first time, Tessica didn't spring into my mind. What arose was an image of Christine, naked in my bed, her arms reaching towards me like she needed me. This had gone too far. I needed to stop my foolish fantasies right now, before they got out of hand. "Is something wrong?" Christy said. "You look hot." I told myself that wasn't a pickup line and headed toward the barn door. "I need some fresh air," I told her. I practically sprinted outside, gasping for air. I bent over, my hands on my knees. This was physically painful. Keeping myself away from her like this was hell. It felt like my heart was going to explode. I straightened up, heading toward the house. It wasn't a coincidence that Christy was the first woman I had entertained the idea of being with in over 5 years. I had to tell her how I felt, and soon. I couldn't keep up the charade much longer. Christy came out of the barn and looked at me. "You want to go for a walk?" I swallowed, nodding. "Sure, the sun will do me good." As we started down a small dirt path into the woods, Christine wouldn't stop staring at me. "Are you sure you're fine? Have you been working too hard lately?" "I'm okay, Christy. I assure you that if I faint on this walk, that you won't have to carry me back." I chuckled lightly. "Well, that's good, because I don't think I could," she said with a laugh. We came to the top of a large hill and stopped when we looked down. It was an old farmhouse, one that had been abandoned long ago. "Oh, wow," Christy hushed. "Come on, I'll race you to it." She took off at a run down the hill. I followed her, laughing. She was almost as fast as me, but not quite. I slowed down just enough for her to catch up, and we jogged side by side through the tilled fields into the farmhouse. We halted just before the sagging building, gazing in wonder. The black tiles were sliding off the roof, and the steps leading up to the porch had holes in them. "It's beautiful," she hushed, and I squinted my eyes to try and see what she did. "Come on, let's go inside." "What? I don't know if it's safe," I said. "Of course it's safe," Christy scoffed. "Don't be a chicken." I let her pull me inside, careful where I put my feet. When she opened the door, a great wave of dust and mildew hit me, and I started coughing. Wood floors matched the old-fashioned wallpaper, and a few discarded paintings and broken pieces of furniture lay abandoned around the empty space. "It's so old," Christy said. "This place had to have been built in the 20s. "It definitely hasn't been updated since." I kicked a discarded chair leg across the room. "It has an upstairs," she said, pointing. She started running up before I could stop her. "Christine, we don't know how stable this place is. Be careful." Just as I said that, my foot broke through one of the stairs, and I struggled to pull myself up. Ugh, this girl was going to kill me one of these days. "Found the bathroom," she said when I crawled into the hallway. She looked out a dirty window and said, "It's in better condition than I thought." "I guess it's not too bad," I said fairly. "But it needs a lot of work. A lot of work." "It'd be a fun project," she said, heading back down the stairs. "I wish we had the money to renovate it. It'd be perfect." I had the money to buy it, and fix it up too. But what was the point, if we weren't together? Then again, she had said the word we. Could she possibly be imagining a future with me? No, that couldn't be true. Taking her hand, I said, "Come on, let's go back to my parents' place." We hit the dirt trail again, and I noticed her walking gingerly on the rocks. "Feet hurt?" "Just a bit. I've had a couple of rough shifts at the school lately," she told me. Those sandals she was wearing weren't doing her any favors when it came to walking on the jagged rocks. "Here," I said, and I bent down. She hesitated, then jumped on my back. I carried her all the way back, not letting her down until we reached the truck. By this time, it was starting to get dark. We headed home. With Tessica and everything else, it had been a long day. When we got back to the apartment, Christy popped in a movie and we sat on the couch together, not touching, but sitting close. When the movie was done, Christy switched off the TV and turned toward me. "You should probably go to bed. You have to get up early." "I will in a minute," I said, yawning. "I don't want to go yet." She nodded. "All right, it's my day off tomorrow anyway. I was just going to watch another movie." She turned the TV back on and sat next to me. My eyelids slowly began to droop as the day ended with her by my side. Before I slipped off, I could have sworn she kissed my head. It might have been my imagination, but I could still dream.
Chapter 17. Christine. Early the next morning, birdsong could be heard through my window. Dawn light trickled in past the blinds and created a halo upon the face of the one who had saved me. At first, I believed I was dreaming, but then I realized that I was awake, that it was very much the next day, and that Ian was still here. Shit. He had fallen asleep on the couch next to me and was holding me in his arms. Shit. I got up as quietly as I possibly could and then shook him awake. "Ian," I said. "Ian, get up, you fell asleep." He roused slowly, his eyelids drooping. He looked around the living room in confusion, then at me before rubbing his eyes. "Christine, did you fall asleep here with me?" "No, I said slowly. "You fell asleep here and I went into your room." "Oh," he said. I didn't like the disappointment in his voice. "You have work," I said. "You're going to be late, come on." He moaned and then rolled over to face the wall. I threw my arms up and said, "Whatever, I'm getting dressed." He rolled back over to look at me, the blanket covering up half his face, his expression mischievous. I hated how damn cute he looked. It was really, really bothering me. "Get up," I shouted, grabbing a pillow and whopping him in the face. Ian finally rolled off the couch. "I can't be late. Where are my pants?" "Why is that always the question?" I said, rolling my eyes. Ian lost his pants at least once a week, and for some reason, I was the only one who could ever find them. He was wearing pajamas now, but he couldn't go into work wearing those. I found a pair of work slacks and practically threw them into his arms. "Go, now!" He ran into the bathroom and came out flustered looking as hell. I shoved a piece of toast into his hand and said, "What would you do without me? Really?" He smiled. "Thanks, Christine. I really appreciate—" "Enough with the thank yous, go!" I shoved him out the door with his car keys and effectively locked the door. As I heard him go down the steps, I sighed in relief. That was too close. Ian almost caught us together. And even though it was an accident, I knew the way he looked at me. I had caught him gazing at me for far too long the other day when I was with Miracle. I slid against the wall, my head in my hands. The school year would be ending soon and Ian would have a lot more time off. Time that would be spent here, with me. It would be cruel and heartless to keep leading him on. Was I leading him on? I wasn't sure. I had done everything in my power to assure him we weren't meant to be. I shook my head. Nobody and nothing was strong enough to outlast me. I had to figure out a way to break his heart without my own getting involved. But what if it already was? The first day of May was ridiculously hot. It was nearing 90, the weather practically choking the life out of all of us. I didn't want to do much of anything but lay around on the couch. But Ian, being the active little shit that he was, had other plans. It's like a reunion. You know, a get-together with all the kids I went to high school with back in the dinosaur age, he explained. He buzzed around his apartment to grab swim trunks, shoving them in a black backpack carelessly. Why would I want to go swimming in some random person's lake? I'm a city girl. I don't do redneck yacht clubs, I moaned. Because it'll be fun. Trust me. I'll make a country girl out of you yet. For your information, farmer boy, I don't even have a swimsuit. Kara told me which one to buy you, Ian said. He pulled out a 2-piece bikini from a shopping bag. She said you can't be bigger than a size medium. Kara had good taste, but I was going to strangle her later for helping Ian drag me into this. I don't like going to parties, Ian. I'm not good in groups. It's only 10 or so people. I promise if you get uncomfortable, we'll leave. On our friendship, he said, raising a hand in a mock vow. Will Tessica be there? I asked, thinking that if I ever saw the bitch again, I'd probably claw her eyes out. She's not invited. Don't worry, only cool people, and by that, I mean people who like you. You did this on purpose, didn't you? So I could meet your friends, I said, glaring at him. A guilty smile passed over his face. Maybe. Damn it, Ian. Fine, I'll go, but only for a little while. The drive was far too short. As we approached the lake, a sick feeling entered my stomach. How did Ian always seem to rope me into things like this? Because I can never say no to him, I sighed, looking out the window. As I scanned over the scene, my heart dropped. Maybe pigs really did fly because Ian had actually told a lie. There were way more than 10 people here, maybe even over 20. 5 were on the lake with canoes, 7 were on a pontoon, and maybe 8 or so gathered together on the beach, not counting the people who were still inside the house. I tried to take a deep breath and stay calm as Ian parked on the side of the gravel road, but all my deep breathing did was turn into hyperventilating. Hey, Ian said as he turned the truck off, reaching over and grabbing my hand. Take it easy. I said if you didn't want to do this, we don't have to. I'll turn the truck around right now and we'll go home. I looked into his deep blue eyes and swallowed. I knew he would go home, just for me. But I couldn't do that to him. His friends were here. I wanted him to have fun. It's fine, I said, choking out an answer. We're already here. We should at least stay for a bit. Are you sure? His eyes were flooded with concern. Of course. It's only Merryton people, right? Not like there's some sort of cult. I laughed at my own poor joke. You'd think so at times, the way everybody is so cliquey around here. Hopefully there's no drama today. Ian got out of the car and went around the front of the truck to help me out. My legs shook. Here. Ian grabbed my hand again. We'll go together. His hand grasped mine firmly as he pulled me toward a group of people smiling and pushing each other around. I plastered a grin on my face and kept it there. A guy drinking a beer seemed to be the head of the group. He was talking to Kara and a few other guys near a keg. His eyes wandered over to us, and he lit up. Ian, it's about time. You know I'm always late, Ian said, reaching out to shake with his other hand. The boys looked at me and Ian's interlocked hands, and the guy that shook Ian's hand laughed. Oh, look, guys, Ian's got a new babe. What one are you on now, number 24? She's just my friend, Ron, Ian said, and he squeezed my hand tighter. Just a friend, yeah, right, buddy. Ron muttered playfully before he nudged me. Ian used to be a total player. Don't let the charm fool you. Ignore him, Ian said, his cheeks turning red. I'm just giving the girl a warning. She deserves it before you go on breaking her heart. When Ron said this, everyone behind him laughed. "Shut up, Ron." Ian's other hand balled up into a tight fist, but this only made Ron smile wider. He pushed one of the other guys and asked, "Hey, who wants to start the betting pool this time? I'm guessing it'll last another month. $20. Anyone want up?"
Well, at least Ian's attractive enough to get a bunch of women, I said loudly, trying to break up the fight. I've noticed there's nobody hanging on your arm. I let go of Ian's hand and put my own on my hip.
"Whoa there, easy," Ron said, holding his hand up. "We're just teasing you, not trying to piss you off or nothing. I'm Ron. Your name is..." He extended a hand.
"Christine," I said, shaking it. "And I can be just as cocky as you are."
"I've noticed."
Ron dropped my hand and turned to Ian.
"I like her. She's tough. Maybe you should actually stick with this one." "So long as he doesn't go back to Tessica, I don't care if he dates a walrus. Anything's better than her," another guy said, and everyone groaned. At the mention of Tessica, my face instantly turned red. "Hey, we're here to have a good time, not talk about the past," Ian said. "I know what'll make you have a good time," Ron said. "How about a race, Ian? You can drive the Camaro and I'll take the Mustang. We'll go down the back roads."
Ian's face instantly lit up. I looked at him. "A race?" I said. "Isn't that dangerous?"
He only smiled bigger. "You're about to find out." Ian and Ron took off toward a group of cars near the lake. Kara rolled her eyes beside me.
"Oh, great. Here we go. The great Ron and Ian rivalry once again."
"What do you mean?" I asked.
"Ron was the one Tessica cheated on Ian with," Kara explained. "Didn't you know that?"
I shook my head. No, I didn't. But now that I did, I sure hoped Ian would win the race.
Chapter 18. Ian. "You sure you want to do this, Rosenthal?" A straight country road created a divide between the large plots of tilled farmland on the left and the overgrown, blooming woods on the right. The entire earth had a yellow glow to it. Watching the sunlight bounce off the hood of Ron's Camaro made me shake in excitement. I couldn't wait to put my foot to the gas pedal. "If I wasn't sure I wanted to do this, I wouldn't have come," I said, and I fastened my seatbelt. "Where's the finish?" "Old oak tree, same as always. You can always back out now," Ron said, expecting me to cop out. As if. "Ron, just get in the car so Ian can kick your butt again and we can all go home," Kara said, rolling her eyes. She was twirling a strand of hair around her finger and acting completely bored. She hated cars. "Hey, I don't know. Ron might win this time," Michael said, staring at the hood of Ron's car. Ron had added quite a few new updates to his Mustang. I would know, because he wouldn't shut up about it on the phone the night before. "I don't care what he put in there. I've seen Ian drive. He's the best." I turned in my seat to beam up at Christy, who smiled back. Ron simply rolled his eyes, but I ignored him. I was the best driver in Merryton, and Ron had to be taught that again for what had to be the millionth time. "Please be careful," Christy said, leaning inside the car window. "This makes me nervous." "I don't see why it should, since I'm such an amazing driver," I said with a laugh. "You're not invincible. If Ron does have a chance, just let him win, so we don't have to do this again." "Never." I smiled and put my sunglasses down. "Don't close your eyes. You might miss me." "Whatever," Christy said, rolling her eyes with a chuckle. She stepped back and held up a red flag, waiting to start the race. "Ready?" she shouted to Ron. "You ready to see your boyfriend get smoke in his face?" Ron asked, sliding in his car. "He's not my boyfriend, but I'm ready for you to shut up," she said, laughing once more. "What the hell? I'll root for the underdog," Kara said, shrugging. "Yes!" Ron's fist pounded the air. "I've convinced the skeptic!" "Go, Ron," Kara chanted in a monotonous, dry tone. I revved my engine a few times, and that's when the entire world stopped. It was just me and my car. Tires squealed and gravel flew as we took off. The back end shifted, and I quickly straightened the Camaro out so she was flying down the gravel, sending rocks scattering. Ron and I were neck and neck until for one reason or another, I realized that he was pulling away from me. I pushed my accelerator to climb up to 90, but I still couldn't catch him. What did he put in that thing to make it so fast? I wasn't willing to lose. I pushed the accelerator down to the floor, steadying the vehicle and nearly losing control. A car was up ahead. I was the one who chose to drive on the wrong side of the road, so it was coming straight at me. Ron automatically slowed down, but I was going too fast to throw on the brakes. I watched as the car ahead blared on its horn as I grew closer and closer. Just in the nick of time, I swerved in front of Ron and watched as the car passed, my heart beating wildly. I passed the finish line just before Ron and slowed down, turning the vehicle around and heading back to the group cockily. The minute I was out of the car, Christy started attacking me.
"You idiot!"
she said, pounding me repeatedly with her fists.
"I told you to be safe and you nearly collide with another car!"
"Christine," I said, grabbing her wrists. "It's okay. I'm fine. Nothing happened." "Something could've," she said, giving me a harsh glare. "You could have gotten killed." "I didn't know you cared so much," I said softly. She blushed lightly and looked away. Meanwhile, Michael and Kara were both looking at me like I'd performed a miracle, unable to believe that I'd just barely escaped death. "Wow," Ron said, gasping for air and looking around. "That was crazy, huh? Sorry that the car almost hit you." Then he paused. "Though if you'd have let me pass, it would have been a lot safer." "Safety's never been my priority when it comes to kicking your butt," I said. Christy pulled away from me and stomped over to the Camaro, muttering under her breath. "Next time, Ian," Ron said, shaking my hand, and everyone groaned. "I almost had you." "You did, Ron." I let him race me as many times as he pleased, just so I could get the rush. "Glad you liked it. After all, that's about as much action as you're gonna get tonight." Ron laughed. Christy's face turned to stone, and I gnashed my teeth as I said, "Cut it out, Ron." "I'm just teasing," Ron said with a shrug. "For as good as your driving skills are, we all know you're not taking a girl home. At least not one that's interested." He was being a sore loser. He'd lost, now he was hitting me where it hurt. "Your mouth's almost as big as your head, Ron," Kara said, jumping to my defense. "So are we heading back to the party now? I'm starved." At the mention of food, Ron ran back to his car and said, "I'll meet you guys there. I haven't eaten in days." "You mean 2 hours?" Kara asked. "Yep." "Hold on, we're coming with you," Kara said, grabbing Michael's arm. She pulled him over to the Mustang, glancing back at Christy and I. Michael gave her a confused look, but she forced him into the passenger seat and then took the back, waving goodbye. The minute they were down the road, I turned to Christy, who was pointedly ignoring me. "Oh, come on, Christine," I said. "This is who I am. I can't help it." "Yes, you can. If you'd have gotten hit by that car, I don't know what I would have done." "For real?" I said. My heart felt like it was doing somersaults. "I do care about you. What'd I do in that apartment all by myself?" she asked, shaking her head. "You're pretty good at taking care of yourself," I said, shrugging. "Who said I'm not up for another race?" "Ian, you're impossible!" She pushed my shoulders and pinned me against the car. Without a second's hesitation, I grabbed her arms and spun her around so she was the one pinned, unable to move. "Was that really a good idea?" I whispered in her ear. She tried to struggle away, but for all of Christine's temper, she didn't have the brute to back up her threats. Didn't stop her from trying. "Keep it up, Ian, and one of these days I'm going to kick your ass," she muttered. "Yeah, right. You just tried." I let her squirm out of my tight grip, still smirking. She brushed back her hair, a pink tinge filling her cheeks. We both got back in the Camaro, and she asked, "Are we heading back to the party?" "Yeah, but I'm warning you, everyone's going to gossip about why we're arriving later than the others." "I'll just tell them you drove slow." "Sure, like they're going to believe that." I floored it. Christy was thrown back into the seat. The smell of burnt tires flew into the air, and I inhaled deeply, loving the smell. In seconds, we were at 60 and flying along the road, heading north. Christy leaned forward and turned the radio up. I gave a wild whoop as music pumped out of the stereo loudly, and she danced in her seat to the music. The sun was bright as ever, casting a glow upon the evergreens and the oaks. A weeping willow swayed carefully in the breeze as we passed.
You know what, Ian?
She said, and I spared a glance at her.
It's a stupid question, but I wonder what it would be like to fly. You're about to find out,
I said, and I pushed the accelerator to 90. She let out a loud cry, and her screams made me go faster. Soon we were nearing 100, and I couldn't concentrate on anything but the road. Couldn't feel anything except the steering wheel on my hands and the vibrations of the motor. When Christy started laughing, I began applying the brake. She let out a noise of disappointment, turning down the radio.
"Why'd you do that for?"
she said, glancing over at me. I didn't answer until we were at 55. You're in the car, Christine. I'm not risking your life just for a thrill. That's for when I'm by myself. You better not, she said, reaching over to slap me on the shoulder. I have my limits too, and they're here when you're with me. Obviously, she said grumpily. You're not seriously still pissed about what Ron said, are you? I asked. She didn't answer, and I said, Oh, come on, Christine. It's just Ron. He doesn't mean it. That's not fair to you. He's your friend. He shouldn't make you the butt of a joke just because you lost the race. I'm used to it, honestly. Ron had never been my best friend, after all. Well, next time Ron makes fun of you, tell him that you're sorry that you have your life together and he doesn't. My grip tightened on the steering wheel. It doesn't bother me, really. I chuckled at her messy hair. But nobody's going to think I'm a virgin anymore if you don't fix your hair. It's all over the place. She adjusted her ponytail hastily, avoiding my eyes. I turned back into the party, where everyone was already back to having a blast. You better hurry to grab some food, I told Christy. Whatever you don't eat, Ron will definitely finish off. Christy grimaced. I couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Ron had always taunted me for my lack of experience in the bedroom. I think he still felt bad about messing around with Tessica behind my back, but to be honest, I didn't care about that anymore. We weren't kids anymore. I'd grown up. There was another woman I was interested in, and I wanted more than just a fling with her. I wanted her to be my wife. The thought should have been flippant to me, but it was anything but. Christy was the woman I wanted. She was the one. I just had to figure out a way to prove to her she owned my heart, without scaring her off.
Chapter 19. Christine. A couple hours after we ate, Ron said, Who wants to jump in the lake? It's freaking hot out. Shouts of approval surrounded us, and all the guys started heading toward the lake. Ian turned to me and said, Do you mind if I go swimming? Kara's over there if you want to talk to her, unless you want to come with. Nah, I'll go soak up some sun. You go. I'll come in soon. I started toward a group of women standing nearby, my throat tightening. Could I fit into this party without Ian by my side? Might as well try. I took a deep breath and entered the group casually. Hey, what's up? Nice swimsuit, a girl said, looking at me with approval. Very cute. Thanks, I smiled. Kara picked it out. It's no big deal, hun, Kara said, taking a sip of her drink. I knew you'd love it. Where'd you get it from? It looks like a boutique suit, a woman with black hair chipped in. Nah, it was from the mall. Everything was on sale, Kara said. The talking dissolved into a menagerie of discussing various stylists and the best places to shop in Ash Alder. I relaxed. I knew the city like the back of my hand, and growing up there, I knew places the others didn't. As far as I could tell, I was fitting in great. You're pretty cool, Christy, a girl named Sonia said. It's awesome that you know the city so well. Maybe you, me, Ian, and Ron can all go out on a double date sometime. You're with Ron? I asked, amazed. Yes, he's mine, she said, rolling her eyes. And he's a real pain, but he can be a big sweetheart. Hey, Kara, we're gonna go in the water. You wanna come? The black-haired girl said. The others all looked at her eagerly. Actually, I was going to take Christy on the paddle boat. If that's okay, Kara said, turning to me. Sure. I followed Kara to the boat, a little leery. I wasn't the best swimmer, but as I glanced to where Ian was splashing some of his buddies, I sighed. I couldn't just sit on the sidelines. I got in the paddle boat and proceeded to cling to the sides as Kara paddled us farther and farther away from shore. So, let me ask you a question. Why aren't you and Ian dating yet? Kara asked, when we were out in the middle of the lake. She put the oars to the side and waited for me to answer. Seems like that's the question on everybody's minds here, I said in disapproval. Just because he's a guy and I'm a girl and we're living together doesn't mean we automatically have to be a couple. I know that, but you guys have chemistry. I can see it when you're together. Would you ever consider? We wouldn't work out, I said simply, shrugging. I know he likes you, Christy. I just don't know if you like him back. You can't tell? Relief flooded me. You're a very hard person to read. You sort of shut yourself off to people. I just wanted to know if you have an interest. He is my best friend, after all. I want to make sure he doesn't get his hopes up. She crossed her legs and looked at me. We're just too different. I looked at my reflection on the lake, watching the ripples float by. I was too different from everyone in this world. Relationships just led to more pain than I was willing to risk. What are you afraid of? I was silent for a second. Ian has so much faith, especially in people. It's good to have faith in God and to believe, but in this world, you have to fend for yourself. Power is everything and money is everything. I don't want him to know the truth by hanging out with me. I'm not a good person. I sighed. That's not true at all. You are good, she insisted, grabbing my hands. No, I'm not. I pulled away and stared into the water. You can't understand the mistakes I've made. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, and neither would Ian. Ian's good-hearted, but he's not oblivious. He's just ridiculously optimistic, Kara snorted. You can't keep that man down. I know, but some things we don't agree on, and that'll just get in the way. Ian doesn't... Well, you know he's... She struggled to supply an answer. Okay, I'm sure no matter what you've done, Ian would still like you regardless. Fat chance, I scoffed. Faith's eyes were staring up at me from the water, accusing me. I looked away into Kara's eyes instead. He really, really likes you, Kara said. He's told me over and over. He just doesn't know how to break your shell. Maybe you just need to do some deep digging and forgive yourself. Then you'll realize that everything you've ever wanted is right in front of you. Deep digging sounded really tiring. Whatever's right or wrong doesn't matter to me. I just don't want Ian to get hurt. So you do care about him? Yes. I looked deeper into the lake. But I don't know if he has my heart. You and Ian would make a really cute couple, Kara said, dangling her fingertips in the water. And it's easy to tell he's crazy about you. Was he? Or was I just somebody else to help? A project, like Tessica said. Well, I know one thing, Kara said. You've got Tessica terrified, and no other girl I've known has ever managed to do that. Didn't seem like it the other day. You got her attention. If she thought Ian was just using you, she would have left you alone. The thought that I had Tessica scared I was going to take Ian away from her was empowering, but at the same time it also hurt me. I had nothing left to give anyone, much less a good soul such as Ian's. The bitterness and hard times had molded me into a creature without feeling. Romance and its partner love held no interest for me. Hell, I hadn't been able to feel much of anything for anyone since Annabelle left. I was a shell of a human being. I would never be able to love again. I was destined to live my life alone, and even though it was sad, that thought failed to frighten or sorrow me. The minute I got off the paddle boat, Ian ran up to me. A deep frown was embedded on his face. "Are you all right?" I asked. "Get dressed," Ian told me, throwing me my clothes and sliding a shirt on himself, hair still wet from the lake. "What's wrong?" I asked, confused. Ian would never want to leave a party this early. What was the big hurry? "Another child's gone missing," Ian said, choking on the words. "A little girl named Lane. We have to get back into town and find her." "Are you serious?" My mouth dropped open. "I'm not kidding. Get in the truck." Ian grabbed my hand and dragged me to the vehicle. As I looked behind me, I watched the party dissolve. News had already gotten around. "Where was she last seen?" I asked, turning to him. "The park. She was playing with 4 other kids, then she disappeared out of nowhere. She can't have gotten far." "Drop me off near the grocery store. I'll start looking there," I told him. "I don't want you going alone. 2 kids disappearing? It's obvious that someone is taking them. These people are dangerous. We have to stick together," Ian growled. "I can take care of myself, Ian. We can cover more ground by ourselves, you in the car and me on foot. What does she look like?" 8 years old, brown hair and brown eyes, dark skin. She's wearing a pink dress," he grumbled quickly. He screeched to a stop in front of the store when we got there and said, "Christy, I'd be more comfortable if—" "Call my cell phone in an hour if you haven't found her," I said, slamming the truck door shut. He sped away. I started searching. The parking lot was deserted, save for a red sedan that had a long scratch down the middle of the hood. I hissed. That was Landon's car. What the hell was he doing here again? It couldn't mean anything good. I walked into the store and began heading into the frozen section. As I crossed into the next aisle, a few figures caught my eye. I stopped in place, completely taken over by fear. "This town is only so big. Christy has nowhere to hide," Annabelle muttered. And my heart stopped. I pressed myself up against a shelf, holding my breath. "Annabelle, we have to go," Landon whined. I caught a bit of apprehension in his voice. "They're going to find us soon." "Shut up!" Everything went quiet. I listened as her footsteps approached from the other aisle. If she caught me, it was all over. Nobody in this store was going to be able to stop her from killing me on the spot. "Annabelle," Landon whined again. I heard her spin on her heels and hiss. Fine. Just so I don't have to hear your bitching. Let's get out of here. You too." I knew she had to be turning to the other people with her. "She's not here. Sweep the area. I want you to find her. We'll be back to pick you up later, but I don't want any phone calls unless she's been found. Understood?" I didn't wait to hear their responses. I bolted past the cash registers and out the main door. I ran across the parking lot faster than I ever had, up Main Street and back to Ian's. Chapter 20. Christine. "Did you find anything? Christy!" Darkness had fallen over the town. Ian slammed the door shut as he saw me curled up in a ball on his couch, eyes leaking tears and a mouth that's so dry it practically leaked sand. "Christy? What went wrong? What happened?" He sat by my side. That was all it took for the tough persona I put up for months to come crashing down. "Christy, what's going on?" Ian's arms wrapped around me. He held me close as I cried, his expression frightened. "I can't tell you," I blubbered out. "You'll hate me." "No, Christy, no, I could never hate you. Whatever you need to tell me is okay, I promise." "It's not. You don't understand." I try to pull away, but he holds me in place, not letting me go. "What don't I understand? No matter what it is, I promise not to be angry. I can't stand seeing you like this. It scares me." "I know who took the kids," I whispered. His eyes grew wide. He grabbed my shoulders and said, "You know? You have to tell me." You'll hate me, Ian. I swear I won't, but I need to know, please. You promise? I've never lied to you. The whole terrible story comes tumbling out of me. Everything from the minute I met Annabelle until now. Everything, except for the story about Faith. When I finished, Ian paced around the room. I couldn't read his face. And I don't know where she's taken them or why, but I know she's got them. And I know it's my fault because I let her here. I finished, waiting for his answer. He stopped to look at me, expressionless. I don't think it was your fault, Christy, he said. None of it was your fault. She wants me, Ian. I loved her. I wanted to be with her. I dropped my head. You probably think that's wrong. The only thing that's wrong is everything she did to you, Ian told me, sitting by my side. You are not responsible for any of this. Do you hear me? But Ian, no buts. He wiped the tears from my eyes. Please stop crying. It makes me sad to see you cry. Ian, you don't understand, I said, leaping up from my seat. I'm a murderer. All the color drained from his face. You're a... what? I killed someone. My whole body began shaking, and I closed my eyes, tears rolling down my cheeks. Her name was Faith. We went to school together, and we both joined the cult at the same time. She tried to run away, and Annabelle ordered me to kill her. I knew if I didn't, she was going to kill me too, so I did it. I crumpled into a heap on the floor, my head in my hands. I'm a murderer, I whimpered. How could you not see? I'm not good for you or anyone else. I'm a monster. Worthless. The apartment was filled with nothing but silence. If I could go back in time, I'd change it all, I whispered. I'd slit my own throat before taking that girl's life. I would do anything to change what I did. Anything. There was silence. Ian despised me. I knew it. He was going to call the police so they could cart me off to jail where I belonged, forever. Away and locked up from people, alone where I couldn't hurt anyone. The wooden floor creaked, and then Ian was kneeling beside me. He rested his head on my shoulder, his arms enveloping me. I know you'd take it back, Christy, he said, and he placed a kiss in my hair. But that girl who murdered an innocent is not the person you are today. You did what you had to in order to survive. You would have never killed someone, I said. You need to stay away from me. He lifted my chin with his finger gently. There is no force in heaven or hell that could keep me away from you. Not even an earth-shattering revelation like this. It's terrible what you did, Christy. But I will always believe that the real killer behind all of this was Annabelle, not you. And you need to forgive yourself for what you've done. Forgive myself for killing a girl who was just like me? There's no way, I said, shaking my head. You have to start somewhere. He brushed back my hair so it was out of my face, away from my eyes. You're just as beautiful as ever. I'm glad you told me about this. All of it. I'm sorry I lied to you for so long, I said, still looking downward. I probably would have done the same thing if I was as scared as you. Why do you love me? I asked, and his eyes flickered downward. Don't pretend like it's not true. I know you do. I can see it. Everyone else can see it. Why do you keep loving me? He looked at me blankly. I don't have a reason for why I love you, Christy. I just do. With my chin still in his hand, he pulled me closer and leaned in to kiss me. Out of nowhere, a part of me, a part I thought was lost forever, sprung to life inside of my chest. Ian's touch spread a warm sensation humming throughout my body, paralyzed as all the feelings I had been denying myself for so long came flooding back. I knew the truth then. I loved Ian. I had risen from the dead. Ian pulled away and whispered softly to me, "And I plan to keep loving you for a very long time." I fell against his chest, and he enveloped me in his arms. "Ian, You don't have to say it back," he said. "You can take your time. Just know that I love you, now and always." We stayed there for a few minutes, silently clinging to each other. Ian was the first to pull away. "Christy, we have to get the police." I nodded. "I understand. You have to turn me in." "I'm not turning you in," he said, frowning. "You might have killed someone, but I'm convinced it was for your own survival. And personally, I want to keep you around for my own selfish reasons." "That's not right, Ian. I deserve to be punished," I protested. "Call it a character flaw, but if you don't turn yourself in, I'm definitely not speaking a word of this to anyone. I'd rather not have a relationship with a girl behind bars. I want you here with me." For the first time in his life, Ian refused to do the right thing. I knew that I should have marched right to the police station and told them everything. But for the same reason Ian didn't want to turn me in, I couldn't turn myself in either. I couldn't bear to leave him. Faith was dead, but Ian was alive, and I had to do everything I could to protect him now and forever. I could honor Faith by making sure Annabelle never, ever hurt anyone ever again. "Christy," Ian said again, shaking me out of my thoughts. "We have to tell the police about Annabelle." I put my mask of stone back on. "Right, we can't waste any more time. I'm going down to the station." Ian got up and grabbed his coat. "Can't you just call them?" "I doubt they'll come out here, not with all the chaos going on. I want to speak to them directly." "I'll come with you," I said, standing up. "No, you're not. You're staying here." Ian shook his head. "Tessica's father is the sheriff." "Tessica isn't exactly important right now," I huffed, crossing my arms. "If she's there, which she probably is, she'll convince her father that everything you say is a waste of time. If I talk to them alone, they'll actually listen." I sighed. "All right, but don't take too long." "I won't. I'll grab the police and come straight back." He dashed to my side and gave me a quick peck on the lips. "I love you. I'll be back soon." "Ian," I said, and he stopped just before he opened the door. He turned and asked, "Yes?" I swallowed. "Are we together now?" He smiled in a wily way and shrugged. "I don't know. I guess we'll find out when this is all over. Be back soon." The minute he left, my shaking legs caused me to collapse on the couch, lightheaded. Figuring out if Ian and I were a couple seemed almost as scary as facing Annabelle. Would I even get to find out the answer, or would I be dead by the end of the night? I shook my head. I couldn't think like that. I actually had something, someone to live for now, and I knew I would fight for him until the end. That one kiss was all it took to make me loyal to him forever, and there was no turning back. Time passed slowly. I tried sewing but ended up getting frustrated and resorted to watching the clock as an hour passed by with no word. Where was he? This was taking forever. Finally, I gave up. I was going to the police station to find him, Tessica or no Tessica. I ran down the stairs and fired up my junker, heading toward the police station. It was only a 2-minute drive. I pulled into the parking lot and put my car in park. I was just about to turn the key off before my eye spotted a large mass of fake blonde hair. My heart went up into my throat as I watched the two of them out the corner of my window. Ian was pushed up against a wall, Tessica blocking him in. Right before my eyes, She leaned forward and placed a tender kiss on Ian's lips. Everything that had been my world for months instantly blew up in my face. I couldn't breathe. My stomach turned sour. I felt like I was going to throw up. Ian was kissing Tessica minutes after he had said he loved me. I shook my head, warding off more tears. Ron was right. Ian was a player, and I had been stupid enough to fall for his tricks. He loved me. Yeah, right. I should have known better than to believe him. Nobody could ever love me. I bet the virgin thing was a lie, too. I kicked my car into drive and spun my wheels as I flew out of the parking lot, leaving behind a trail of black smoke. So that was the real reason Ian didn't want me to come down to the station. He probably didn't even care about the kids at all. This whole thing had been about him toying with me, and I had told him everything. I would have been better off sticking with Annabelle. At least then I wouldn't have believed for a second that things were going to be okay. I wouldn't have fallen for a fantasy. I pushed my car past the speed limit as I drove away from this town, this state, this life. I had to leave this place behind forever, no matter what the consequences. No matter what, I would never return to Merryton. I was done with it all. I just want to die, I shouted. I pounded the steering wheel with my fists, tears clouding up my vision so badly I could barely see the road. My entire world was pain. I would never feel happy again, nor would I ever care to. In this agony, I realized it. Yes, I loved Ian. I loved Ian with everything I had, and had given him all of me. Like a fool. I never had realized it because I was trying to deny my true feelings for so long. And now he had destroyed me. There was nothing left. He meant everything to me, and I hadn't been able to prevent myself from caring about him, no matter how hard I had tried. I had tried to protect myself, but love had won over, and love had once again screwed me over. I'd been so foolish. I'd had stupid dreams about living happily ever after with Ian. I'd hoped one day he'd be my husband, that we'd live a quiet and peaceful life, go to church on Sundays and make dinner together and perhaps even have kids someday. A normal life, like I'd always wanted. Joke was on me. I wasn't a Christian. I didn't believe like he did, never had a simple small-town life like he did. Happy endings didn't happen for me. My life was always screwed up. This was the proof. I no longer cared about life. It was all over for me. I was no use to anyone anymore. I had enough. I couldn't stop crying. But through my tears, I remembered the kids. Annabelle still had them. I wanted to run away so badly, but I couldn't let two defenseless children be ruined by her like I was. I had to try and save them. Ian certainly wasn't going to do anything about it. But who could I go to? The police certainly wouldn't believe me, not after that display. I steadied my shaking hands. Aaron and Marjorie. Their son might be a complete douchebag, but they were good people. They would help me. They had to. They were my only chance. I began driving toward the farm as quickly as possible. The place was eerily quiet when I got out of my vehicle. Something wasn't right. I hurried toward the house, turning the doorknob. It was unlocked. I headed inside only to find the kitchen empty. Both cars were still here. Were they already asleep? I headed into the living room and gasped at what I saw. Aaron and Marjorie were both tied up, their mouths gagged. I ran to them, kneeling to begin untying their mouths. Mr. and Mrs. Rosenthal, are you all right? The minute I got Aaron's gag off, he said,
Christy, you have to get out of here.
What are you talking about? Who did this? I asked. I heard a soft chuckle behind me. Oh, Christy, you're always the last to know about everything, aren't you? I glanced over my shoulder to see Annabelle standing there, with Landon by her side. I caught his eyes, and he guiltily looked away. Annabelle smiled triumphantly at me and said, I was only here on some unfinished business. It's awesome that you walked right into it. Leave her alone, Leah, Aaron said. She has nothing to do with this. Leah? I looked back at Annabelle and remembered what Ian had told me long ago. Of course, now I saw the similarities. Ian's missing sister. She had run away from Merryton long ago. I had ended up falling for both of them. How sick and twisted could my life be?
She has everything to do with it, Father, Annabelle snapped. It's all thanks to Christy that we're here. You didn't really think you had outrun me, did you? She laughed. Your parents didn't do anything but love you. They were looking for you for ages, I shouted back at her, stunned by my own bravery. I had never yelled at Annabelle before. All they ever wanted to do was control me, she said, looking directly into her mother's tearful eyes. They forced me to go to church. I hated church. They insisted that I become a cheerleader and be a good little girl. I was never allowed to mess up. I was never allowed to be me. I always had to be perfect. I recoiled in shock as I noticed her voice started to waver. Never in all my life had Annabelle ever seemed anything but infallible. But that's all over now, she whispered. That terrifying, perfect face was back, a smile spreading across her face. I hate them, and I hate my brother too, perfect bastard that he is. Once I'm done with you two, he's next. My heart gave a dull thud. Ian. No matter how much of a jerk he was, or how badly he had broken my heart, I still loved him, and there was no way in hell I was going to let his sister kill him. Over my dead body, I hissed. That can easily be arranged, she said. She gestured to Landon. He started moving toward me, his hands reaching for my throat. Landon, you don't want to do this, I said, slowly rising to my feet. We're friends. I'm sorry, Christy, he said, eyes full of regret. But I have to. I love her. This is the only way to prove it. She already told me so. Landon charged toward me. I dove quickly out of the way. He ended up slamming into the fireplace behind me, causing picture frames to shatter across the floor. As Landon stood up, an expression of hatred and confusion flickered across his face. He was too far gone. He'd fallen deeply under Annabelle's spell, and there was no way I could break it now. You can't fight me, Landon yelled, his hands balling up into fists. Once you're in the cult, you can never get out. You're in it for life. Get this over with, Annabelle demanded. Landon went to charge at me again, but before he could, the door flew open and the roar of a lion echoed through the entire room. Ian charged toward Landon and tackled him to the floor, and the two of them rolled across the rug. I turned toward Annabelle, who was temporarily stunned. I flew towards her with a wild yell, grabbing her hair in my hands. She shrieked and started punching me in the stomach, winding me. I let go of her hair and slammed her into the wall instead, forcing her to the ground. We barely missed Ian and Landon as we tossed each other across the room, her landing a heavy blow to my eye. I lost sight for a second but didn't stop fighting. Reaching behind me, I grabbed the first thing I could off a side table, an iron candelabra. You'll never do it, she hissed, blood streaming down her face as well as my own. You're too weak. No, Annabelle. I'm done with the cult. I'm done with being miserable, and I'm done with being afraid of you. I raised the candelabra above my head and smacked her across the face. She went flying to the floor, out cold, and Marjorie gave out a loud wail from her gag. I turned to see that Ian had Landon up against the wall, his one-arm chicken-winged behind his back. Make one move and I break it, Ian threatened. Christy, grab me that rope. I did what he said, helping him to bind Landon's feet and arms. She'll get you for doing this, Landon said. You're going to regret hurting her. Shut up, Ian said, and he kicked Landon in the head, making him fall silent. I finished untying Aaron and Marjorie.
who were beyond consolation. "Leah," Marjorie moaned, going to her daughter's side to stroke her hair. She was still out cold. "Christy," Ian said, turning to me and enveloping me in a shaky hug. "Are you all right?" I pulled away. "I'm fine, never better." I could see it in his eyes. "Christy, about Tessica." "Save it. I don't need your excuses. Let's just call the cops so they can arrest these two and I can leave town. For good." I turned away from him. "I didn't kiss her," Ian shouted. "She kissed me." "You didn't exactly seem to hate it," I said, glaring at him. The pain was gone to be replaced with fury. "I pushed her away the minute she touched me, and then went after you," Ian said angrily. "And if I hadn't, my parents might be dead now along with you." "Enough. Do you love me or not? The truth this time." I began pushing him over and over. "Do you realize how much I care about you? How much it hurt when I dissolved into tears. "Of course I love you," Ian shouted, bursting into tears as well. "I love you more than anything. What happened with Tessica meant nothing to me. I told her she'd always be an ex and that I never wanted to see her again. And then I jumped in the car after you." "I can't do this, Ian," I said, my voice shaky. I can't." Before he could respond, there was a loud scream behind us. We turned to see that Annabelle had climbed to her feet, a large bruise on her head, the blood seeping into her eyes. She'd pulled a pistol from her jacket and was pointing it at me. Her parents were cowering in the corner, completely terrified. "I'm going to finish this," she snarled. "I didn't come here to leave without my revenge." "You're not touching Christy," Ian said, and he stepped in front of me protectively. "You'll have to kill me first." "Great. You'll be the first to die," Annabelle said, raising the gun. "No!" A terrible, inhuman sound wrenched itself from my throat. I threw myself out from the protection of Ian and onto my knees in front of her. I had to do something to save them. Annabelle was the only one here with a gun, and I knew she wasn't afraid to use it. "Annabelle, don't," I pleaded. "Don't hurt Ian. Don't hurt your parents. If you have to hurt anyone, hurt me. I deserve it." She narrowed her eyes. "You would give your life for them?" "I would do anything to keep Ian safe," I said. "I'll leave with you right now. I'll do anything you ask. I'll join you again, and I won't run away if you promise that you won't hurt them." She shook her head, a light laugh tinkling through her throat. "You're an even bigger sheep than I thought, Christine. But you were always the most useful to me. Fine, a deal's a deal." She pointed the pistol at the unconscious Landon. Without a second's hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Everyone in the room screamed as the gunshot echoed through the house. Landon's body jumped in place and splattered blood all over the wall. The bullet had entered and exited straight through his skull, splattering brain matter all over the rug. He was dead, never to awaken again. "No!" I fell to Landon's side, tears welling up in my eyes. "Why did you do that?" "He failed to do the job I gave him, and ultimately proved useless," she said. "Unlike you, Christy." She strode forward and grabbed my hair, yanking me to my feet. I yelped in pain. Ian watched, helplessly, tears streaming down his face as his eyes flashed from his parents to me, wondering what to do. "Say goodbye to my dear brother," Annabelle said mercilessly, and she pushed the nozzle of the gun into my back. "Go to my car." I began walking out of the living room. "Christine," Ian whispered, and I choked back a sob. Grabbing a fistful of my hair again, Annabelle dragged me toward the door. "If anyone tries to stop me, I'll kill her," she threatened. "And I'll kill the rest of you as well." Aaron and Marjorie's eyes were so large, full of disbelief. How could such wonderful people have given birth to such a monster? Nothing seemed real. Annabelle opened the back door to her car and I slid in carefully. Annabelle locked the doors and took the wheel, driving away from the farm. Oh, Christy, she laughed. You're so stupid. What are you going to do with me? I asked. I never wanted my family, she said. I was always trying to get to you. Imagine how surprised I was when I heard you'd fallen for my brother. I knew if I went after them, you'd come running. I did plan to execute them after I had you, although Landon fucked that plan up rather nicely. All to get me back? I said. She smiled. No, to finish what I started 3 years ago. Chapter 21. Christine. Annabelle pulled up to a house in the middle of nowhere, a tiny little cottage that was far too cute to be housing someone as sociopathic as her. I expected the Colt to be waiting for us, but when we pulled in the driveway, it was empty. Where is everyone? I asked, afraid of the answer. Dead, she said. Or I abandoned them. They didn't have the stomach to do what needed to be done. Landon was the only one who stuck around. And what did you ask them to do? I said sarcastically, as she dragged me out of the car, pointing the gun at my head. I obediently walked toward the house, trying to think of some way I could trick or fight my way away from Annabelle. Who had a gun? This was surely the end. I got my answer when I opened the door. I saw 2 little children staring up at me, eyes wide with terror. I knew it was Harlem and No Lane, the boy and the girl that had gone missing from Merryton not so long ago. What have you done? I gasped, turning to Annabelle. The 2 children clung to each other, huddling together in the corner and staring at Annabelle as if she was the devil herself. Shortly after you left, I discovered that there's quite the black market for children, Annabelle said. It's all the matter of finding the right buyer, though I've had a bit of trouble letting them go. They're so fun to play with. She eyed the children with a revolting hunger on her face. My stomach turned, sickened at what she was suggesting. How could you do this? These are children. They're innocent, I said, turning around to stare her down. All things innocent grow into all things cruel, she said. I too was small and innocent once. I can't let you do this. I won't, I snarled. You don't have much of a choice, she said. She gestured toward the other room with the pistol. I walked past the 2 children, whose very eyes seemed to beg, help us. I will get you out of here, I promised them silently. She led me to a cellar door and opened it. I peered downward, but all I saw was a deep blackness consuming the room below, and a coldness radiating from within. I'm not going down there, I said, shaking my head. You don't have a choice. With all the strength she had, Annabelle shoved me down the stairs. I went falling head over heels. The door slammed behind me. I landed on the cold concrete floor, bruised from my fall. I looked around, trying to catch my surroundings. There was nothing except darkness, a single light bulb extending from the ceiling that provided a small amount of light. Was this her plan, to keep me down here until she figured out what to do with me, or until I starved to death? All while she continued to look for buyers for the children upstairs. There had to be a way out of this place. I wasn't going to sit down here and die. I climbed shakily to my feet, wincing from my injuries. I looked around the room, but found only concrete walls. There wasn't anything to use in order to break out of the darkness. You're wasting your time, a small voice said. I've tried everything. Someone else was down here with me. From out of the darkness, a woman walked. I fell against the wall in shock as the light illuminated her ghostly face. It can't be, I said. Faith? My eyes had to be playing tricks on me. The woman in front of me had a very tired face. Although she was older now, and some of her features were different, There was no doubt in my mind that the girl standing in front of me was the one I had murdered 3 years ago. I shook my head. "No," I whispered. "It isn't possible."
"What isn't possible, Christy?" Faith said.
"I killed you," I said in a shaky voice. "I made sure you were dead."
"You thought I was dead, and I nearly did die," she said. "But it seems that miracles do happen."
"You can't be Faith. Annabelle found a look-alike, has paid you to torture me and mess with my head," I said. This had been her plan, to have me room with the one girl that I could never get out of my head, the girl I would never forgive myself for hurting.
"As unreal as it may seem, it is me," Faith said.
She began unbuttoning her shirt and pulled it off of her, letting it fall to the floor. I gasped as I recognized the scars. They were long and thin, all over her sides and her torso. There was a thick, deep scar against her stomach that stood out against the rest. It was the exact same spot where I'd plunged the knife. "How could you be alive?" I whispered.
"After you attacked me, some of the others carried me out," she said. "Annabelle ordered to have me tossed in a dumpster. I was found shortly after they abandoned me and was taken to the hospital. I had to have multiple surgeries. They thought I wouldn't make it."
Faith took in a long, deep shudder.
"But I fought. I fought with every ounce of strength I had. The pain was the worst thing I'd ever felt, and the months of rehab afterward was almost too much to bear."
Tears welled up in her eyes, and she bit her lip to keep from crying.
"But I swore that I would get better, so when I was strong enough, I would find you and I would kill you."
I gulped. My whole body was shaking, with fear or with remorse, I wasn't sure. Faith took another step toward me.
"My parents found me and took me back in. It took me 3 years to finally be able to walk again, to be strong again. But something happened all that time when I was trying to get well."
"What?" I asked in barely a whisper.
"I found, even though I hated you, I couldn't be angry with you,"
Faith said, and she began shaking too, fierce tears running across her face.
"I realized that if I was in your situation, I would have killed you just as quickly with that knife. I knew that if Annabelle had ordered me to kill, I'd have done it too. And I realized I had to forgive you."
"Forgive me? How?" I said.
"I don't know how, but there was no other way to live, except to understand why you did it. She would have killed both of us that night if you'd refused, Christy. And if you'd said no, I'm not sure either of us would be here right now."
"But how did you get down here? You were safe," I insisted.
"My parents wanted to move, but I didn't want to leave the city. I thought that she'd never find me because she thought I was dead."
She let out a sarcastic hiss.
"I should have known better. I ran into her by accident one night. She killed my friends and then took me."
"But why? Why would she kidnap us instead of kill us? Why would she want to put us down here?"
"We were the only ones that got away," she shrugged. "Everyone else who has ever tried to escape the cult has died. She's got something special planned for us."
"Do you have any idea what it is?" I said.
"I don't know."
Faith bent down, picked up her shirt and put it back on.
"But I'm sure whatever it is, it can't be good for us.
There must be a way to get out of here. We can't let her do this to us."
"I agree with you."
She walked over to my side. I flinched, but to my great astonishment, she took my hands in hers, looking me straight in the eye.
"But if we're going to get out of here, we need to team up and fight her together."
I nodded. "Together. I'm with you." The door above us slowly creaked open. I heard Annabelle coming down the stairs, and Faith's small hands began quivering in my own.
"Be ready," she said. She's coming.
Chapter 22. Ian. My head was swimming when the police arrived. My parents sat together on the couch, sobbing. I paced endlessly around the house, unsure of what to do. Christy needed me. I had to go after her. But if I did, would that increase the chances that Leah would kill her? What was going to happen if I found them? I had no weapons. I couldn't face my crazy sister head-on with a gun. My God. I knew my sister had suffered through hard times, but I'd never believed she'd fallen so far if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. All I wanted was to bring Christy back safe and sound. I wanted her back in my arms again. The police started asking my mother questions, but when it became clear that she was too upset to answer, they turned to me. I told them everything I knew, except for the part about Faith, because I refused to incriminate Christy. I suggest that you go to the hospital, the cops said when we were done. You're going to need to be checked out, just in case. Forget the hospital. I'm coming along to look for her, I said. Let us do our job, sir. We'll get your girlfriend back soon, he told me. I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't. While I waited for them to leave, I sat on a cold white bed in my old childhood room, watching the clock tick by. I thought about how Christy must feel, how terrified she must be. Leah could be doing anything to her. There was a strong possibility she was dead. I started bawling. I had a lot of stuff happen to me, but until today, I rarely cried about any of it. This, though, was too much. The girl I considered the love of my life was missing. She was in the hands of the sister that I adored with all my heart, a sister who wanted nothing more than to kill me. How could I have been so blind for so long? Leah always hated me. She'd made that clear growing up. I just thought my love could change that. I wiped off my face and forced myself to keep it together. I could cry later, after Christine was found. Right now, the most important thing was to get her home. And I would get her home if it killed me. I got up from the bed and began pacing the room. Christina called Leah by the name of Annabelle. Annabelle had been our grandmother's name. I slammed to a halt. Of course. Leah had never been the same since our grandmother died. Grandma had been Leah's idol ever since she could talk. Leah's downward spiral had begun once she passed away. She'd turned so cruel after Dad and Mom had forced her into cheerleading and going to church to try and keep her spirits up. That's when she ran away. Grandma had lived in a tiny cottage outside of Merryton, way out in the boonies. It was difficult to get to and needed repairs. Nobody had been interested in buying it in years. I was sure that's where Leah was keeping Christy. I strode over to my cabinet and picked up my old hunting rifle. I never had shot anything with it, never had the heart or the chance. It had stayed here, forgotten, once I'd moved out. The idea that I was heading into a violent situation with my sister was enough to turn my stomach, but I wouldn't use it to hurt Leah. I would just threaten her with it, so she'd let Christy go. She wouldn't shoot me if I had a gun, too. I thought of going to the police, but cast that idea aside. They would only hold me up with more pointless questions, or they would do a standoff at the house, and it would lead to a hostage situation. The chances of Christy getting hurt would only increase. No, I had to handle this on my own. I snuck past the cops and got in my car, driving quickly down the road toward my destination.
Chapter 23. Christine. Faith and I stood at the bottom of the staircase, holding hands. Annabelle's footsteps grew closer and closer. Faith squeezed my hand in hers, and I squeezed it back, feeling like I was about to suffocate. The chances of both of us getting out of here were minimal. I instantly decided that if it came down to me and Faith, I would fight so she could live. I owed it to her after the pain I'd caused. Annabelle's smirk was plastered onto her face permanently. Oh, look, you've made up. That's so cute. I thought for sure you were going to kill each other. We stared in horror at the child she was dragging down the stairs by her hair. The little girl wept loudly, screaming for her mother. Annabelle kept the barrel of the gun pointed directly at her head. "Leave the child out of this, Annabelle. It's us you want," I screamed. "The child is the only way I can be sure of getting what I want," she snarled back. "Both of you, come upstairs. I have a little surprise for you. And if you want to try and make a move, I'll kill the girl and move on to the boy. Sound fair?" I glanced at Faith. Annabelle didn't make empty threats. Everything she said would be true if we didn't follow her orders. We obediently followed Annabelle up to the bathroom. She pointed to a long, thick chain lying on the counter. Beside it was a gas canister. "Put it around her neck," she said to Faith, gesturing to me. Faith shook her head and said, "Are you crazy? I'm not playing your little games." Annabelle pointed the gun and fired. It missed the little girl's head and went through the wall. The child screamed louder, tears streaking down her cheeks. "Do I have to ask again?" Annabelle said, jamming the gun into the child's ponytails. Her face tinged with green, Faith carefully wrapped the chain around my neck. "Tighter," Annabelle snarled, and Faith made the chain so tight that it began to cut into my throat. "Get in the bathtub, Christy," Annabelle ordered. Baffled, I followed her orders and sat in the tub, feeling like a child myself. "Tie her to the faucet," Annabelle said. Zombified, Faith leaned over and chained my neck to the faucet, so my face was just underneath it. I was barely able to move my head. I tried pulling my neck away, but the faucet was so strong that I couldn't move. "Turn on the water," Annabelle said, and her voice began to grow in excitement. Faith leaned over, and the icy, bitterly cold water began streaming into my mouth, my face, my eyes. Quicker than I would have liked, but so slow that it was pure torture. The tub began filling up with water. I tried to reach the plug in order to drain it, but found that I couldn't with my hands or my feet. I grabbed the chain, trying to break it or at least move it along the faucet so my head wasn't underneath the water, but nothing helped. Slowly, I began to drown. "This is barbaric, Annabelle! Stop this!" I heard Faith's muffled protest through the endless stream of water. "You should be happy to get your revenge, Faith. I'm disappointed in you," Annabelle said. Her laugh only made my panic escalate. "I won't stand by and do this, I can't!" Faith cried out. "I never expected you to." I thought that I would never be able to smell the scent of gas through the water, but I did. Annabelle took the open gas canister on the counter and splashed it all over Faith's face. She then took a lighter from her pocket and lit it aflame, dragging the child out of the bathroom with a crazed, maniacal laughter. Faith screamed in unbearable pain, and heat smoldered in the bathroom. Faith frantically threw herself into the tub on top of me, trying to put the flames out. The taste of gas mingled with the water, and I began choking. "You should have known to never double-cross me, Christy," Annabelle said. "I always make sure that you pay the ultimate price." The chain dug into my neck as I tried to escape the endless stream of water. All I could hear was the wrench sounds of a girl being burned alive and my own strangled drowning. I knew this was the end.
Chapter 24. Ian. It took me no time to reach my grandmother's cottage. I parked the car and jumped out from it, barreling toward the house. I heard tortured screaming coming from the bathroom. I didn't know if it was Christy, but the sound itself was enough to make me panic, so I burst in the cottage door with the rifle in my hands. "Christine!" I yelled, looking around wildly. From out of the bathroom stepped my sister, sopping wet and smelling of gasoline, the pistol in her hands. By her side was the little girl we were looking for, scared and helpless. Leah smiled crookedly at me before letting out a cruel laugh, tossing the little girl to the side carelessly. "You're too late, Ian," she said. "I've already won.
Christy's long gone, and now I'm going to kill you too. Leah raised the pistol at me, and in that moment, time seemed to halt in place. I didn't mean to pull the trigger, nor did I realize the rifle was loaded. But when Leah raised that pistol in her hand, all I could think of was to react. The sound of the rifle firing was loud enough to hurt my ears, yet at the same time, it sounded miles and miles away. Leah paused in her tracks, the pistol still raised to shoot. It fell limply out of her hand as she stared at me, unable to believe it. Blood was seeping onto her clothing. I dropped the rifle and caught her before she hit the ground, cradling her in my arms. "Ian," Leah said softly. I let out a cry of utter desperation and pain as I saw the light leave my sister's eyes.
Chapter 25. Christine. Faith was slumped on the floor beside the tub, passed out. The burns had made her nearly unrecognizable. Her left hand dangled into the tub carelessly. I reached out to grab it. If I was going to die, I didn't want to die alone. I didn't understand how Annabelle could have turned out so wicked and Ian so wonderful. We all went through bad things, all had hard times. But so many of us didn't allow circumstances to change us and embitter us like Annabelle did. Whatever she'd gone through, whatever secrets she hid that still hurt her, this wasn't right. Maybe some people were just born bad. They came out in a sick and twisted way, and nothing and no one could save them. It was the only explanation I could give for Annabelle's behavior. She'd had great parents, a great life, and she'd thrown it all away for the thrill of power and the love of control. It was more than I'd ever gotten, and still I had more love in me than Annabelle ever did. I'd die with that truth in my heart. My head was underwater now. I could feel the water filling up my lungs, the pain crushing my skull from the lack of oxygen. The chain dug into my neck, filling up the water with my own blood. It had only been seconds without air, but it felt like forever. I never thought drowning would be my way to go. I'd wished for something quicker, with less panic and fear. Terror was filling up every inch of me, and my sight grew darker and darker. I should have known Annabelle would have chosen something like this, something slow and terrifying. But I didn't want to think about Annabelle now. I didn't want my last thoughts to be of her. I wanted them to be of Ian. I love him so much, I thought. And I thanked God that Ian had saved me, that I had gotten the short time with him that I did. I only had mere seconds now. Ian's face swam above me in a mirage, a vision. Everything faded to black. I tried to remember his name, tried to remember what he looked like, but I couldn't remember. I couldn't even remember my own name. Everything was vacant. I should have known that these star-crossed lives of ours would never have happy endings, but I had wished anyway.
Chapter 26. Ian. The trial didn't last long. After hailing me a hero for saving the missing children and deciding that Leah was nothing more than a psychopath, the justice system let me go on the basis of self-defense. I didn't protest, but I knew what I was. Murderer. I had killed my sister, my own blood. There was no redemption in that, no honor. No matter what Leah had done, I still grieved for her loss, not only because she was gone, but because I was her killer. My parents had forgiven me, because they knew I'd only done what I had to. Still, I couldn't yet look them in the eye. I was the brother who had killed his sister, their only daughter, and that was a shadow that would remain to darken our lives. I resigned from my job and stayed as a recluse in my apartment. I wondered what I would do when the money ran out, but barely cared nonetheless. The girl called Faith lived, but she was a shell of a woman. Her face was covered in burn marks and scars, and even though the plastic surgery helped, it couldn't fix everything. She went home with her parents, downtrodden and miserable. I told her she was still beautiful, but I saw in her eyes she couldn't believe it. I knew that one day, maybe someone would come along whom she could believe. Nothing stopped the guilt, the pain. Everything I had been through suffocated me, morning through night, unable to let me go. I barely ate. I rarely slept. My demons kept me awake, but I found that when I wasn't thinking about Leah, I was thinking about someone else. After a while, only one thought was on my mind. Only one name was able to stop the tears when I echoed it. Christine.
Epilogue. Christine. I had been in a coma for 3 long months. Long to Ian, but not to me. Death was peaceful and quiet. There were no accusations or terrible girls or things to be afraid of there. It was still and silent. When I finally woke up, I'd gone blind in my right eye and lost some motor function in my hand. My neck bore permanent scars from the chain that had left deep gashes in my skin. The doctors at the hospital had told me Ian had been by my bedside morning, noon, and night, but that he wasn't here now because of the trial. When I was confused by what that meant, they told me, and I cried. I cried and cried and cried. The doctors tried to make me stay, but I did everything I could to fight my way out of the hospital. I was told that I needed psychiatric help, that someone who had gone through what I had needed support and counseling. I was told I needed physical therapy for my hand and help for my eye, but ignored all advice. I signed myself out and hailed a taxi for Merryton. But halfway there, I told the driver to turn around. I couldn't reason with myself to see Ian. I just couldn't face him. Marjorie and Aaron weren't home when I got there. I stepped out of the taxi and watched it as it drove away. Miracle was in the pasture, and she nickered gently to me as I walked up to her side. When I think back to that day, I don't remember much of anything. Just Miracle's mane flapping in the wind, and running, and running, and running. I let Miracle go after she could run no longer. I think she went back home, but I wasn't sure, because I didn't follow her. I walked for a very long time, wandering in circles around the wood until I eventually walked all the way to the state line. I stayed where I could, ate what I could for days, months, maybe years. I wasn't sure. I hopped from homeless shelter to homeless shelter, sleeping under bridges and highway overpasses. I lingered through time like a ghost, a shadow. I wasn't afraid, for Annabelle and the cult were no longer a threat. I went from town to town, not caring where I ended up. I stayed away from Ashalder, and from the small town that had turned everything into broken glass, mirrors reflecting my own shattered life. I wanted to go to my grandpa's farm, but I knew that even if I could find it, there was nothing there left for me. That too was in the past. Sometime during the whole wandering, I got tired of it. I knew I owed Ian an apology. I had abandoned him when he needed me the most. But did he really need me? I was the reason his sister was dead. Maybe he hated me now. But if that was the case, why had he stayed by my hospital bed waiting for me to wake up for 3 months, only for me to run away when his back was turned? I didn't know if it was right to go back. I didn't know if there was anything left for me. But I knew in my heart I wanted to. I wanted to at least try. I hitched a ride back to Merryton and stood in front of Ian's small apartment, watching as night set in. I stood out there for hours as it grew darker and darker. I didn't even know if he was home or if he lived here anymore. When the street lamps came on, I opened the door and slowly climbed up to the small apartment, step by step. Would he take me back? Did I want him to? I paused before I knocked. Yes, I wanted him to. I wanted him to be mine more than anything. I wouldn't be here if that wasn't true. Scared out of my mind, but needing to know, I knocked on the door. It opened instantly. My jaw dropped open as I came face to face with an emaciated Ian. There were deep bags under his eyes, his hair ruffled, clothes dirty. After living on the streets for so long, I knew I looked the same. We stared at each other for what seemed like an eternity. Finally, I broke the silence. I'm back. Ian instantly swept me up in his arms, brushing my hair away from my eyes and leaning me backwards as he placed a long, passionate kiss upon my lips. I returned it eagerly, wrapping my arms around him and holding him tightly as he showered kiss upon kiss on my lips. We didn't stop kissing for hours, minutes, forever. With his mouth still upon mine, Ian lifted me into his arms, carrying me to his bedroom. We grappled for each other as we fell onto the mattress, clinging to each other's naked bodies, becoming one. Ian's lips lingered against my ear as he entered me, and he whispered, "Welcome home." The End. To read more books by Megan Linski, visit meganlinsky.com. This has been The Starcrossed Lives of Ours, written by Megan Linski, narrated by Taylor Harvey and A.J. Carter. Copyright 2015 by Megan Linski. Audio copyright 2023 by Megan Linski.